Lin Yueyun, a woman from the 21st century, worked in a field related to her college major. After graduating, she stayed in her hometown county to work. In just 6 years, she rose from a junior assistant to the position of design director. Her home was in a rural area not far from the county town. The family's house and yard covered more than 600 square meters, which was considered quite large even in the countryside. They lived in a 3-story villa surrounded by a spacious yard enclosed by tall walls. In the yard, there was a sweet-tasting hand-dug well, built when her grandfather was still alive. As her grandfather used to say, having their own well made life more convenient and independent. Her grandmother's favorite pastime was turning parts of the yard into small rectangular vegetable plots, where she grew all kinds of fruits and vegetables. When Lin Yueyun wasn't working, her grandmother often asked her to help with gardening, and she enjoyed it too. A few days earlier, her company's boss had called a business partner several hundred kilometers away to inform them that the design director would personally visit the next day to discuss and oversee the upcoming season's clothing shoot and production details. The specific matters would be discussed in person, and even the meeting time and place had been arranged over the phone. To complete the task well, Lin Yueyun had no choice but to buy a high-speed train ticket in advance, work overtime, and stay up late to organize all the materials and design requirements for the new season. She planned to leave early the next morning, take a car to the train station, and then transfer to another train to meet the partner company. When she finally finished her work and checked her phone, she was startled. Oh no, it's already 3:30 in the morning? How did time fly so fast? Wait, I didn't go home last night. Grandma must be so worried. When she looked again at her phone, which she had set to silent mode the previous day, she saw more than a dozen missed calls. She had only sent her grandmother a short voice message on WeChat to say she'd be working late, then got too busy to check her phone again. In just a few hours, it would be time for her to leave. Lin Yueyun decided to finish packing her clothes and documents. She also made a detailed checklist of everything she needed for the business trip. After that, she went to a 24-hour bakery near her company. She bought 10 small bags of assorted compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of yogurt in clear glass bottles, several palm-sized bread rolls in different flavors, a bottle of a nutritional drink, and a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water. After paying, she drove home. When she got home, Lin Yueyun went straight upstairs to her floor. She took off her shoes, tossed her bag and keys aside, and used her phone to book a ride to the high-speed train station. She decided not to drive there herself. Then she set an alarm and lay down on the sofa for a nap. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Soon, her phone alarm went off. Oh, already? Time really flies. Working life isn't easy, she muttered, yawning widely as she reached for her phone to turn off the alarm. She sat up lazily, stretched a little, then went to her room to grab a robe. After slipping on her slippers, she headed to the bathroom to wash up. Before long, she came out with her hair dried, quickly put on some light makeup, and chose a professional outfit with a belt. She packed everything from her checklist neatly into a large bright red suitcase and carried a handbag. Dragging her suitcase downstairs, she told her grandmother that she had to leave for a business trip and would be back in 2 days. Her grandmother reminded her to stay safe and get enough rest. A few minutes later, the driver from the ride-hailing service called. Lin Yueyun showed her phone to her grandmother to signal she was leaving, then pulled her suitcase outside. After confirming the pickup location with the driver, she hung up, waved goodbye to her grandmother, and headed out. Grandma, don't worry, I bought some bread and yogurt. I'll eat them on the way. Grandma. Bye. All right, dear. Take care of yourself and have a safe trip. Grandma stood at the door, watching Lin Yueyun's figure disappear into the distance. As soon as she got in the car, Lin Yueyun told the ride-hailing driver her phone number's last digits and destination. Sir, my phone number ends with 6833. Please follow the address on the booking and take me to the nearest high-speed train station. The driver smiled. Sure, ma'am. Please fasten your seatbelt. We'll leave right away. After the car started, Lin Yueyun fastened her seatbelt in the back seat and said, Sir, please wake me up when we reach the station. I'll take a short nap. Alright, Mom. After about half an hour, the car drove onto a bridge that crossed a small bay on the way to the train station. The driver increased the speed to 120 kilometers per hour on the elevated road. After driving for a while, he suddenly noticed that the car's brakes and emergency controls were not responding. "Oh no, the brakes aren't working," he shouted. "Miss, wake up. The car's out of control. Be careful." He tried to steer the car while calling out anxiously. Half awake, Lin Yuan didn't fully understand what he said, but she sensed something was wrong. She only clearly heard the words "be careful." Taking a deep breath, she looked ahead and saw the car swerving to avoid another vehicle before crashing into the bridge railing. "Oh no," was all she managed to say. With a loud crash, the driver had already jumped out through the window, and the car plunged straight into the sea. Water rushed into the car as Lin Yuan's eyes widened. There was no time to panic. She took one last deep breath of the remaining air inside. Lin Yuan held her breath and quickly pulled a small knife from the side pocket of her bag to cut the seatbelt and prepare to escape. She knew it would be hard to get out through the driver's door because the water pressure made it almost impossible to open. So, she quickly pushed down the back seat that led to the trunk. Driven by instinct, she crawled and rolled her way into the trunk, moving as fast as she could. With a quick motion, she opened the trunk, and with the force of the water, it swung open. In the next moment, Lin Yuan and her bright red suitcase floated up to the surface of the sea. Her face was red from holding her breath, and when she finally got a chance to breathe, she took several deep gulps of fresh air. Looking around, she saw that the car had already disappeared, and there was no sign of the driver who had fallen into the sea with her. The whole escape had taken less than a minute, but it had been extremely dangerous. She pulled her floating suitcase closer and held onto it. Then she took off her belt and tied one end around her arm and the other to the handle of the suitcase. Half lying on the suitcase, she gasped for air. Looking around, she couldn't see the driver anywhere, and there wasn't even a single fishing boat nearby. Her stomach empty, Lin Yuan couldn't help but cry out loudly. "Is anyone there? Please help me. I fell into the sea. Oh, why am I so unlucky? I was just taking a car ride." Her carefully done makeup from that morning had long been washed away by the seawater, leaving her face bare. She didn't know how long she had been drifting, which direction she was in, or how long she had been calling for help. When Lin Yuan slowly began to wake up, she faintly heard people whispering nearby. As she listened carefully, she could make out the conversation between two people. A wave of fear rushed through her from head to toe. She thought to herself, "What's going on? Are they planning to sell me and split the money? Did I fall into the sea and get rescued? But the person who saved me wants to sell me?" Right after that thought, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. That's right, Lin Yuan's soul had traveled into the body of a girl from ancient times who shared her name. This was an imaginary dynasty called the Great Qi Dynasty, also known as the Eastern Qi Kingdom, a period that never existed in real history. The original Lin Yuan's family was not favored by her grandparents, especially the poor girl herself. She was always hungry and worked endlessly like a beast of burden. She had to do all the dirty and tiring chores. In the end, someone struck her on the head from behind, and she lost her life. Her family lived in a village near the border of a neighboring country. The village was called Daking Village. It got its name because it was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with people living in the middle, mountain after mountain stretching endlessly. There was only one main road leading to the official road, which connected directly to the nearby town. There was also a small path that led to both the town and the neighboring village. This path lay across the lowest hill. The original Lin Yuan was only 13 years old, living with her parents, a younger brother and a younger sister. In contrast, the modern Lin Yuan was already 31, an unmarried woman still single in her time, while the original was just a young girl, barely middle school age. The family also lived with her grandparents, uncles, and their families, more than a dozen people sharing one large courtyard. Inside the courtyard, besides the main house, there were 3 smaller yards. Her family's small yard was the poorest and coldest of them all. How poor? Well, The eldest branch lived in the east courtyard, which was as large as two of the smaller ones combined. Their house was built with blue bricks and roof tiles. The second branch's courtyard wasn't as big as the first's, but it was still better than the third branch's small and shabby one. The second branch also had brick walls and tiled roofs. Only their third branch's side yard looked like it had been patched together out of necessity, made from wood, mud bricks, and a thatched roof. The original Lin Yueyun had only been to the town twice in her life. In her family, there were biased grandparents and a greedy eldest branch that drained them like leeches. The original owner's eldest uncle was named Lin Qingbai. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and his wife's surname was Yang. The second uncle, Lin Qingsong, married Madame Wang, who was the niece of the old Madame Lin from her mother's side. They had 1 son and 2 daughters. The original owner's father was Lin Qingfeng. He married Madame Yao, and they had 2 daughters and 1 son. Because the elderly couple favored the eldest branch, they delayed finding a wife for the third son, Lin Qingfeng. In the end, Lin Qingfeng spent his own money to bring home the original owner's mother. The original owner's mother was a beautiful woman, and the original owner looked very much like her, so she was also naturally pretty. Because of this, her cousin Lin Yuerong, who was 2 years older, often felt jealous and treated her unkindly. One year, a traveling monk passed through the village asking for water. He happened to walk around the Lin family's courtyard a few times, then calculated something with his fingers and said, "In your Lin family, one of the younger generation will one day live a life of great fortune. This girl only needs to follow her heart and do what she believes is right, without worrying about others' opinions. In the future, she will marry into a wealthy family and become the lady of the house, enjoying a life of honor and comfort." This girl was born in the spring. After saying this, the monk chanted Amitabha, accepted the water, and left without looking back. The old couple, who already favored the eldest branch, were thrilled when they heard this. Old Madame Lin immediately thought of Lin Yuerong, who had just come out of the house and was indeed born in March, in the spring. From then on, she spoiled the eldest branch even more. As a result, the other 2 branches had no choice but to live under their shadow. The original owner and her younger sister often went hungry and had endless chores to do, while their cousin Lin Yuerong never had to lift a finger. The original owner's parents were unhappy about the favoritism, but since the family had not officially divided, asking to separate would make them seem unfilial. So, they chose to stay away from the old house. The father carried heavy sacks in town, and the mother worked as a cook under a contract in the county. Even so, every month they still had to hand over their wages to old Madame Lin for safekeeping. The original owner was always quiet and reserved, someone who rarely spoke and never fought for anything, perhaps because of the way she was raised. Because of this, although she was also a grandchild of the Lin family and born in spring, she was completely forgotten by the old Mr. and Mrs. Lin. However, there were still a few people in the Lin family who remembered her parents and her aunt, Madame Yang. Madame Yang worried that Lin Yueyun, who was also born in spring, might be the one the fortune-teller had said would have a noble destiny. If the elders found out, it could affect her own daughter Lin Yuerong's future. So, she insisted that her daughter must always outshine Lin Yueyun and never let her have a chance to rise. Because of the elders' favoritism, the eldest daughter of the third branch, Lin Yueyun, who was treated like she didn't exist, ended up being harmed by her own cousins. The eldest son of the main branch, Lin Yuehui, 17 and unmarried, followed behind her early one morning, holding a large wooden stick. With a loud thud, he thought he had only knocked her unconscious. But he didn't know that with that single strike, the original Lin Yueyun had lost her life, and her body was now taken over by another Lin Yueyun from the modern world. Lin Yuehui had already arranged for some people from a shady place in town to wait nearby. Once he knocked her out, they would come and take her away. When Lin Yueyun woke up, her head was spinning, and the back of it hurt terribly. After receiving the original Lin Yueyun's memories, she didn't even have time to feel sad. She continued pretending to be unconscious, wanting to rest a bit and see what the 2 people nearby planned to do. Then came a loud sound. Someone roughly pulled the basket off her back and threw it to the ground. "Little sister, stay here and watch this girl," Lin Yuhui said nervously. "Don't let her wake up and run away. I'll go call the people to take her. Once we get the money, we'll split it." "All right, brother, just hurry back," Lin Yuerong replied carelessly, glancing at her cousin lying on the ground with disdain. Then she muttered under her breath. She was just knocked out. How could she wake up so soon? He's worrying for nothing. After speaking, Lin Yuhui also felt that his sister had a point. So he reminded her, being careful is never wrong. Then he strode off in one direction. "Lin Yuhui, right? You'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll make you regret it." Pretending to be unconscious, Lin Yueyun half opened her eyes and watched the figure slowly disappear, silently thinking to herself. Didn't expect this, did you? You ended up in our hands after all. Haha. Even if your parents come back and find out you were sold, it'll be too late. At worst, the family will just split apart. You can only blame yourself. Why were you born into this family? Why is your face prettier than mine? And why were you born in the same spring season as me? If you weren't standing in my way, we wouldn't have treated you like this. In the future, when you're sent to that kind of place, you'll have to work hard every day. Lin Yurong looked down at Lin Yueyun, who lay on the ground pretending to sleep, covering her mouth as she laughed spitefully. But what she didn't know was that the soul inside Lin Yueyun's body had already changed, and she wasn't unconscious at all. Lin Yueyun squinted as she watched the figure disappear into the distance. Then she looked at Lin Yurong, the delicate girl beside her who had never done farm work, now surrounded by hungry mosquitoes after a long night, making her jump around in irritation. When Lin Yueyun saw that Lin Yurong's heel was turned toward her, she knew the time had come. In that critical moment, Lin Yueyun gathered all her strength and quickly got up from the ground. With a sharp thud, Lin Yurong was struck on the back of the neck by Lin Yueyun's hand and fainted instantly, collapsing softly to the ground. Lin Yueyun instinctively ran a few steps away, then stopped, realizing something. Those two were planning to sell me? I can't just leave like this. She still had to avenge the original owner, Lin Yueyun thought. Lin Yuerong, right? You like going to that place to serve men, don't you? Then I'll let you go there yourself. Lin Yueyun looked at the unconscious Lin Yuerong lying on the ground and whispered softly. Then she quickly returned, took off all the jewelry from Lin Yuerong's head and ears, and put them into her own pocket. After that, Lin Yueyun exchanged her outer robe with Lin Yuerong's. Still, something didn't look right. The original owner's body was thin and dark, while Lin Yuerong was clearly fairer and more well-fed. Her hands were smooth and well cared for, obviously someone who had never done farm work. To make it less noticeable, Lin Yueyun decided to make herself look rougher. She scooped up some dark soil from the ground, mixed it with a bit of saliva to make it sticky, and carefully smeared it on Lin Yuerong's face, neck, arms, and even her feet. Then she put on Lin Yuerong the pair of straw sandals that didn't fit well. After that, she quickly picked up the basket and sickle that Lin Yuehui had thrown aside and hurried away. Lin Yueyun hid in a patch of tall grass not far away, where she could still see what was happening. She quietly watched to see what would unfold. Before long, she heard the sound of horse hooves approaching. Glancing toward the sound, Lin Yueyun muttered in her heart, "Well, they even brought guards and a carriage? So it really was planned in advance." After a while, the carriage stopped not far from where Lin Yuerong lay unconscious. At that moment, Lin Yuehui, eager to get the silver payment, didn't bother to check carefully whether the woman on the ground was really the one he intended to sell. He only gave her a quick glance. Her hair was messy, covering part of her face, and she was still unconscious. Her chest rose and fell slightly. She was alive, and that was enough. Her face, partly hidden by her hair and smeared with dirt, made it hard to recognize her from a few meters away. Besides, in those times, people wore loose and modest clothing, which made it even harder to tell who she really was. As for her figure, it was hard to notice any difference without a closer look. Of course, Lin Yuehui had no intention of checking whether the woman lying on the ground was really his third uncle's daughter, Lin Yueyun. He impatiently urged one of the men who had come with him, the one driving the carriage, to hand over the money. Boss Shu. Look, she's right there. That's my sister, Lin Yuehui said with a flattering smile. You see? The payment we agreed on? After speaking, he felt something was not quite right, so he quickly added, well, I only made her faint because I was afraid she wouldn't cooperate. Zhu the elder and Zhu the younger exchanged a glance. Then the elder Zhu looked at Lin Yuehui and said, All right, wait a moment. The Zhu brothers were carriage drivers who worked for the Red Pavilion, a place known for buying and selling people. The elder Zhu, whom Lin Yuehui called Boss Zhu, gave his brother a look, signaling him to check the woman on the ground. The younger Zhu quickly set down a wooden box, jumped off the carriage, and crouched beside Lin Yueyun. After a brief inspection, he nodded to his brother, indicating that everything was fine. Receiving the signal, the elder Zhu slowly took out a contract of sale and a heavy money pouch from his coat. He also took a brush and a small box of red ink from the wooden box. Sign or stamp this contract first, he said. Then I'll give you the agreed payment. Lin Yuehui took the pre-written contract with a fawning smile and asked, Boss Zhu, can I just stamp it instead of signing? Doesn't matter, Zhu replied. As long as you confirm that the person on the ground is indeed your sister. All right, I'll stamp it right now, Lin Yuehui said eagerly. He then dipped his right thumb lightly into the red ink. After gently breathing on her fingertip, she pressed it firmly onto the contract of sale. Seeing this, Zhu Ada took the contract, glanced at it, and lightly blew on the red ink to dry it. Then he folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Next, Zhu Ada tossed a heavy, bulging money pouch toward Lin Yuehui. Lin Yuehui caught it with both hands, opened it, counted the coins, and even bit 2 large silver pieces to check if they were real. All right, the deal's done. Thank you both, Lin Yuehui said with a smile, clasping his hands politely. The person is lying over there. You can take her to your carriage yourselves. I'll be going now, he added cheerfully, pointing to the woman lying not far away. All right, go ahead. We'll handle the rest, Zhu Er replied after glancing at him. Lin Yuehui, holding the money he got for selling someone, never realized that the unconscious woman on the ground wasn't Lin Yueyun. Just like that, he carelessly sold the wrong person. Watching him walk away excitedly with the silver meant for his own sister, Zhu Er went over, lifted the unconscious woman in his arms, and placed her into the carriage. Inside, he had already prepared a coil of rope and a piece of cloth. He tied her hands behind her back and gently covered her mouth with the cloth to keep her quiet. Then Zhu Er stepped out of the carriage, and he and Zhu Ada sat outside. After a short while, the horse neighed, and the carriage turned around, speeding away down the road. Dust rose silently behind them, as if mourning the fate of the woman who had just been sold. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Yueyun, who had witnessed everything, finally relaxed. But soon, her vision darkened, and she felt weak all over. Lin Yueyun forced herself to fight off the dizziness and slowly stood up from the grass. Humph, serves you right. You wanted to sell me? Then I'll let you experience what it feels like to be sold to a brothel yourself. I just wonder how that fool Lin Yuehui will react when he finds out he sold his own sister. What a sight that will be, Lin Yueyun muttered with a calm face, the corners of her lips slightly raised. Then she gently touched the back of her head. Ouch. That really hurts. That awful Lin Yuehui. He really hit me hard. He almost beat me half to death. Lin Yueyun cried out in pain. After witnessing the whole scene of Lin Yuehui selling his sister, Lin Yueyun felt completely exhausted. She didn't even have time to feel sad about suddenly finding herself in another world. Looking down at her thin, rough hands covered in dirt and calluses, she sighed inwardly. In my past life, I lived for 31 years, and now I've become a 13-year-old farm girl? And I almost got sold off too. How unlucky can I be? These hands belong to a young girl, but they look so worn out. Oh no. Well, they're my hands now. What a miserable start. And the family I've landed in is full of troublemakers, too. Looks like peaceful days will be rare from now on. After calming herself, Lin Yueyun looked up and saw that it was still early. She slung the broken basket, damaged by Lin Yuehui, onto her back and picked up a sickle in her right hand. Following the memories of this body's original owner, she walked toward the hills. Soon, she reached the area where the original owner often stayed. Looking around, she saw only a few wild ferns, their leaves full of holes from insects. These are good wild greens for feeding pigs. I'll dig them up. Carrying her basket, Lin Yueyun went over and started digging them out one by one. None of the nearby ferns escaped her hands. After finishing, she continued walking and soon heard birds chirping nearby. Curious, Lin Yueyun followed the sound. In her previous life, when she was a child growing up in the countryside, her grandmother often said she was just like a boy, not ladylike at all. She often went up the mountain with the village boys to climb trees and collect bird eggs, or went down to the river to catch fish. She also liked to compete with them in slingshot contests. Whoever shot the most birds on the mountain would be the leader among the children. Lin Yueyun rarely lost in those games. Many years had passed since then. Now, she had even experienced something as strange as traveling through time. Since childhood, her mother had insisted that a girl should learn to protect herself, so she was sent to train with a top coach to learn martial arts and self-defense. Although many years had gone by and her skills had become rusty, she still remembered the moves clearly. Once she recovered her strength, she planned to practice again. In this ancient world, it would be dangerous to live without some fighting skills. I really have to thank Mom for that, Lin Yueyun whispered softly. Thinking of her mother, she wondered how worried her grandmother must be after she hadn't returned home for 2 days. Choking back tears, she murmured, "I'm sorry, Grandma. Your granddaughter can't come back to be with you.
I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, Grandma.
And my younger brother and sister. You must all be so sad knowing I'm gone, right? But don't worry, I'll live well here." As she thought of her family in the modern world, tears streamed down her face. Her heart ached, and her throat tightened so much she could hardly speak. She tried to hold back her tears, lifted her head toward the sky, closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths until she calmed down. Then she continued walking toward the sound of birds. Finally, she reached a large tree. The chirping was coming from above. Looking up carefully, she saw a bird's nest. Her eyes lit up instantly. The pain in her head faded, and the sadness of leaving her family behind also eased. She quickly set down her basket and sickle. Her shoes were a size too big and felt loose, making it hard to climb comfortably. Then Lin Yueyun kicked off her shoes and began climbing up the tree. Fortunately, her body was light and agile. Soon, she reached the bird's nest. Before she even got close, a large quail saw her climbing quickly toward it and flew away in fright, leaving its eggs behind. Lin Yueyun carefully reached the nest and began counting with her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, 6 eggs. How nice, she whispered excitedly. Not wanting to miss any, she took all 6 eggs and placed them in her pocket. Then she slowly climbed back down the tree. Before she reached the ground, one egg slipped from her arms and fell. With a soft, it broke on the ground. Lin Yueyun felt a pang of sadness. After all, she had come to this world as a poor farm girl who often went hungry. Each egg was precious food. Sigh, these old-style clothes are really impractical. Not even a hidden pocket, she muttered quietly. Things fall out so easily. After sliding down to the ground, she checked the eggs in her pocket and said with relief, "Luckily, 5 are still safe." She looked at the shoes she had kicked off earlier. They didn't fit her well, and if she wore them home, her family might suspect her of having something to do with Lin Yueyun's disappearance. So, she picked up the outer robe and shoes that had belonged to Lin Yueyun, walked to a thick patch of grass, and dug a hole about the size of a bucket. She buried the clothes and shoes inside, covered them with soil, and then continued on her way up the mountain, wearing only a short top that left half her arms bare and no shoes on her feet. The rocky path hurt her soles, and she thought she should find some dry grass or vines to weave a simple pair of sandals. With that in mind, Lin Yueyun began searching the mountain for vines and long strands of dry grass. Lin Yueyun scraped all the bark off the vines with a sickle. Then she cut them into long strips about 5 millimeters wide. The original owner of the body knew how to make simple straw sandals. After Lin Yueyun came to this world, she used her own design skills and some basic hand-weaving techniques to improve the method. She started weaving the sole according to the size of her foot, slightly raising the front part to prevent her toes from hitting the ground while walking. For the upper part, she wove a single strap across the foot, connecting both sides to the inner sole. Then she braided a vine about a finger wide, wrapping it around the heel. Another similar braid was added to secure the whole sandal, making sure it wouldn't slip off easily while walking. After about an hour and 15 minutes, Lin Yueyun's improved version of vine sandals was finished. The sole had 3 thick layers, and the upper part was inspired by the single-strap design of women's sandals from her previous life. The heel design took inspiration from Roman-style shoes she had seen in fashion history books. The result was a pair of natural, handmade vine sandals. She made 2 pairs in total. After putting one on, she found them comfortable and well-fitting. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I have a talent for weaving after all. Feeling proud, Lin Yueyun admired her own work. But before she could enjoy the moment for long, her stomach growled loudly. Hungry already? Well, no wonder. I got so busy that I forgot to eat. With this weak body and all that work, it's no surprise I'm starving. If I go back now, I won't have much to eat anyway. I didn't even dig up many wild vegetables. I guess I'll have to find my own way to fix that. She touched her empty stomach and sighed softly. Then, after thinking for a moment, Lin Yueyun gathered a few large stones and built a simple fire pit. Next, she found a flat, slightly concave stone to place on top of the fire pit. Next, Lin Yueyun went into the forest to find some dry pine wood for making fire sticks, along with easily flammable dry leaves, small twigs, and pieces of bamboo. She even picked up a few handfuls of withered grass along the way. When she returned to the small stove she had built, she sat down, exhausted, and tried to recall the fire-making documentary she had seen in her previous life. Then she picked up a sickle and found a dry pine branch about as thick as a baby's arm. She sharpened and flattened one end slightly, leaving about the thickness of a finger. Using the sickle, she carved 2 small round holes into the branch. Next, she cut a V-shaped notch beside each hole so that the wood dust produced during drilling could fall out easily. After that, she took another dry pine branch, about as thick as an adult's finger and around 30 centimeters long. She cut one end flat so it could fit neatly into the holes of the first branch and sharpened the other end to a point. Then, she pulled a piece of coarse rope, about a foot long, from the handle of her worn basket and found a sturdy branch about as thick as a thumb to make a small bow as a tool. She used the sickle to scrape some fine wood shavings from a dry branch and rolled them into a ball like a small bundle of straw, placing it under the V-shaped notch of the pine board. Finally, she stepped on the flat end of the board, positioned the round end of the pointed stick into the hole, and pressed the top with a smooth stone. She looped the bowstring once around the stick and began to move the bow back and forth, making the stick spin quickly like a saw. After a short while, Lin Yueyun was drenched in sweat. White smoke began to rise from the wood shavings beneath the board, and her hands felt sore and weak. But she knew that until a spark appeared, she couldn't stop. Otherwise, all her effort would be wasted. At this crucial moment, Lin Yueyun endured the sting of sweat dripping into her eyes and kept working with determination. Finally, a tiny spark, like a lit match, suddenly appeared. Only then did she dare to release her hands, which had grown sore and weak from drilling the wood. She quickly removed the thick branch she had been using and carefully added some dry leaves. The small flame grew little by little until it became a crackling fire. Lin Yueyun collapsed to the ground, breathing deeply, exhausted but relieved. She also felt even hungrier. She wasn't sure if it was hunger or fatigue from making the fire, but her hands trembled and felt powerless. Not daring to rest, she added some bamboo shells and dry branches to keep the fire going. The flames flared up, and the crackling sound of burning bamboo was surprisingly pleasant to hear. Then, Lin Yueyun carefully moved the fire into the small stove she had built and began heating a flat stone supported by 3 large rocks. Next, she gently took out the 5 remaining quail eggs from her pocket and placed them on the heated stone, making sure they wouldn't roll off before letting out a sigh of relief. Using a twig, she kept turning the eggs so they would cook evenly. After a short while, the eggs looked almost done. Lin Yuan slowly pulled the burning wood out of the stove and pressed it into the soil to put out the fire. Then, using 2 sticks, she carefully pushed the cooked quail eggs toward the edge of her clothes, where she had prepared a clean spot. She sat down, picked up 1 egg, peeled it skillfully, and took a small bite. It's cooked, just like before. I really went through so much for this.
Oh,
She said, her voice trembling as she ate. Soon, she had peeled and eaten all 5 quail eggs. But she still felt a little hungry. Touching her stomach, Lin Yuan thought to herself, even 5 quail eggs aren't enough to fill me up. Why couldn't I have ended up in the body of a girl from a wealthy family, with no worries about food or clothes? Are they trying to starve me so I can fit into that outfit again? I'm really having a hard time. By now, Lin Yuan no longer felt so weak. She gently touched her chin and muttered to herself, no, this won't do. I have to find a way to make some money. At the very least, I need to buy a fire starter. I really don't want to go back to rubbing sticks together to make fire. Coming from the modern world just to do that, probably only I'd end up like this. What a miserable situation. And with the original owner's whole troublesome family, even if I had money, I doubt they'd let me spend it freely. I'm not the original person, so I can't act too differently right away. Otherwise, they might think I'm some kind of monster and burn me. I'll have to take things slowly. As she ate the quail eggs, Lin Yuan said to herself, not bad. It's been years since I've had roasted quail eggs like these. Then she quickly stood up, scooped up some sand, and covered the smoking firewood until no more smoke rose. Next, she cleared away all the dry branches, leaves, wood chips, and weeds within a few meters of the stove to prevent any fire from spreading. Carrying her basket on her back and holding a sickle in her right hand, she walked forward in her newly woven shoes. Following the memories of the body's original owner, she soon found a bamboo grove. Lush green bamboo grew thickly among the rocks, each joint clearly defined, as if carved by nature itself. When the wind blew, the bamboo swayed gracefully, producing a pleasant clattering sound. Feeling refreshed, Lin Yuan thought, the bamboo looks good. Since I'm already here, I might as well cut one to use as a walking stick. With that, she strode into the bamboo grove. The sound of the bamboo knocking against each other was so beautiful, like nature's own music. As she looked closer, she gasped, wow. Isn't that bamboo fungus? Brown cap, white net-like structure. This is the king of mushrooms. How come no one's picked them yet? This is a real treasure.
great. Hee hee.
Lin Yueyun's eyes were fixed on the bamboo fungus, and the slight curve of her lips revealed her good mood. Following her usual rule of never missing an opportunity, she ran over and quickly dug up half a basket of bamboo fungus before stopping. Exhausted, Lin Yueyun sat down heavily on a large rock in the bamboo grove to rest, tossing her basket aside. Just then, a faint hiss came from above her right side. The sound made her scalp tingle. Her mouth twitched, and without thinking, she grabbed the basket and held it up to her right. Thud, something hit the basket, followed by a soft plop as it fell to the ground. The hissing continued from below. She didn't need to look to know what it was. Startled, Lin Yueyun let out a short scream and dashed several meters away, clutching her basket. Phew, a snake. I was too careless, she said, patting her chest and taking a deep breath. When she turned back, she saw a green snake quickly slithering away until only a faint shadow remained. That was close. I really don't want to go through that again, Lin Yueyun said, still shaken but relieved. Just then, she heard two somewhat familiar voices nearby. Hey, isn't that Yueyun? Said Lin Xiaohua in surprise as she and Lin Danny looked her way and started walking over. It really is Yueyun. What's she doing near the bamboo grove? Lin Danny asked curiously. From the original owner's memories, Lin Yueyun knew these two were her cousins. Lin Danny, the elder, and Lin Xiaohua, the younger, daughters of her grandfather's younger brother. Although she wasn't the original Lin Yueyin, she couldn't just ignore them. She stood up, smiled, and greeted them. "Good morning, Sister Danny, Sister Xiaohua. Are you here to pick wild vegetables too?" As soon as she said that, Lin Yueyin paused, realizing something felt off. It should be around 11 o'clock now, she thought. That's about the end of the morning hours in this time period. Yes, that's right. Yueyin, what are you doing in the bamboo grove? Are you planning to cut some bamboo? Lin Danny asked curiously. Yes, that's the plan, Lin Yueyin replied with an awkward smile. All right then, we'll go pick some wild vegetables first. Be careful. There might be snakes around here, Lin Danny said kindly with a smile. Okay, Sister Danny, you all be careful too, Lin Yueyin replied. After the two left, Lin Yueyin stretched her neck and arms, then sighed. We're cousins, but look how well she gets along with everyone. In her previous life, Lin Yueyin had always worked in the county town. She only helped her grandmother with the small field in the yard once in a while. She rarely went up the mountain in the village anymore and had lost the alertness she once had. Luckily, nothing bad happened this time. She thought to herself, I need to be more careful from now on. This was a good warning. Thankfully, I didn't get bitten by a snake. Lin Yueyin put down her basket, looked around carefully, then picked up her sickle and found a bamboo stalk that felt right in her hand. With a few strong swings, she cut it down. Next, she trimmed off the extra branches and leaves, cut the bamboo into poles about 2 meters long, and used them to tap the nearby bamboo, hoping to scare away any hidden dangers. Then she raised her sickle again, thud. And one by one, the tall bamboo stalks fell, forming a small clearing. She cleaned off the remaining branches and leaves, then tied the bamboo together with some vines to make it easier to carry back. After setting the bundle aside, she noticed that the wild vegetables and pig feed she had gathered weren't enough. It wouldn't look good if she returned with so little. Since she had just arrived in this new life, acting too differently from the original person might cause unnecessary trouble. So, Lin Yueyin walked toward a patch of grass not far away. When she got closer, she saw a few scattered porcelain plants, some dandelions with small yellow flowers, and traces of small animal droppings nearby. Lin Yueyin didn't pay any attention to the animal droppings. She walked quickly ahead, used her sickle to cut more than a dozen porcelain plants and a few dandelions, tied them into 2 bundles with grass ropes, and put them into her basket. She kept walking and noticed that there seemed to be more good things higher up the mountain. However, when she reached the foot of the deeper mountain, she found that there was no clear path leading further in. Could this be the way into the deep mountains? She wondered. In the original owner's memory, it was said that there were large wild animals and wolves here. Some hunters from the village had gone in before, but a few never came back. People guessed they might have met with danger. So no one dared to go there anymore. With her current physical strength, Lin Yueyin didn't dare to take the risk either. Instead, she dug up several more clumps of edible ferns nearby. Wow, motherwort? That's a great find. Too bad there's not much of it, she said with surprise when she spotted a few plants with small purple flowers. Motherwort helps with blood circulation and easing pain. Since she had been hit hard by Lin Yueyin earlier that morning, she probably had some internal bruising. Taking some motherwort home to boil and drink would help her recover. After a while, her basket was full of wild vegetables and motherwort. Finally, Lin Yueyin returned to the bamboo grove, dragged the tied bamboo poles, and followed the path from her memory down the mountain toward home. About 2 hours earlier, Lin Yuehui had returned to his house in the village with the 15 taels of silver he got from selling someone's labor. At that time, he didn't notice that his younger sister wasn't home. In truth, he didn't care where she was. He only thought about the 15 taels of silver and wished he could keep it all for himself. Why should he share it with his sister? He felt that was unfair. After all, he was the one who planned everything, followed the person, and made the deal. He thought his sister had only helped a little by getting up early to check on things. Besides, she hadn't stayed around afterward, probably to avoid suspicion. With silver in his pocket, Lin Yuehui decided to head to town to treat himself to a good meal. But going to eat alone just didn't feel right. So, He strode quickly into the east courtyard of his home, went straight to his room, and locked the door behind him. Then, Lin Yuhui took out a black cloth shoe from under his bed, pulled a copper key from inside it, and used it to open the wooden cabinet beneath his bed with a click. Inside were a few scattered copper coins and 2 small pieces of silver, together worth a little more than 2 taels. In this ancient rural village, that amount could support a frugal family for more than half a year. However, Lin Yuhui was one of the few scholars in the village, deeply loved by his grandparents and family. His yearly tuition alone cost 2 taels of silver, not including the expenses for brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Naturally, he kept some silver on hand. He took out a 5 taels silver ingot and a few small pieces of silver, totaling 10 taels, placed them back in the cabinet, locked it, and returned the key to its hiding place. Then he gathered his own 2 taels of silver and 13 copper coins. He also took 5 taels from the money earned by selling his sister's handiwork, making a total of 7 taels and 13 copper coins, which he placed in a money pouch and tucked safely into his pocket. He was ready to head to town to meet his classmates and enjoy a good meal at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he heard his grandmother's grumbling voice. Who went out so early and didn't close the door? What if someone sneaks in and steals something? Honestly, no one in this house ever gives me peace of mind. When the old lady looked up and saw her beloved eldest grandson, her expression softened.
Yeah?
Up so early? You've been studying so hard. Why not sleep a little longer? Her wrinkled face bloomed into a warm smile as she looked kindly at Lin Yuhui. Grandmother, I'm going to town today. I promised my classmates we'd discuss what our teacher taught, he said, using the excuse he had already prepared.
Oh?
I see. All right then. Be careful on the road, she said with a loving smile. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, the old lady paused. She quickly took out a wrapped handkerchief from her clothes and smiled kindly at Lin Yuhui. By the way, Huir, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Take these coins with you. Don't let yourself go hungry. Grandma Lin opened the handkerchief and took out 10 copper coins, placing them all in Lin Yuhui's hands.
Grandma?
This. Lin Yuhui looked at her in surprise, his eyes still fixed on the coins. Huir, just take them. Studying takes a lot of energy. When you go to town, don't treat yourself poorly. Go on now, and be careful on the road. If you can't make it back for dinner, don't worry, I'll save some for you. Grandma Lin spoke with pride and affection written all over her face. All right, Grandma, I'll be going then. Lin Yuhui accepted the coins, smiled, and waved goodbye before striding out of the Lin family courtyard.
Where?
Go to old Lu's place at the village entrance and take his ox cart. Don't walk just to save 1 coin. It's not worth tiring yourself out. Grandma Lin called out loudly as she watched him from the doorway. Got it, Grandma, Lin Yuhui replied, sounding a little impatient. He waved twice without turning back and continued on his way. After seeing him off, Grandma Lin muttered to herself in the yard, That Yun girl. What time is it already? Why hasn't she come back with the pig grass yet? I still need to feed the pigs. So slow. Before long, Lin Yuhui arrived at old Lu's house by the village entrance. By then, several young women and older ladies from the village were already lined up, waiting to pay their coins for a ride on the ox cart. Old Lu's ox cart went to town twice a day, once in the morning, leaving at dawn and returning around noon, and once in the afternoon, leaving at dusk and coming back in the evening. Everyone in the village knew the schedule well. Only the village head's family and old Lu's family owned ox carts. When it was Lin Yuhui's turn to pay, he handed over 1 copper coin, climbed onto the cart, and found a seat near the back, keeping a little distance from the older women chatting together. Sitting directly across from Lin Yuhui was Sun Xiaodao, the eldest daughter of matchmaker Sun's family. Sun Xiaodao kept secretly glancing at Lin Yuhui, showing a shy and gentle expression, trying to catch his attention. Lin Yuhui noticed her looks and the way she tried to charm him, but as someone who had studied, he always felt different from the other villagers and didn't think much of the local girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be unmarried at 17. In his mind, he was someone destined to pass the exams and become an official, so his future wife should be someone who could help him in his career. He didn't take Sun Xiaodao seriously and was only thinking about what he would do once he reached town, how to meet his classmates, and whether they would be at home. But Sun Xiaodao thought differently. She believed Lin Yuhui must like her too, and that he was just too shy to look at her directly. She also guessed that he might be afraid the older women riding the ox cart would gossip if they saw him talking to her. Well, isn't this the eldest grandson of old Lin's family? The young scholar himself. Going to town by ox cart too? You're not that young anymore, are you? 17 this year, right? 17 already? That's grown up enough. Any plans to get married, young scholar? Zhang Dazue, who was riding the same ox cart to town, rarely saw anyone from the main Lin family traveling alone, so she couldn't resist teasing him. As soon as she spoke, Sun Xiaotao, sitting across from Lin Yuhui, wished she could grow ears on him just to hear how he would respond. Zhang Dazue got her nickname Big Mouth Zhang because once, 2 villagers came to borrow something from her house. When she refused, they insulted her husband, Lu Guizi. She was so angry that she scolded them in the village for 3 days straight. Those 2 people were so embarrassed that they avoided passing by her house for days. Since then, everyone had called her Big Mouth Zhang. She didn't have much affection for the main Lin family, except for the 3rd branch. Most villagers knew that the couple from the 3rd branch worked in town and the county, but their children didn't enjoy the same treatment as those from the main branch. The children of the 3rd branch had to do a lot of work every day, and their clothes were the most worn out among all the Lin family's children. This was clearly the result of the old Mr. and Mrs. Lin being unfair and showing favoritism. After all, the 3rd son and his wife both had steady jobs, so their children shouldn't have been living so poorly. Zhang Dazue looked down on such behavior and could see that the old couple were taking advantage of the 3rd branch while favoring the eldest grandson. A few years ago, when Zhang Dazue was pregnant with her youngest son, it happened to be the busy farming season. She went to the fields with her big belly to bring food and water to her husband. On her way back, she accidentally slipped from a slightly raised ridge and started bleeding. She was in great pain, sitting there and shouting for help until her voice went hoarse, but no one came because everyone was busy working in their own fields. By chance, Yao, who worked as a cook for a wealthy family in the county, had just returned to the village. Hearing the cries for help, she hurried over to find Zhang Dazue. Realizing that Zhang Dazue might lose her baby, Yao immediately went to find her husband in the fields and also called a doctor from the neighboring village. Zhang Dazue was furious and wanted to argue, but the old Mrs. Lin came out and scolded Yao instead, defending Yang. Zhang Dazue was so angry, she could hardly stand it. After that, she became smarter and used the excuse of visiting the 3rd branch's courtyard to sit and chat with Yao. Zhang Dazue took the chance to secretly return the 30 copper coins that Madame Yao had lent them earlier. But before Madame Yao could even put them away, old Madame Lin, who had been eavesdropping nearby, rushed out and snatched the coins, saying they should be handed over to the palace as expenses. Helpless, Madame Yao gave all the coins to old Madame Lin, only to be scolded harshly for hiding private money and lending it to outsiders instead of giving it directly to her for safekeeping. Old Madame Lin even accused her of not caring about her own family. Zhang Dazue wanted to speak up in defense, but Madame Yao gave her a look, signaling her to stay quiet. Zhang Dazue was furious. She felt she had come to the Lin family at the wrong time to express gratitude and return the money, and she felt sorry for Madame Yao. After leaving the Lin household, the more Zhang Dazue thought about it, the angrier she became. She began telling others how the Lin family didn't treat the third branch as their own and often took advantage of their kindness. Now that she had a chance to embarrass the main branch of the Lin family, Zhang Dazue wasn't about to let it go. When Lin Yuhui heard the village women's teasing questions, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. He sat upright, speaking calmly and politely, showing the manners of a refined young man as he answered Zhang Dazue's question. "Oh, I'm focused on studying for the imperial exams right now. I'm not in a hurry to marry." Zhang Dazue thought to herself, who would believe that? You just want to marry into a rich family, don't you? But on the surface, she stayed calm and said, "Oh, you're already 17 and still not in a hurry?" With a mocking look, she cracked sunflower seeds and added, "So you're waiting to pass the exams and marry a rich young lady, huh?" At that, the whole cart went silent except for the sound of the wheels turning. "Hey, Zhang Dazue, that's not a nice thing to say," said Aunt Pan kindly, trying to defend Lin Yuhui. "Whether he marries or not is none of your business. You're not his mother, so why worry about it?" Everyone burst out laughing, treating it as a bit of fun. "No need for you to worry about that, Auntie," Lin Yuhui said angrily, embarrassed that she had guessed his thoughts. Zhang Dazue, still stirring trouble, said, "If I were his mother, I'd have already found him a wife and had him raise a few children by now." "Oh, look at that. The young scholar's getting angry now? Don't be so stingy. Auntie, let me tell you, I've heard that you've taken the exam 3 years in a row and still haven't even passed the first level. If you ask me, you might as well quit school, go home, get married, and have a few children. Otherwise, if you keep failing, you'll just get older and no one will want to marry you. By then, which young lady would still want to marry you?" Aunt Zhang teased Lin Yuhui mercilessly. "Aunt Zhang, why don't you mind your own business first? Do you really have the time to worry about whether I study or get married?" Lin Yuhui felt both embarrassed and angry, snapping back at her. Some people just aren't cut out for studying. Why waste your family's hard-earned money? Already not young anymore, yet still spending your elders' savings on school, and you can't even pass the first exam?" Aunt Zhang sneered again, making everyone on the ox cart feel awkward and confused. They couldn't understand why Aunt Zhang was so harsh toward Lin Yuhui, as if he owed her money. "Aunt Zhang, I call you Aunt out of respect. Our Lin family has never offended you. Why do you have to speak to me like this? Such rude words, truly unbecoming." After scolding her loudly, Lin Yuhui flicked his sleeve and turned away angrily. Everyone looked between the two, feeling both awkward and curious. Aunt Zhang, having said everything she wanted, felt quite pleased with herself and didn't care about his anger. "I'm not offended. I just can't stand certain people. That's all," she said smugly. "Zhang Big Mouth, you really don't know when to stop, do you? How can you say whatever you please? He's an educated man. Show some respect." Madame Pan spoke up in Lin Yuhui's defense. She admired scholars, believing that educated people were always polite and deserved respect. Sun Xiaotao also hurried to support him, ignoring what others might think. Aunt Zhang turned to look at the still unmarried Sun Xiaotao, her face lighting up as if she had just discovered something new. At once, curiosity sparked, and someone asked, "Hey, Miss Sun, you're not that young anymore, right? You must be about 15 or 16. Have you met anyone yet? Which young man is it?" Then they suddenly remembered that Sun Xiaotao's mother was a matchmaker. Surely, she would have found a good match for her daughter. Thinking this, they said, "Miss Sun, your mother must have introduced you to some fine young men, right? Why don't you tell us? Which ones have you met?" Sun Xiaotao blushed and, without thinking, glanced at Lin Yuhui. In truth, her mother hadn't arranged any meetings for her. She had simply taken a liking to Lin Yuhui from the same village. Her small movement didn't escape Zhang Dazue's sharp eyes. He pointed back and forth between Lin Yuhui and Sun Xiaotao, his eyes darting between them. Well, who would have thought? Looks like there's something going on between you two. A young man and a young woman, both single, sounds like a perfect match." As soon as he said that, laughter filled the cart. "Zhang Dazue, don't talk nonsense. You'll ruin the girl's reputation. Be careful, or matchmaker Sun will come after you." Sun Xiaotao wished it were true, but sadly, Lin Yuehui didn't even glance her way. She had no idea what he thought of her. Lin Yuehui, of course, heard everything, but he wasn't the type to develop feelings for someone just because she spoke kindly of him. Zhang Dazue, sitting on the ox cart, didn't seem afraid of offending Lin Yuehui. He kept teasing him in a mocking tone. What a blockhead. Have you studied so much that you've lost your senses? Even after getting married, you can still study, can't you? At your age, how can you not want to get married? Don't tell me there's something wrong with you? Lin Yuehui was so angry that he clenched his teeth, barely keeping his composure. He couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow offended Zhang Dazue. Otherwise, why would the man keep picking on him and saying such annoying things? But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Soon, the ox cart arrived at Qingshui town. Everyone got off the ox cart, walking toward the town in small groups, carrying baskets or chatting quietly. At that moment, Sun Xiaotao still wanted to show a gentle and shy side of herself to Lin Yuehui, hoping he would remember her better. She even thought about secretly following him to create a chance encounter. But when she looked up, she could only see his back in the distance. Lin Yuehui had already jumped off the cart and left. Angry, Sun Xiaotao stomped her foot and walked toward the town as well. Lin Yuehui soon arrived at the home of a classmate who lived in town. He told the servant at the door that he wanted to invite his friends to dinner. Before long, two people came out, the very classmates he wanted to invite. Brother Zhu? Brother Wang? You're both here? Perfect. Saves me another trip to find you, Lin Yuehui said with a cheerful smile, bowing politely.
Oh?
Brother Lin? It's you? What brings you here? Zhu Jiqiang asked curiously. Yes. What's the matter? Added Wang Kuan. Well, it's like this. In a few words, Lin Yuehui explained his reason for coming. Then he led the two of them to the largest restaurant in town, the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Shopkeeper, give us a private room, Lin Yuehui said confidently, smiling. Of course, please come in. The shopkeeper, Chen, looked up from his abacus and saw three young scholars. Two of them looked quite well off, so he smiled warmly and invited them inside. Soon, laughter and the sound of clinking cups came from one of the private rooms. After a while, the three came out, full and slightly tipsy. Shopkeeper, the bill, Lin Yuehui said, patting the counter. Shopkeeper Chen quickly worked his abacus and replied, private room, wine, braised chicken, stir-fried dishes. Altogether, 6.5 taels of silver.
What?
A single meal with drinks costs 6.5 taels of silver? That's really
So expensive?
Lin Yuehui instantly sobered up a little when he heard that, thinking in surprise. It really pained him, but he didn't show it on his face. He quickly took out a gray money pouch from his chest, poured out 7 taels of silver, and handed them directly to Shopkeeper Chen, saying, Shopkeeper, the bill please. Shopkeeper Chen took the silver, checked it carefully, then quickly counted out the change in copper coins and handed it back to Lin Yuehui. He came out from behind the counter with a big smile and personally saw the three of them out. Once they stepped out of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Zhu Jiqiang and Wang Kuan, with their arms around each other's shoulders, both thanked him warmly. Thank you for the treat today, Brother Lin, they said in unison. You're welcome, Brother Zhu, Brother Wang, Lin Yuehui replied. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion really lives up to its name. The food and wine are as good as ever. Let's come again another day, Zhu Jiqiang said, still tipsy. Come again? Do you think my silver grows on trees? Lin Yuehui thought to himself, his face turning pale. Next time, I'll treat, Zhu Jiqiang said, still leaning on Wang Kuan's shoulder and pointing back at the restaurant. That's more like it, Lin Yuehui thought. Then, the time after that, I'll treat, Wang Kuan added.
Good.
It's settled then, Brother Zhu, Brother Wang, Lin Yuehui said happily, clasping his hands in thanks. All right, we'll head back now. Let's meet again next time, Zhu Jiqiang and Wang Kuan said, waving goodbye. Before Lin Yuehui could reply, the two staggered off together down the street. At that moment, Lin Yuehui, who smelled strongly of wine, was also a little drunk. It was still early, and he didn't want to go home yet. If his family found out he had been drinking, they would surely scold him. So he wandered aimlessly through the streets, thinking to himself, out of the 15 taels of silver, I've already spent 6.5 just on this meal. There's not much left. I absolutely can't let my family find out. Otherwise, they'll definitely complain and scold me. After all, he only had 2 ounces of spiritual practice left for the year. This meal, however, was enough to last him 3 years of practice. And what about the half of the silver he promised to give his sister? At this moment, he didn't want to share it anymore. I could buy some things to keep my sister busy. There's no need to give her the silver, right? What should I buy for her? Before he could think of an answer, he walked into a place called Wonka Lion. The inn wasn't very big, with 2 floors. Lin Yuehui didn't want to go home too early. He had drunk some wine and was feeling a bit tipsy. His smell would be strong, and it wouldn't be good if villagers saw him walking around. So he went straight into the inn. Manager, do you have any regular rooms? I want one. Lin Yuehui stood at the counter and spoke to the manager. Yes, sir. We have regular rooms. It costs 10 coins for 1 night, plus a deposit of 10 coins. The deposit will be returned to you when you check out. Do I need to pay first if I want to stay? The manager smiled politely. Hearing this, Lin Yuehui thought the price wasn't more expensive than staying in the county for exams. He quickly took out his money pouch, counted 20 coins, and handed them to the manager. The manager took the coins. All right, young waiter, come here. The manager waved to call the young waiter over, then took a key with a number tag from behind the counter and handed it to Lin Yuehui. Here is the key to your room. Please keep it safe. When you check out, bring it back to the counter. By tomorrow noon, you need to leave. If you want to stay longer, remember to ask me for an extension. Our inn offers 2 buckets of hot water for free, the manager said.
Ok, Lin Yuehui replied.
Suddenly, with a creak, a door in a corner of the first floor was pushed open. Lin Yuehui followed the young waiter to his assigned room, ready to rest. He instructed the waiter to wake him before noon and to bring 2 buckets of hot water then. He wanted to wash off the smell of alcohol before going back. After the waiter agreed, he left the room. Lin Yuehui closed the door and locked it with the latch. Then, he took off his shoes, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that, since he left the drunken fragrance tower, a small follower had been watching him from afar, following behind him. Not long after he fell asleep in his room at the inn, the follower also came closer. First, he pretended to be a guest looking for someone, and then wandered around the door of Lin Yuehui's room for a while. Then, quickly, he took out a small bamboo tube from his pocket, carefully made a tiny hole in it, inserted it into the tube, and blew a smoke ring. After finishing this, he pulled out a cloth towel and wrapped his face below the nose tightly. Next, he took out a small dagger, carefully inserted it into the door, and picked the lock from inside. When the latch was slightly loosened and slid down at an angle, he quickly pushed the door open and caught the falling latch with his hand. He gently closed the door, then tightly gripped the dagger in his right hand, slowly moved toward Lin Yuehui lying on the bed. He then took out a small packet of powder, skillfully opened it, and sprinkled it onto Lin Yuehui's face with a puff sound as the powder fell. Soon after, Lin Yuehui was knocked out and fell into a deep sleep. The thief, now unrestrained, began to search through his belongings. Finally, he found a money bag in Lin Yuehui's pocket, weighed it, and, upon opening it, exclaimed, "Turns out he's just a poor guy. Look at how generously he paid for the meal. His eyes weren't even on the money. I thought he was a wealthy but low-key person. Oofed, but it's not a total loss. Getting a few hundred coins is pretty good." The thief, who had been following Lin Yuehui, looked at him with disdain as he slept. Finally, he stuffed the money bag into his own pocket, closed the door tightly, and hurriedly left the inn, as if chased by ghosts. A faintly visible square table can be seen inside, though its color is unclear. On the table, there is a water bag. Opposite the table is an old wooden bed, on which a young woman of about 15, with her hands and feet tied, is lying. At this moment, the woman slowly wakes up, feeling a bit dizzy, as if she had just slept and then suddenly awoke. She finds herself lying in a dark, damp place that smells like old wood. Upon closer look, she notices a cloth stuffed in her mouth, making it impossible to call for help. Her clothes are dirty, and her hands and feet are tied behind her back. She also notices her tattered cloth clothes and a pair of broken straw sandals that don't fit her. What else does she not understand? But she is reluctant to accept the truth. The woman looks at herself in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. Fear and sadness quickly overwhelm her. Then she finally realizes she has been swapped. The person who is truly sold into the brothel is her, Lin Yurong. She knows she has fallen for Lin Yuyun's trick. She recalls her brother asking her to watch over Lin Yuyun while she was irritated by mosquito bites all over her body and scratching herself in frustration. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through the back of her neck. She wants to see what's happening, but before she can turn her head, she faints. She wakes up here again. Lin Yurong knows she has made a big mistake this time, and her anger quickly takes over her. You wicked girl. How dare you scheme against me? If I manage to escape, I will punish you 100 times over. I want you to suffer like never before. Lin Yurong thinks fiercely in her mind, tears uncontrollably falling down her face. And you? My own brother? Are you blind? Didn't you notice who was lying on the ground? Or did you see, but still sell me? She begins to think of ways to save herself. She lies on the bed, turns her head to the side, and tries to use her mouth to press against her shoulder, trying to pull the cloth out of her mouth with her shoulder's help. After pulling hard several times, she finally manages to tear the cloth free. Then, gasping for air, Lin Yurong bites down on the ropes around her ankles, trying to free herself. After a short while, Lin Yurong was covered in sweat. She quickly bit through the rope binding her. However, just as she managed to bite off the rope on her feet, she felt a sharp, salty taste in her mouth, and her injured teeth throbbed painfully. Before she could think of a way to remove the ropes from her hands, the door suddenly swung open. A blinding white light shone in as the door was pushed open. 2 burly men followed behind. The person at the front, standing against the light, was a middle-aged woman in her 40s and a few thugs. She was the madam of the Red Pavilion, Zhang Mama. Next to Zhang Mama were a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 30s, with small, squinty eyes that made him seem untrustworthy. The woman appeared to be about 16 or 17, roughly the same age as Lin Yurong. Seeing the scene, Lin Yurong was afraid she would be taken away to entertain guests soon. She cried out urgently, "Hey, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the one being sold. The person being sold is my cousin's daughter. Her name is Lin Yuyun, not me. My name isn't Lin Yuyun." Lin Yurong was terrified inside, her limbs trembling. Her wide eyes stared fixedly at the middle-aged woman at the front, trembling with fear. When Zhang Mama and her group approached, she took a few steps forward and began to examine Lin Yurong carefully. At the same time, the burly man beside her strode over to the window of the wooden house, pulling aside the black cloth covering the window. Suddenly, the inside of the house was as bright as daylight, allowing everyone to see clearly who Lin Yurong was. Oh, really? I've heard of people who refuse to believe they're being sold, or threaten to report to the authorities and demand a confrontation. This is the first time I've heard of someone being sold who claims it's not them, but someone else. Haha, Zhang Mama squinted and looked her over with a disdainful smile. Really, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, I can take you back to the village to see. My cousin's daughter looks much prettier than me. Lin Yurong hurriedly tried to flatter the madam of the Red Pavilion. Oh? Is that so? Do you think I'm old? Or that I have poor eyesight? Or are you just good at fooling people? Zhang Mama asked with a half-smile. No, that's not true. I'm telling the truth. My third uncle's daughter looks much better than me. People in the village have said since we were kids that she is prettier. Lin Yurong nervously and eagerly continued to speak. How many ordinary villagers would be willing to raise their daughter to look like you? Your skin is kept fair and smooth. It saves us the trouble of making you whiter. Doesn't she look much better than the daughters of those farmers who work in the fields? Old Madame Zhang's lips curled slightly, showing a mix of satisfaction and disdain. When Lin Yuerong pressed the cloth into her mouth with her shoulder, she had already wiped almost all the dirt off her left cheek. Since old Madame Zhang is also a woman and involved in this kind of business, she can tell at a glance whether a woman has a good appearance and figure. And also, you'd better not think about escaping and finding someone to rescue you. To buy your freedom, you need twice the amount of silver as the selling price. That means if your brother sold you for 15 taels, your redemption fee is 45 taels, and it depends on whether I am willing to let you go. You better behave and listen carefully so you won't suffer more. Old Madame Zhang's lips lifted slightly as she looked at Lin Yuerong like she was inspecting goods. This is a normal business. If you escape, the authorities will hunt you down and catch you. I'm afraid your delicate little body can't handle the consequences of escaping. You'd better obey my instructions and learn how to serve men well, instead of thinking about running away. Do you understand? Old Madame Zhang also fears people might find ways to escape and cause unnecessary trouble, so she talks about the risks. Maybe in the future, you'll have a chance. As long as you gather enough silver to buy your freedom, you can free yourself. Or perhaps you could find a wealthy young man from a good family who is willing to help you. The contract states that you are sold by your sister, but you were actually sold by your own brother. Old Madame Zhang took out a contract from her sleeve pocket, showed it briefly to Lin Yuerong, then put it away. Buying your freedom requires a lot of silver in the eyes of ordinary villagers. Are you sure your family knows and will buy you back? Old Madame Zhang asked Lin Yuerong with a doubtful tone.
Noble Hu.
It's not like that, it's not like that, Lin Yuerong cried, unable to accept reality. Enough, both of you, stay here. Teach the newcomer how to do things properly, said old Madame Zhang, pointing casually at a man and a woman accompanying her. Yes, Madame Zhang, they replied together. And you? Don't touch her. I need to keep her intact, she added, glaring sternly at the man with her. He quickly nodded in understanding. Finally, old Madame Zhang and her group left the wooden house. The door was locked from outside by two strong men. At this moment, Lin Yuerong inside the room was filled with despair. When she learned she had been sold into the Red Blossom Courtyard, her face turned dark with hatred and clenched teeth, and she felt like dying.
But she dared not really die.
She wanted to stay alive and wait for a chance to take revenge on Lin Yuanyun. Yes, she was determined to find a way to revenge herself on Lin Yuanyun. She didn't think it was wrong to have teamed up with Lin Yuehui to sell Lin Yuanyun. She just thought Lin Yuanyun's betrayal was wrong and unforgivable. What she didn't know was that Lin Yuanyun was no longer the same person she used to be. Time passed quickly. By early Shen hour, Lin Yuehui had already woken up. When he woke, he felt strange and a little dizzy. At first, he thought it was because he had drunk some alcohol. But when he looked around, he suddenly shivered and sat up straight on the bed.
What?
I clearly remember locking the door from the inside. It seemed like he suddenly realized something. He quickly reached out to check if his money pouch was still on him. After feeling around twice, he found the pouch was missing. He then jumped out of bed quickly, ignoring his shoes, and started searching again, under the bedding, pillows, the bed frame, and even the door. Finally, near the head of the bed, he found a small folded square piece of paper. Getting closer, he saw some fine, yellowish powder residue on it. Lin Yuehui seemed to understand what was happening. Has someone broken in? Lin Yuehui angrily threw the small piece of paper in his hand and cursed. At this moment, Lin Yuehui was about to find the innkeeper or a servant to ask what was going on. He suddenly bumped into a young servant carrying a bucket of hot water. Young servant, what exactly is happening at this inn? Lin Yuehui's purse was missing, and he was furious as he scolded the servant.
Sir?
What's wrong? Did you just wake up? I brought you some hot water. It's just early morning, around the start of the Shen hour. I was about to wake you up. The servant didn't understand why the guest was angry. He put down the bucket of hot water, wiped his forehead sweat, and smiled. After that, he looked up and saw the room was very messy, as if someone had deliberately made a mess. The servant thought maybe the guest staying here was unhappy and caused the mess. Young servant, did you see anyone suspicious enter my room earlier? Lin Yuehui asked suspiciously. Suspicious people? No, I didn't see anyone. Besides you, No one else has stayed in this room. Where could anyone suspicious have entered? The servant answered confused. Sir, do you think a thief got into your room? The servant seemed to realize something and looked at Lin Yuhui curiously. Have you lost any valuable items, sir? We can help report it to the officials. They can investigate. Would you like to report now? I can go outside and report it for you. The servant looked surprised and excited, as if he had discovered something new. He spoke calmly but eagerly. Hearing this, Lin Yuhui also felt the urge to report the theft. Although this is just a small town without a county office or magistrate, there are a few officials who have a fixed place to handle affairs. But if he reports the theft now, and they find out about the missing money, wouldn't it spread quickly through the town? There might still be villagers nearby. What if they also become curious about who is reporting the theft? Isn't it risky that they might find out about the money lost at the inn? That is absolutely not acceptable. If that happens, Zhang Dazue and the others will have more reasons to speak badly about the Lin family. The main concern is that Lin Yuhui just sold the third aunt's eldest daughter to the Yihong courtyard this morning. Now, thinking about it, he still feels guilty and uneasy, even a little scared. He doesn't dare to report to the authorities, does he? If he does, and they investigate the matter of selling Lin Yueyin, it could ruin his plans to continue studying. No matter how he thinks about it, it seems wrong. So Lin Yuehui, feeling unlucky, patted his forehead and helplessly stomped his feet a few times. He didn't dare to mention reporting the theft or the money anymore. Second shopkeeper? You're back? Never mind, forget it. The lost money isn't much, so I won't bother. Seeing the shopkeeper want to help him report the theft, Lin Yuhui quickly waved his hand to stop him. Of course, at this moment, Lin Yuhui no longer wanted to stay in the inn to wash up and leave. He took out the room key from his pocket, handed it to the shopkeeper, and said, Here, second shopkeeper. I want to check out now. I'll get the deposit from the innkeeper. Then he strode toward the counter, still having 10 coins deposited with the innkeeper. The shopkeeper caught the key he threw over, feeling a bit confused, thinking he might have brought a bucket of water, which could at least earn him a few coins in tips. But now he was asking to check out? Ignoring the bucket of hot water and the messy room, the shopkeeper hurried after Lin Yuhui and went to the innkeeper's counter. At this moment, Lin Yuhui looked back at the shopkeeper following him, then said to the innkeeper, Boss? I want to check out and get my deposit back. The key is with the second shopkeeper. The innkeeper, hearing this, immediately smiled and looked at Lin Yuhui, then signaled the shopkeeper to check the room. The shopkeeper followed the innkeeper's instructions, went to the room where Lin Yuhui stayed, checked it over, and found it only a bit messy, with no other damage. After a while, the shopkeeper hurried back to the counter and whispered a few words to the innkeeper. Your guest room was left messy and untidy. Although, at present, no damage has been found inside the room. However, the cost of cleaning and tidying the room will still be deducted from your deposit. Sir, do you agree with this? The innkeeper asked. When Lin Yuhui heard this, he thought that even if he lost a few hundred coins, the inn wouldn't blame him. Now, the inn is using the messiness of the room as an excuse to keep his deposit, which made him even angrier. Innkeeper, what do you mean? I paid for the room. Isn't it your staff's responsibility to clean and tidy the room? Lin Yuhui said angrily. Sigh, sir, you're right. But earlier, our staff checked the room. Not only was it messy, but some of the cotton inside the pillow was pulled out. We will need to have someone sew the pillowcase again. The innkeeper explained carefully. In the end, the innkeeper only returned 5 coins of the deposit to Lin Yuhui. Holding the 5 coins, Lin Yuhui looked grim and disappointed as he left the inn, whispering to himself, 5 coins? That's not enough to buy a decent gift for my sister. Never mind, I'll come back next time. With the 5 coins in hand, he walked to a bun shop, bought 2 meat buns for 4 coins, and ate them while striding toward the town entrance. He then used the last coin to take a bullock cart back to the village. Lin Yueyin also worked the mountain all morning. Following the original owner's memories, he returned to the old Lin family courtyard before noon. Standing in front of the courtyard, Lin Yueyin felt a sense of familiarity he hadn't felt in a long time. He thought to himself, maybe this is the lingering emotional attachment of the original owner. Looking around, the large courtyard was divided into two main sections, east and west, along with the main yard. Both the east and west yards, as well as the main yard, were built with blue bricks and yellow mud bricks, covered with tiles. Only the side courtyard where the three rooms lived and the pigsty were made of mud bricks, stones, wood, and thatched roofs. On the right was the east yard, where the main family lived, near the main yard with Old Lady Lin, and the large kitchen. On the left was the west yard, where the second family lived. The west yard was about one-third the size of the east yard. On the upper left side in front of the courtyard is a chicken coop and pig pen. Inside, there is a rooster and several hens laying eggs. Next, a large open shed made of stones and mud bricks is used as a pig pen, housing two and white pigs weighing over 200 gin each. Behind the pig pen is a simple toilet, and beside it is a small courtyard separated by a stone and mud brick wall, where a family of three lives. Old Mr. and Mrs. Lin have 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter, with the youngest being the daughter. Mr. Lin believes that as people grow old, they will eventually live with the eldest son's family for care. So, he tends to favor the other children more than the youngest. He intentionally favors the eldest family when making decisions, giving them more benefits. Mrs. Lin also prefers the eldest and second son's families because she nearly lost her life during childbirth with her third son, Lin Qingfeng. Because of this, she has never liked her third son, thinking he only comes to ask for help. Even her daughter-in-law and grandchildren from the third family are not well treated. Yao, the wife of the third son, is the original owner's mother. She is a good cook, but knows she is not favored in this family. She decided to leave with her husband, Lin Qingfeng, to find work elsewhere. Currently, she has a 5-year contract as a cook with a wealthy family in the county, and this year is her last. Because of the favoritism from Mr. and Mrs. Lin, the original owner, Lin Yueyun, and her sister, Lin Yueji, are treated as servants. They do most of the hard, dirty work. The granddaughters of the first and second families are favored and protected, so they don't have to do these tough chores. At this moment, Lin Yueyun, carrying a full basket on her back, holding a sickle in one hand and dragging a bundle of bamboo in the other, walks confidently into the side courtyard of the third family. After entering her own yard, she finds a clear space to set down the bamboo bundle, then places the basket and sickle on the ground. She carefully looks around the yard. Although small, there is a patch of open land near the wall, where some firewood and miscellaneous items are stored. Looking closer, she notices some fertile black soil and weeds. Lin Yueyun suddenly thinks this space could be cleaned up and used to grow vegetables. That way, she wouldn't have to go up the mountain often to pick wild vegetables. Additionally, nearby there is a simple small stove with a broken clay pot on it. In the center of the yard, there is a main house. On the side close to the pig pen, there is a small room where the original owner and her sister live. The main house was where the original owner's parents lived. On the other side of the main house, there is a simple small room for the original owner's younger brother, Lin Yueming. In the middle of the yard, there is a makeshift clothesline supported by 2 sets of 3 thick wooden sticks tied with rope. A long bamboo pole supports the clothesline. Clothes belonging to the original owner's siblings are hanging on it. This isn't just poverty, it's really bad. You could say it's worse than being a poor person, someone sighed quietly. If only we could have split up and lived separately earlier, another said. We still need to work hard to earn money and improve our life, someone else added. Lin Yueyun heard this and sighed softly to herself. Why is the third house next to the pig pen? And the room closest to the pig pen is where I live? I seriously doubt whether the 2 old men are really the biological sons of the cheap father in the third house, she thought. It's so unfair, she thought, feeling angry as she looked at the third house and then at the main house and second house. Taking a deep breath, she gently pounded her shoulders a few times and then strode into her room. When she opened the door, she was surprised. There was only a bed made from 2 long wooden benches with a large wooden board on top. On the bed, there was a torn straw mat with a patch-thin quilt and 2 gray pillows folded on it. Inside the room, there was also a simple square wooden table, with its legs tied with rope. On the table, there was a bamboo water pitcher and 2 bamboo cups. The water pitcher still had some water in it. Lin Yueyin picked it up and drank half a pitcher of water quickly. She was very thirsty after a busy day without drinking water. After a quick look, she hurriedly changed into a set of clothes that the original owner used to wear. She threw her sweaty clothes into a wooden basin nearby. Then she stepped outside into the yard, cut the bamboo into several sections of different lengths according to her plan. Finally, Lin Yueyun emptied everything from her basket. First, she picked out all the wild vegetables and pigweed needed by the main courtyard and carried them to the kitchen. Lin Yueyun returned quickly to her own yard. She used a fire lighter by the stove to light the fire, added some water, and covered the pot. Next, she washed the motherwort she had cut it into pieces, and boiled it in water to drink. Then, she went over with a cut bamboo to make a simple 2-layer drying rack, 3 feet wide and 8 feet long. On top of the rack, she neatly placed flat bamboo strips split with a sickle, used for drying mushrooms. Afterward, she arranged all the harvested bamboo fungi on the drying rack, spreading them out. Finally, she realized her bamboo rack wasn't big enough for all the bamboo fungi. Lin Yueyun had no choice but to find 2 burlap sacks, lay them on the ground, and spread the bamboo fungi on them to dry. By this time, it was late afternoon. She wondered why her younger brothers and sisters hadn't come back yet. They might be busy with other things or out playing. Since she had nothing else to do, Lin Yueyun started tidying up a small area of the yard where clutter was piled, planning to plant some vegetables there. She began to move firewood, wooden planks, and broken pots into a pile near the small stove. While moving the last broken pot, she suddenly saw 2 large black rats run out from a broken pot in the corner. She was so startled she froze for a moment, stepping back and almost dropping the pot she was holding. After a moment, she reacted and instinctively picked up some larger stones, throwing them forcefully at the rats to scare them away. The rats squealed loudly, and she wasn't sure if she hit them, but she probably did. After clearing away the remaining clutter, she went to the main courtyard of Old Lady Lin and borrowed a. She first cleared the weeds from a roughly 1.8 meter long and 1.5 meter wide empty patch of land. Then, she broke open a broken pot, scooped some ashes from the kitchen and main courtyard, and evenly spread them over the patch. Next, she endured the disgust and went to the pigsty to scoop some manure, which she spread on the land. Next, she used A to turn over the soil in this empty area, 1 scoop at a time. After evenly mixing in some wood ash and pig manure, she repeated the process a few times. Finally, she brought a large wooden bucket of water and used a ladle to pour it evenly over the land. She planned to wait 2 days for fermentation before planting some vegetables. She worked all afternoon and finally managed to prepare the vegetable patch in the yard. It was very tiring for her. After Lin Yueyun finished working on the vegetable patch, it was almost evening. During this time, Grandma Lin also scolded her to help in the main house by cutting pig grass, but she refused directly. The reason was simple. She wanted to work on the vegetable patch. Grandma Lin was surprised that she dared to refuse and wanted to keep scolding her. Later, she thought that even if the 3rd daughter of the family grew some vegetables, she would still be able to eat them, so she stopped bothering her. The eldest uncle's wife, Yang, was not at home because 2 days ago, her 2 younger sisters-in-law and her natal family both gave birth on the same day. She was busy helping take care of them during their postpartum period and had gone back to her family. The couple from the 3rd household was also not at home because they were working outside. In the evening, only a square table was set for dinner, with 4 long wooden stools around it. Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin sat on 1 long stool with their youngest son, Lin Yueguang. The eldest uncle, Lin Qingbai, sat on another long stool, leaving half a seat empty, which was obviously reserved for Lin Yuehui. The 2nd household couple and their eldest son, Lin Yiyang, sat on another long stool, while the remaining seat was for the 3rd household son, Lin Yuming, and the 2 daughters from the 2nd household. Lin Yueyun and Lin Yueji from the 3rd household could only stand nearby, holding their bowls and chopsticks to eat. Lin Yueyun didn't mind. She knew from the original owner's memory that the elders favored some children over others. If they argued over who sat where, it wouldn't be good. Grandma Lin first served a bowl full of wild vegetable porridge and 2 black bread buns, setting them aside. She then divided a bowl of wild vegetable porridge and 2 duck egg-sized black bread buns to each adult man in the family. Next, she gave each woman and child half a bowl of wild vegetable porridge and 1 black bread bun. Just as Grandma Lin finished distributing everyone's food, Lin Yuehui, who had been delayed, slowly came into the main hall. Suddenly, Lin Yuehui's eyes widened, and his mind went completely blank in that moment. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he stood frozen in shock, staring at Lin Yueyin. "Why are you here?" he blurted out without thinking, pointing at Lin Yueyin. At this moment, it seemed as if a scene flashed through Lin Yuehui's mind. He stared at Lin Yueyin with disbelief, and cold sweat started to form on his back. "Oh, it's time for dinner. If I'm not here, where could I be?" "Big cousin," Lin Yueyin said with a slight smile, teasing. Grandma Lin saw Lin Yueyin speaking to her eldest grandson with such attitude and became angry. She glared at Lin Yueyin and scolded, "Young girl, how can you talk to your big cousin like that? That's disrespectful." Hearing Lin Yueyun's words, Lin Yuehui felt even more uncomfortable inside. Once again, a scene appeared in his mind, a woman lying on the ground, hunched over, with a back view that looked very much like his younger sister, Lin Yurong. At that moment, Lin Yuehui felt as if a thunderbolt struck him. He guessed that the woman he had sold into the brothel might very well be his own sister, Lin Yurong. But he couldn't believe it was true. Seeing Lin Yueyun standing there, who should have been sold long ago, alive and well in the Lin family yard, Lin Yuehui suddenly lost his appetite for dinner and felt panicked. He thought to himself, "This is bad. I might have really sold my sister, maybe into a brothel. I must not let my family find out. Otherwise, I'm finished. Maybe it will even ruin my chances of passing the imperial exams and continuing my career." Lin Yueyin didn't care about Lin Yuehui's feelings at this moment. Seeing his shocked and changing expression made her feel extremely happy. Lin Yueyin picked up the half bowl of wild vegetable black paste and cornbread that Grandma Lin had given her. She imitated the original owner, biting into the paste and the cornbread one after the other.
It was truly unappetizing.
It even tasted like eating moss, and it was harsh on her throat. Holding back her breath, Lin Yueyin decided to finish this bowl of wild vegetable paste. "As soon as I took the second bite, my stomach couldn't help but feel like vomiting. The first bite tasted like soup made from green moss, with a strong smell of old flour, making me feel very dizzy. In the end, Lin Yueyin only drank 2 sips of the wild vegetable porridge and then walked over to her sister, Lin Yuejiu. She poured all her remaining wild vegetable porridge into her sister's bowl. Lin Yueyin kept a small piece of steamed bread, slowly nibbling on it, and couldn't help but complain inside. "Wow, is this food even fit for people? It's more like pig feed." Her mouth still tasted of moss and old flour, and she almost wanted to go wash her mouth and brush her teeth. But she knew she couldn't really do that. At this moment, Grandma Lin noticed something was wrong. It was understandable that the third household's couple wasn't here, and she also knew where the eldest household's Yang was. But Lin Yuerong wasn't eating dinner at the table either?
Ah, strange.
"Where is Yuerong? She hasn't been seen all day. She hasn't come out for dinner either. Could it be that I have to bring her food myself? This is getting more and more unreasonable." Grandma Lin looked at everyone with surprise and suspicion, speaking. Hearing this, Lin Yuehui's heart skipped a beat. His hand trembled uncontrollably. If you looked carefully at his words, you would see some guilt and fear on his face. But he quickly composed himself. He hadn't yet decided how to answer Grandma Lin about his sister's whereabouts when she continued. "This girl? She hasn't been seen all day. Could she still be in her room, not coming out? This is really strange." The eldest son of the main household, Lin Qingbai, harshly responded, following his mother's words. After speaking, he signaled his younger son to go and check. Lin Yueguang, the younger son of the main household, was eating his porridge. When he looked up, he saw his father giving him a look to go and check. Reluctantly, Lin Yueguang put down his bowl and chopsticks, took his steamed bread, and ran into the yard while nibbling on it, calling out, "Big sister? Dinner's ready, big sister." A moment later, Lin Yueguang came out of the main hall, panting. "I didn't see my sister. She's not in the yard or her room. I looked everywhere, called her, but she didn't respond. I haven't seen my sister all day. I haven't seen young Miss Rong all day. If she's not in the courtyard, maybe she went to her maternal grandmother's house with her mother." Second aunt looked around and continued eating her food, saying casually, "I don't know. I haven't seen her." Everyone else agreed or shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen or knew anything. "Oh? Is that so?"
Yeah?
Old Lady Lin asked directly, pointing to the culprit, Lin Yuehui.
Yes, Grandma.
Yes, Lin Yuehui replied nervously, pausing for a moment before answering and nodding. "Then forget about her," Old Lady Lin said dismissively. "This girl, she went to her grandmother's house and didn't tell her family," she added, sounding annoyed. "When she comes back, I need to have a good talk with her," she said, scolding. Afterward, she sat down to eat her own dinner. Hearing his second aunt's words, Lin Yuehui felt a strange sense of relief and used his sister's absence as an excuse. But he was also worried that Lin Yueyin might reveal the truth, and he feared his mother, Yang, might come back unexpectedly and find Lin Yuerong missing, which would be bad. So, he quickly glanced at Lin Yueyin. Seeing that she had no expression and seemed to be indifferent, he felt more at ease. That night, Lin Yueyin thought she might have trouble sleeping on the hard wooden bed, always worried it might collapse. But she fell asleep quickly anyway. By dawn the next day, Lin Yueyin woke up just like the original owner. She took a deep breath and sat up in bed. In this ancient rural place, people usually went to sleep as soon as night fell. Considering they sleep about 8 hours a night, waking up at dawn was enough rest. After getting dressed, Lin Yueyin touched the back of her head.
Ouch.
"That hurts so much," she whispered, grimacing from the pain. She thought, Lin Yuehui is really ruthless. He must have hit me hard. She decided she needed to see a doctor and get some medicine. But first, she had to earn some money. She wondered how much silver she could exchange for those earrings Lin Yuerong was wearing. Lin Yueyin steadied her mind and thought with a hint of sadness. After all, it was her siblings who planned to harm the original owner. Using her earrings as collateral to exchange for money in town to treat her injuries should be fine, right? Moreover, relying on the mountains and water, Daking Village is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. There must be many treasures in the mountains. As long as she is careful, she can find some treasures to exchange for silver. So Lin Yueyin quickly tore a plain cloth from under her pillow to tie her hair. She simply parted her hair with her fingers and tied the top half into a bun, leaving the lower half loose. She wore her woven straw sandals, pushed open the door, and stepped out. She casually picked up a dark brown wooden basin and used a ladle to scoop 2 large scoops of water from the bucket into the basin. In this era, there were no toothbrushes, so she could only dip her fingers in some ash and brush her teeth lightly. It was the 2nd day since she arrived here, but she hadn't yet had a good look at her face. Last night, during dinner, she glanced at her biological younger siblings. Surprisingly, they looked about 5 or 6 parts similar to her siblings in her modern life. However, the ancient brother and sister looked very thin and somewhat dark-skinned. They seemed a bit malnourished. Looking down at her own small, thin arms and legs, she thought they didn't differ much. Then, Lin Yueyin slowly moved her face toward the still water in the basin, gazing at her reflection. Though she was a bit thinner, it was still her familiar face, bright almond-shaped eyes and slender eyebrows.
Huh.
What's going on? Isn't this my childhood face? Lin Yueyin was surprised and muttered to herself. Wow, I've really traveled? Not only do I share the same name and face, but I'm also the same person. But that was fine. This way, I am still myself.
Huh?
Lin Yueyin was so surprised she didn't know if she was dreaming or awake. She was a bit stunned and confused, but soon happily accepted this fact. She casually cupped some water with her hands and splashed her face a few times to wake herself up. Then, She roughly wiped her face with her hands, picked up the basket, and sickle beside her. She also took the fire striker from the small stove, as she didn't want to go through the trouble of starting a fire with wood again. Then she went into the room, picked up the bamboo water jar placed inside, which was filled with cooled, boiled water last night by Lin Yueyun. At that moment, her sister Lin Yueji, who had been sleeping on the bed, also woke up. "Big sister? You're awake." Lin Yueji rubbed her slightly open eyes and asked sleepily. "Yes, sister. I went up the mountain. I might not come back for breakfast. You and your brother don't need to save me food. Just eat enough yourselves." Lin Yueyan remembered that the original owner's younger siblings sometimes secretly left her food because she went to pick wild vegetables on the mountain, and their meal times weren't the same. Sometimes they arrived just in time for breakfast, sometimes they were late, and by then the food was already gone. After the original owner returned, she could only cook wild vegetable soup to eat herself. "By the way, sister, don't let anyone ruin the mushrooms I dried in the yard. If someone asks what I plan to do with the dried mushrooms, just say I want to dry them and grind them into powder for medicinal mice." Lin Yueyun continued to remind her sister Lin Yueji. "Okay, sister. I understand," Lin Yueji replied. Lin Yueyun initially wanted to tell her sister and younger brother to be careful of Lin Yuehui, but she thought that Lin Yuehui probably wouldn't try to sell or harm them in the short term. She didn't want to scare her sister and younger brother, so she didn't say more. She carried the bamboo water jar into a basket, slung the basket over her shoulder, and with a sickle in her right hand, she strode out confidently toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Yuehui, who hadn't rested well all night and now had dark circles under his eyes, slowly woke up. "Is it already dawn? I wonder how my sister's doing. Hope she's safe, but the chance of that is pretty small, sister? Please don't blame me. I didn't want this either." Lin Yuehui suddenly sat up from the bed, muttering softly. He was fiddling with something in his room. Soon after, the door opened, and a young man dressed in a scholar's long robe came out. This person was none other than Lin Yuehui himself. He slowly left the courtyard and went to Old Lady Lin's main house. After chatting with Old Lady Lin over a cup of tea for a while, he left the Lin family. Yes, he was in a hurry to go to Yihong Courtyard in town to see old Master Zhu and ask about the woman he sold that day, to find out her appearance and features, hoping to confirm if she was really his sister, Lin Yurong. If possible, he also wanted to secretly help his sister buy her freedom back. As for his sister, who was sold for a day, whether she was harmed or whether she ate well and slept well, he couldn't control that anymore. Early in the morning, he went to Old Lady Lin's yard, making up a lie that he had gone to visit two classmates he had made plans with yesterday and that they had gone to the wealthiest classmate's house. He also said they discussed problems in the classmate's father's study, and the discussion was very intense. He accidentally broke a precious inkstone used by his classmate's father, which was unusable now. His classmate said that the inkstone was bought by his father at the city at the beginning of the year for 10 taels of silver. Since they were classmates and didn't want to cause embarrassment, and because the inkstone had already been used, he only needed to pay 6 taels of silver. Old Man Lin and Old Lady Lin took out 6 taels of silver, and he also had 10 taels of silver from selling his sister, which he hadn't spent yet, totaling 16 taels, one more than what he got from selling his sister. He hoped to buy his sister back. After receiving the silver, Lin Yuehui left the village quickly and headed toward the town. Why didn't he wait for the ox cart to go to town together? Because he was feeling guilty and worried about losing the silver he was carrying. He didn't dare to, did he? Lin Yueyun quickly reached the hill, casually found a thick tree branch about arm length, and used a sickle to cut off the excess parts. He started hitting the grass with a wooden stick while slowly walking toward the area where he cut the mugwort yesterday as he walked. Suddenly, he heard some movement in the nearby grass, like small animals pressing down on the branches and grass. Is it a snake again? Or some other animal? I need to be careful. Lin Yueyun slowly walked toward the source of the noise, taking one step, then another. Suddenly, Lin Yueyun's eyes met those of a large silver-gray wild rabbit beside the bushes. At that moment, Lin Yueyun, looking incredulous, had eyes that lit up like light bulbs turned on. Her excited hand trembled, but before she could make her next move, she saw the plump, strong wild rabbit with silver-gray fur turn around and run away, hopping and jumping. Seeing this, Lin Yueyin quickly reacted. She immediately dropped her basket, sickle, and wooden stick, then ran swiftly in the direction the rabbit was fleeing. The rabbit ran fast, and Lin Yueyin chased after it just as quickly. One person, one rabbit, one fleeing, one chasing. She didn't know how many times she had lunged forward. Her clothes were torn in several places, and she had a few scratches on her arms, but she paid no mind. She was focused on chasing the rabbit without letting it escape. As the rabbit ran, it seemed to know it was about to be caught, so it suddenly turned and fled in another direction. Lin Yueyin missed her chance and almost fell. She quickly reacted, got up, and continued chasing after the rabbit. She didn't know how many times she had lunged forward, but each time, she failed to catch the rabbit, not even a little. Lin Yueyin thought the rabbit was too clever to catch easily. The rabbit kept turning and running away in a smart, predictable way. It was as if Lin Yueyin had figured out the rabbit's escape tricks and direction. Both she and the rabbit were exhausted from the chase. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. She seemed to have guessed which way the rabbit would go next. Pretending to continue rushing forward, Lin Yueyin suddenly shifted her direction and lunged forcefully downward. The rabbit let out a frightened squeal. Lin Yueyin quickly lowered her hands and pressed down the rabbit beneath her. The rabbit, scared, kept squealing loudly. Lin Yueyin grabbed both of the rabbit's ears with her right hand and lifted it up. The rabbit's limbs kept struggling and resisting, trying to break free and escape. Lin Yueyin firmly held the big wild rabbit by its two ears with one hand and supported its bottom with the other. The rabbit no longer seemed to feel pain or a sense of weightlessness, and it appeared to accept its fate, no longer struggling or resisting. However, the trembling body of the big wild rabbit in Lin Yueyin's hand showed it was still very scared, almost to the point of wetting itself. "Finally caught you? I'm so exhausted," she sighed. "Such a big wild rabbit? It must weigh 6 or 7 jin," she added. "Not to mention, its fur is shiny and pretty. I wonder how much I could sell this for," she thought happily, smiling slightly as she took a deep breath. Holding the big wild rabbit, Lin Yueyin headed back toward the spot where she had left her basket. Along the way, she casually pulled out a long piece of dry grass. Soon, she arrived at the basket, squatted down, and twisted the dry grass into a rope to securely tie the rabbit's hands and feet. Then, she took a bamboo water jar from inside the basket and placed it on the nearby grass. Carefully, she gently put the tied-up rabbit into the basket. After finishing, Lin Yueyin suddenly remembered the small scratches on her arms from when she was chasing the rabbit. She felt a sharp, burning pain. Fortunately, the wounds weren't deep, but they had drawn blood, just a small cut if she accidentally brushed against it. The pain on her arm was replaced by the joy of having caught the rabbit. "Since I've caught the prey, I should take it to town to sell and get some money," she thought. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to tidy up briefly and then head to the town. Recalling her previous memories, she remembered that her former self had also gone to town with her parents before. Lin Yueyin followed a mountain trail quickly toward Qingshui town. About half an hour later, she arrived at Qingshui town. At the front of the town was a gate made of blue bricks and tiles, with a wooden plaque carved with the words, "Qingshui town." As she entered, vendors began setting up stalls and calling out to sell their goods. There weren't many pedestrians on the street, just a few scattered here and there. Shops along the street started opening one after another to do business. What you don't know is that Lin Yuehui arrived in town just after Lin Yueyin. Right now, Lin Yueyin's stomach was growling loudly, and she quickly drank several big sips from her bamboo water bottle to try to stop her hunger. She couldn't help but think, in my past life, I only felt hungry when I was dieting. I've never gone hungry because there's no food. This life is really unlucky. Lin Yueyin looked around, hoping to find a restaurant or a nearby where she could sell wild rabbits for money. Suddenly, the smell of delicious meat buns wafted into her nose, making her saliva flow faster. "Oh, I really want to buy a bun to eat. But unfortunately, I haven't sold the rabbits yet, so I have no money. She looked carefully and realized she had somehow walked in front of a bun shop. The shop owner was humming a tune and smiling as he moved a steaming basket back and forth, clearly in a good mood. The shop owner looked up and saw a thin, dark-skinned girl with a basket on her back and guessed she was a villager from nearby. "Miss, would you like to buy some buns?" he asked with a smile after observing Lin Yueyan. "Boss, how much are the meat buns?" Lin Yueyan asked instinctively. 2 coins each for meat buns, 3 coins for vegetarian buns, and 1 coin for steamed bread. "How many do you want, miss?" The shop owner chuckled happily and explained. "I'll come back later to buy some." Lin Yueyan touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty, and smiled shyly. "By the way, boss, I want to ask something, just a few words. Would it be okay?" She took the opportunity to inquire. "Miss, please go ahead." The shop owner was busy but responded without looking up. "Oh, it's like this. My family has someone who hunts, and we caught some wild game to sell. You seem very experienced, boss. I wonder where in town I could sell it for the best price." Lin Yueyan smiled politely and complimented him. "Oh, you say your family has someone who hunts. So, does that mean you have long-term prey?" The bun shop owner paused his work and looked curiously at Lin Yueyan's face, asking. He was afraid she might not give the answer he wanted. After hearing the bun shop owner's question, Lin Yueyan quickly thought to herself. In her past life, she knew some simple self-defense skills. She wondered if the original owner's body still knew how to use those moves. Maybe she could go up the mountain and try her luck. The fastest way to make money was either hunting or digging up valuable herbs to sell. So, is that what she should do? "Yes, I do have prey regularly, but maybe not every day," Lin Yueyan answered quickly. The bun shop owner was overjoyed and thought for a moment. "Prey regularly? That means I could help my younger cousin find a steady supplier. That's good." He put down what he was doing and said, "Really? You've come to the right person. Have you heard of the biggest restaurant in town? That place buys wild game regularly. But they don't buy every kind of prey. Coincidentally, my younger cousin works as a waiter there. I can introduce you." When Lin Yueyan heard this, she thought, why not have someone introduce her? She nodded with her hands clasped in front of her and said, "Really? Would you mind showing me the way?" "No problem. I'll take you there, then come back. You can talk to him yourself," the bun shop owner said casually, waving his hand. Lin Yueyan thought, having an acquaintance is good. Even if she has to give a small reward, it's worth it as long as she finds someone who can buy her prey long-term. "Thank you, uncle, for showing me the way," she said politely. "No need to thank me. When you want to eat buns, just come to our place," the bun shop owner joked with a smile. Soon, the bun shop owner told his wife to watch the shop, then took Lin Yueyan around a corner to the backyard of Zue Xianglu. He knocked on the door a few times. After a moment, an older woman in an apron came out and looked at them. When the older woman opened the door and saw 2 unfamiliar people, she asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" "Good morning. Aunt Zhang. I am here to see my younger cousin, Li Fugue. He works as a waiter here," said the cheerful bun shop owner with a big smile. "Oh, you're looking for Fugue? Please wait a moment, I'll go call him," replied Aunt Zhang. Then she quickly ran inside. After a short while, Aunt Zhang hurried back out and said, "Fugue and a few of his colleagues and the shopkeeper are inside talking. If you're in a hurry, you'll need to wait a little longer." "Oh,
No rules.
let's wait and see," Lin Yueyan and the bun shop owner answered together. "All right, then come inside and wait," said Aunt Zhang. The 2 of them went into the backyard of Zue Xianglu and waited. After a while, they heard a door creak open somewhere. A group of people came out, whispering to each other, lining up. The leader was a slightly chubby middle-aged man dressed in dark blue silk, wearing a hat, with a big beard, and a face that showed no emotion. Behind him, several others were dressed in the same uniform. One of them looked up and recognized someone he knew. "Cousin, why are you here? And who is this young lady?" asked the waiter Li Fugue. "Oh, well, this young lady is..." The bun shop owner quickly explained the situation and the purpose of bringing Lin Yueyan. After greeting everyone, the bun shop owner turned and left the scene. At this moment, Lin Yueyan hurried forward and asked the waiter, "Hello. I have some game to sell to Zue Xianglu. Do you know the current price for wild rabbits? She asked. This young lady? You want to sell wild game, right? The waiter replied. We need to see the condition first, said Lin Yueyun. We only buy live wild rabbits and those that have died within the last hour, the waiter explained. Of course, live rabbits are worth a bit more than dead ones, he added. That makes sense, Lin Yueyun nodded. Seeing this, the merchant continued. Does the young lady want to sell a wild rabbit now? A live one, too. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Yueyun immediately took out a large silver-gray wild rabbit from her basket. Wow, such a big rabbit. It looks to weigh at least 6 or 7 jin, right? Everyone was surprised to see the wild rabbit by Lin Yueyun. Even the shopkeeper, who was still nearby, came over out of curiosity and asked, Young lady, are you planning to sell this rabbit? If it's a live rabbit, we pay 12 coins per jin. If you sell the whole rabbit to us, I need to weigh it first to give you a fair price. What do you think, young lady? Lin Yueyun thought to herself. Then I should weigh it. That way, I can decide which selling method is more profitable. So, Chun, the shopkeeper from Drunken Fragrance Tower, came over and picked up the big rabbit in Lin Yueyun's hands to weigh it. After a moment of thinking, Chun made a gesture and said, Young lady, if we buy the whole rabbit, we are willing to pay 60 coins. How about that? Hearing this, Lin Yueyun immediately felt that this shopkeeper was a bit sneaky. She also weighed the rabbit herself. It probably weighs around 6 or 7 jin, at least 6, maybe 7. Either way, weighing by the jin seems more reasonable. Then, as the shopkeeper said, if I sell it by the jin, that's 12 coins per jin, right? She asked to confirm. Yes, young lady, the shopkeeper replied. All right, I'll sell it by the jin then. Lin Yueyun decided to sell the big rabbit this way. The shopkeeper was slightly surprised but then told his assistant to bring a scale. Under the assistant's weighing, the rabbit exactly weighed 6 jin. At 12 coins per jin, that's 72 coins in total. Seeing that Lin Yueyun was a poor girl from the countryside, the shopkeeper happily paid her 72 coins. He also looked at her with admiration. The shopkeeper thought this young girl was quite clever. Most country girls, when told they could sell a rabbit for 60 coins, would probably be eager to settle the deal right away. Instead of just thinking for a moment like the woman in front of her, she finally chose a method that could sell for a high price. She wondered whether the woman was just lucky or if she analyzed the potential profit to decide which item would bring in more silver money. Shopkeeper Chen believed it was probably just luck. After earning 72 coins from selling a wild rabbit, Lin Yueyun directly put the money into her chest pocket and left the backyard of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Hungry, she quickly drank a few big sips from her bamboo water bottle and eagerly headed to the bun shop. Miss, is that you? How did it go? Did you sell the prey? The bun shop owner greeted her with a smile when he saw her. Yes, I sold it. Thanks to Boss Lee for the help with the introduction. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold the prey so quickly. Lin Yueyun smiled happily. You're welcome. Miss, do you want to buy some buns? The bun shop owner asked when he saw her staring intently at the steamed buns. Yes, please. 6 meat buns, 2 vegetarian buns, and 3 steamed buns to take away. Thank you, Lin Yueyun said with a bright smile. All right, Mississippi. Please wait a moment. The bun shop owner responded cheerfully. Soon, he packed everything into a large oiled paper bag and handed it to her. Miss, the total for the buns is 18 coins. The shop owner smiled as he looked at her. Okay, here are 18 coins. Please take them. Lin Yueyun took out the 18 coins she had saved in her sleeve pocket when she left Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and handed them to the shop owner. Great. If you like them, please come again next time. The shop owner happily accepted her money. Definitely. I will come again. After saying that, Lin Yueyun asked the bun shop where she could find an affordable doctor and medicine shop, then left to see a doctor and get medicine for her head injury. As she walked away, she took out a meat bun, put the remaining packed buns into her basket, and ate a few bites while walking. Cough, 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 hiccup, I almost choked to death. Lin Yueyun ate too quickly and got stuck on a bun. So, when she opened her portable bamboo water bottle to drink, she found the water inside was gone. Wow, I ran out of water at a critical moment. I really don't want to wear this outfit again. Boo-hoo, Lin Yuan sadly looked at her empty bamboo water bottle, choking as she whispered to herself. Then, she looked around to see if there was a tea stall nearby. She saw a couple setting up a tea stand in the distance, so she hurried toward the place with the tea stalls. Boss, how much for the tea? Lin Yuan's face was red from holding her breath as she asked in a strained voice. The tea stall owner, who was boiling water, looked up at the ragged girl and then continued working, not expecting her to buy anything, and replied casually, "Plain water is 5 coins per pot, flower tea is 8 coins, regular tea is 10 coins. After saying this, the owner didn't think Lin Yuan would buy and kept working without looking up. Sure enough, whether in ancient or modern times, people judge by appearance. The problem is I just choked and my throat hurts so much. Didn't he notice? Lin Yuan glanced at the tea stall owner, thinking to herself, "Then I'll take a pot of plain hot water. Can it be warm?" She urgently needed water. Her face, already red from holding her breath, now looked like a pig's liver, but she still politely asked. The tea stall owner didn't notice her condition. Seeing the business opportunity, he immediately put on a professional smile, draped a towel over his shoulder, and cheerfully approached. "All right, miss. You want warm plain water, right? Please wait a moment." "Yes, yes." Lin Yuan quickly nodded and found a seat, setting down her basket beside her. As she looked up and down, the owner seemed to realize she was choking, and soon the warm water was brought to her table. Lin Yuan picked up the teapot and poured several cups into her cup, drinking eagerly. Only then did she feel like she had come back to life. Then, she gently rubbed her throat with her hand and couldn't help but feel that she had been very unlucky these past 2 days. Lin Yuan calmly took out a plain vegetable bun from a nearby basket and continued eating and drinking water. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that at the very moment she was searching through the basket for the bun, her older cousin from the main hall had just finished breakfast somewhere else and was passing nearby. As Lin Yuan finished the last bite of her bun, she accidentally saw a familiar figure from behind. She thought, "Who is that? That back looks a bit familiar. Wait, isn't it the main character's so-called big cousin Lin Yuhui? Why is he here so early? Could he be up to something bad again? Miss? Why are you staring over there?" The tea stall owner, holding a cup of tea, came over casually, curious, and asked, "Oh, I think I saw someone I know. I wonder where that direction leads." Lin Yuan pointed vaguely toward the direction where Lin Yuhui had disappeared and asked, "That way? That street doesn't have any shops or stalls selling things." The tea stall owner, sipping his tea, glanced at the direction Lin Yuan pointed and said calmly, "There's only one place called Yihong Courtyard in town. Could you know that person?" The tea stall owner's curiosity was suddenly piqued. "Yihong Courtyard? Isn't that where Lin Yurong was sold? Lin Yuhui went there? Now I'm really curious. Could it be that the main character's so-called big cousin knows she sold her sister? Is he going to rescue her? Or is he planning something bad again?" Lin Yuan thought to herself. "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Maybe it's not someone I know." She answered the tea stall owner's question. "Miss, I tell you, you must not go there out of curiosity. A while ago, a woman in our town's nearby area, her brother went to deliver vegetables to Yihong Courtyard and didn't come back. Later, the woman was worried something happened to her brother. She went there to look for him. Guess what happened?" The tea stall owner clapped his hands and paused dramatically. "What happened?" Lin Yuan politely played along with the owner's story, curious, and asked. "Well, her older brother couldn't find her, and she almost got taken away by a man inside who was drinking and making trouble. Fortunately, her brother returned home and didn't see her missing, so he came out to look for her. Then he managed to rescue her from that drunken man. If her brother had arrived a moment later, Teske, probably that girl wouldn't have been able to get married." The tea stall owner shook his head and sighed. "Enough of that. Don't say such things to scare the young girl." Seeing this, the tea stall lady glanced at the owner and scolded him. "It's okay. The owner means well." While drinking water and eating buns, Lin Yuan smiled lightly and said she didn't mind. Then, Lin Yuan finished the water in her cup. Following her principle of not wasting, she poured all the remaining water from the teapot into her bamboo water container, then took out 5 coins and placed them on the table. "Boss, I left the money on the table for you. After saying this, Lin Yueyun put the bamboo water container, which still had half the water, into her basket, lifted it onto her back, and planned to follow Lin Yuehui to see what was happening. She avoided the shopkeeper's gaze for a moment, then quickly followed the path Lin Yuehui took from a distance. Soon, Lin Yueyun arrived near a large two-story house, decorated with many red lanterns, looking very festive. Looking around, she saw that both floors had several graceful young women dressed in revealing clothes. Each woman held a fan, and when a man passed by, some women on the first floor would flirtatiously call out, "Sir, would you like to come in and have some fun?" Seeing the scene, Lin Yueyun got goosebumps. Luckily, she escaped just in time. Looking more carefully, there was a side door to the red pavilion, not far ahead. The door was slightly open. So, carrying her basket, Lin Yueyun kept close to the wall of the red pavilion, pretending to walk casually toward the side door. She looked around and saw that directly opposite the side door was a semi-open shed where carriages were parked. It was probably used for regular customers of the red pavilion to park their horses. Inside, an old man with white hair was dozing off. As the time approached the early hours of the sea hour, golden sunlight streamed through the clouds like shining gold threads, illuminating Lin Yueyun's face and body. Walking on the road, Lin Yueyun felt a slight sweat on her skin. She moved quietly and slowly toward the side gate of Yihong Courtyard, keeping her eyes alert for any movement or noise. Suddenly, she heard two familiar voices talking at the side gate of Yihong Courtyard. Frowning, Lin Yueyun thought, "Isn't that Lin Yuehui's voice? And another one? Also familiar? It must be one of the two people who previously made a deal with Lin Yuehui. They've been talking for a while. What is Lin Yuehui planning to do now? Never mind, I should listen first. As long as he doesn't focus on our third house members, it's fine. Otherwise, I won't let him go." To hear clearly what they were saying, Lin Yueyun moved closer to the side gate and pressed her ear gently against the wall. Her rapid heartbeat, thump-thump, showed her nervousness and slight unease. "Boss Zhu, I really need your help this time. Please, you must help me. I beg you." Lin Yuehui's pleading voice reached Lin Yueyun's ears through the wall. Boss Zhu? Such a familiar title. Isn't that the strong man who drove the cart that day? Lin Yueyun thought. All right, I'll try to talk to Boss Zhang. Whether she agrees to release him, I can't say, Zhu said. And don't get your hopes up too high. The silver for redemption can't compare to the silver for selling oneself. You might even need double the redemption fee or more. Just keep that in mind, Zhu continued. Okay, I understand. Thank you in advance, Boss Zhu. Lin Yuehui spoke humbly. All right, go back now. Don't forget about tomorrow's important matter, Zhu replied. Yes, don't worry, Boss Zhu. I'll wait at the usual place at the same time tomorrow. I'll make sure to deliver him on time. Lin Yuehui patted his chest confidently and said. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun suddenly felt a strong chill run from her feet straight to her head, so cold that even the morning sun couldn't warm her trembling body at this moment. Her eyes grew cold, and she thought, waiting at the same place tomorrow? Could it be? Still trying to sell my heart? Not giving up yet. The more she thought about it, the more she believed this was possible. At this moment, Lin Yueyun's anger suddenly filled her chest. She wished she could rush in now and drag Lin Yuehui out to beat him up to vent her anger. But the timing wasn't right, so she had to hold back her anger and give up on that idea. Before she could think more, she heard footsteps approaching the door from inside, getting louder and louder. It seemed like the people inside were about to leave. Lin Yueyun quickly turned around and ran in 3 quick steps into the horse shed where the carriage was parked diagonally opposite. She found a hiding spot behind a carriage wheel and crouched down. From a distance, she saw that familiar figure leave for quite a while before she dared to stand up from behind the horse cart, planning to leave this terrible place. The old man guarding the horse shed was now fully awake. Seeing Lin Yueyun standing inside, he frowned deeply, his face turning serious. He stood up and pointed at her, shouting loudly, Stop.
Who are you?
What are you doing here? Startled by his voice, Lin Yueyun froze for a moment, thinking, oh no, has that old man woken up at a critical moment? Could something be wrong?
Grandpa,
I was just passing by and needed to find a bathroom. Could you please help me find a restroom? Thinking quickly, Lin Yueyin covered her stomach, pretending to be in a hurry to find a bathroom, and forced a nervous smile. Get out of here. You're a young girl, coming to such a place to use the bathroom? Are you serious? Are you trying to go to a brothel to serve people? Hurry up and leave. The old man scolded her harshly with angry words. Lin Yueyin didn't lose hope.
Hee hee, sorry about that.
I'll leave right now, I really will. Seeing this, Lin Yueyin covered her stomach with one hand, pretending to be uncomfortable, and nodded with a forced smile. The old man waved his wide sleeve and snorted coldly. Lin Yueyin felt a little nervous, but managed to leave Ma Peng safely. She was worried that in the Red Pavilion, a few strong men might come out, hold her down, or worse, try to force her away. If that happened, she might not be able to leave at all. After leaving the alley behind the Red Pavilion, Lin Yueyin finally relaxed completely. She looked around the street but didn't see Lin Yuehui anywhere. Instead, she saw a woman who seemed to be from Daking Village, selling vegetables like greens and radishes at a stall. Lin Yueyin didn't go over to say hello. Instead, she kept walking toward the pharmacy she had asked about earlier in the morning, near the bun shop. After Lin Yuehui left the side door of the Red Pavilion, he hurriedly strode back to Daking Village. He originally wanted to buy back Lin Yuerong. When he found out it was difficult to do so, he started to have bad thoughts. He planned to try again to sell Lin Yueyin, hoping to gather enough money to buy back his sister Lin Yuerong as soon as possible. His idea was quite good in his mind, but he never expected that Lin Yueyin had overheard his plan from the very beginning. She also secretly planned to get back at him and started to be cautious around him. Because of this, he was beaten and suffered multiple broken bones. Later, he struggled to escape and became a burden to his family. But those are stories for another time. It was now around the middle of the day, and the sun was high in the sky. The sunlight was not as fierce as at noon, but it still made people sweat after walking a few steps. More pedestrians and carts were coming and going in the town. Lin Yueyin quickly arrived at a pharmacy called Jiatong. Looking around, she saw a large wooden sign at the entrance with the words Jiatong written on it. In front of the shop, there was a square table, and sitting at it was an old doctor with half-white hair and a long beard. Outside, several people were waiting for treatment and medicine. Inside the pharmacy, a shopkeeper and a young apprentice were busy counting money and preparing medicine. Everything looked orderly. Seeing this scene, Lin Yueyin didn't rush to see the shopkeeper or the doctor. Instead, she queued behind a few people, waiting for her turn. After about 15 minutes, it was finally her turn to see the doctor. At this time, several people behind Lin Yueyin were also waiting for their turn to see the doctor. Lin Yueyin quickly walked to the bench in front of the doctor. She carefully took the basket off her back and placed it on the ground nearby, then sat down quickly. The doctor had been watching Lin Yueyin's movements from the beginning. So, the doctor asked directly, "May I know what illness you are here for? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Please show me your hand, and I will check your pulse. Later, you can tell me briefly what's bothering you." After a simple consultation and pulse check, the doctor frowned and stood up to gently touch Lin Yueyin's head. Ow, Lin Yueyin winced as the doctor pressed her head. "Miss, it looks like you've had a serious fall. Your back of the head is swollen and bruised." Dr. Chen looked at Lin Yueyin in surprise. Of course, Lin Yueyin wouldn't tell the truth. She was beaten, but she said her head injury was from a fall while climbing the mountain. "How long ago did you get this head injury? Are you feeling unwell in other ways? For example, dizziness, vomiting, hearing or vision problems, or limb discomfort?" Dr. Chen asked seriously. Lin Yueyin didn't have any of those symptoms, so she honestly answered the doctor's questions. Then, the doctor was a little surprised and prescribed a 7-day supply of traditional medicine. However, Lin Yueyin didn't have enough money to pay for all 7 days at once. In the end, at Lin Yueyin's request, the doctor only issued a 1-day prescription. The total cost for consultation and medicine was 35 coins. The doctor wrote a prescription for a herbal formula called Sanqi Shu Tong. Lin Yueyin looked at the prescription and remembered roughly how much medicine the apprentice would prepare. Lin Yueyin didn't want to bother boiling the herbs herself, as it would be troublesome and might cause her family's wife and grandmother to scold or doubt her. So, she spent 5 coins to buy a pot at the pharmacy and boiled the medicine herself for the day. Following the doctor's instructions, she poured 6 bowls of water into the pot, boiled it down to 2 bowls, drank one in the morning and the other after dinner. Fortunately, Lin Yueyin carried a bamboo water bottle. After the medicine was prepared and cooled slightly, she drank it slowly on the spot. The remaining bowl of medicine was discarded, and the leftover soup from the evening was stored in the bamboo tube. After finishing work in the back of the pharmacy, Lin Yueyin went to the counter and bought a small packet of realgar powder for 10 coins. She had 9 coins left and carefully put them into her pocket, feeling the 9 copper coins in her hand. Lin Yueyin couldn't help but think to herself, I don't have enough money to buy medicine and herbs. I really need to work harder to earn more. If not, I won't even be able to afford medicine. She decided not to spend the remaining 9 coins, as she wished she could split each coin in half to spend less. After taking her medicine, she slung her basket on her back, bought the realgar powder, and left the pharmacy. She took a detour back up the mountain to Daking village. There, she normally gathered some wild vegetables, enough for herself and the pigs. She also picked up some dry firewood and carried it down the mountain. When she got home, Lin Yueyin carefully placed her silver coins and the bamboo tube filled with herbal medicine in their proper places. She also put the buns she bought into a basin of cold water in her room to keep them fresh. Then, she went outside to the main courtyard. She found a broken kitchen knife, a wooden board for chopping pig grass, and a sack to cushion the pig grass, and started chopping the pig grass she had collected. Next, she lit a fire to cook pig food. After filling a wooden bucket used by Old Lady Lin to feed the pigs, she carried the full bucket to feed the pigs. After feeding the pigs, she returned to her own courtyard, where she lived in the 3rd room. She was pleased to see that the bamboo fungus she had dried in the sun was about 50 to 60% dry. She hoped that the dried bamboo fungus would be sold at a good price to Zue Xianglu in town. She suddenly remembered and wondered if she had asked the shopkeeper at Zue Xianglu whether they bought mushrooms. While turning the bamboo fungus to dry in the sun, she gently touched her forehead with her finger and mumbled quietly, feeling a bit helpless. Soon, she heard Old Lady Lin calling her for dinner from the main courtyard. Lin Yueyin quickly put down her work and went to eat. After a long day, her feet hurt and her body was very tired. She finished the herbal medicine from the bamboo tube and then started to wash up. Of course, she also planned to share the buns she bought with her younger brother and sister. Next, Lin Yueyin closed the door of her small courtyard and let her younger brother and sister into her room. She took out some steamed buns from her room and handed them to her brother and sister. Little brother? Little sister?
Come.
Here. Don't ask too many questions. Although it's not good to reheat them, we need to finish eating quickly, to avoid the people in the old house from finding out, and then we won't have anything to eat. Yes, got it, big sister, Lin Yuezhou. Her younger brother, Lin Yueming, quickly nodded to show he understood. The 3 siblings quietly shared the cold buns and steamed bread. They all ate until they were full. Finally, Lin Yueyin lay down on her bed, planning to sleep. But as she lay on the big wooden bed with her sister, she didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and kept recalling the martial arts moves she learned in modern times. She kept mentally practicing those moves. At the same time, Lin Yueyin thought about Lin Yuehui's strange behavior today. Worried that Lin Yuehui might harm her younger brother and sister, she got up and told them, "Little brother? Little sister? Remember, stay away from big cousin Lin Yuehui these days. It's best not to go anywhere, and try to stay in crowded places when you go out." The siblings didn't understand why their big sister said this. So Lin Yuezhou asked directly, "Yes, sister. Don't worry, we will be careful." "Sister? What's going on? Did something happen?" Her younger brother, Lin Yueming, looked at the 2 sisters with confusion, wanting to know what was happening. Lin Yueyin didn't want to tell them that their big cousin sold his own sister to a brothel, nor did she want to tell them that their cousin might hurt them. She was also worried about frightening her younger brother and sister. So, she didn't explain the reason, only told them to listen to her, and she would buy more buns for them. The siblings then stopped asking questions. Seeing this, Lin Yueyin decided to go back to her room and rest. One night without dreams, and soon it was early morning again. Lin Yueyin knew today might not be peaceful. Because of the news she overheard yesterday while following Lin Yuehui, she understood that the trouble was just beginning. So Lin Yueyin went out as usual, carrying her basket. Inside the basket, she placed a bamboo water jar, a sickle, and an extra sturdy stick, leaning it against the side. She calmly opened the door and left the Lin family courtyard as she always did. After stepping out, Lin Yueyin looked toward the distant hills, keeping her ears alert for any sounds around her. As she walked, she suddenly felt someone following her from behind at a distance. Lin Yueyin slightly curled her lips, understanding immediately. She continued walking as if she hadn't noticed anything. A quick flash of determination crossed her eyes. Those who knew her well would recognize this as the sign she was about to fight. Of course, she was only preparing to defend herself. Suddenly, Lin Yueyin reached the small hill about 40 or 50 meters high, where the original owner had been knocked out by Lin Yuehui before. It was still early, and even if someone shouted loudly, probably no one in the village would hear, since the hill was some distance from the fields. Suddenly, Lin Yueyin felt a strong gust of wind rush toward her from behind, sweeping quickly. She reacted fast, turning sideways and leaning back to dodge the attack. Just then, she heard a bang, and she grabbed the large wooden stick that was swinging toward her with her right hand. At this moment, she saw clearly who was holding the stick, her cousin Lin Yuehui. When their eyes met, Lin Yuehui looked at Lin Yueyin with a shocked and unbelieving expression, feeling nervous inside. Then, Lin Yuehui decided to go all out. Even if she realized it was him, so what? He had to sell her anyway, or else, if the villagers or his family found out he was planning to sell her, there wouldn't be a good outcome. His third uncle was back, and he wouldn't forgive him either. Suddenly, Lin Yuehui looked like a demon from, glaring fiercely at Lin Yueyin and saying, "Humph, I can't believe you found out. Now I definitely won't leave you alive. I let you escape once before, but I don't believe you can dodge again this time." Li Yuehui tried hard to pull the large wooden stick from Lin Yueyun's hand to continue attacking her, but he underestimated Lin Yueyun's current strength. Having grown up doing farm work, Lin Yueyin was naturally strong. The weak Li Yuehui, who couldn't lift a shoulder or carry anything heavy, was no match for her. "Really? My big cousin? Is it really you? Now let's settle our old and new grudges together." Holding the wooden stick, Lin Yueyin was angry inside but smiled faintly and spoke calmly. After saying that, she quickly snatched the thick wooden stick from Li Yuehui's hand. Li Yuehui was pulled forward by the force of Lin Yueyin grabbing the stick, stumbling several steps and nearly losing his balance. Lin Yueyin then struck the stick forcefully against Li Yuehui's left lower leg with a loud bang. A piercing scream of pain rang out, and birds around flew away chaotically. 2 wild chickens could be seen flying from the grass into the deep mountains. Li Yuehui's face instantly turned pale. He covered his leg with both hands, clenched his teeth tightly, and gradually stopped screaming. At this moment, veins bulged on Li Yuehui's forehead, his eyes protruded, and he realized he was no match for Lin Yueyin. He was so tense that his whole body was stiff, his eyes wide with fear. He clutched his injured leg, unable to run. Seeing the wild chickens fly away, Lin Yueyin felt a bit regretful. It was a pity she hadn't caught them before they flew off, though she probably wouldn't catch them anyway. Her anger grew even more when she looked at Li Yuehui, whose leg she had broken. She grabbed a large wooden stick and started hitting Li Yuehui's arms, back and body with loud bangs and cracks. "You scoundrel! How dare you hit me? Ah! Don't you want to live? Ah! Stop hitting me. Please let me go. If my family finds out, they won't let you go." Li Yuehui tried to dodge the wooden stick hitting him, while begging for mercy and cursing Lin Yueyin, his words full of threats. After hitting him with more than 10 sticks, Lin Yueyin thought for a moment. She decided he had gotten off too easy. He had directly killed the original owner. She couldn't let him go so easily. Wasn't his pride in being able to attend a private school? Then she would break his hands and feet, so he couldn't hold a pen to write anymore. His hands and feet were broken? He can't keep jumping around outside all the time, which is also good because it reduces trouble for himself, right? I only warn you once. In the future, try not to provoke any of us from the third family, and don't have any bad thoughts about us. Otherwise, next time, it won't be just a beating. Lin Yuan thought about how he repeatedly ignored their family ties and attacked her. Her eyes turned fierce, almost like they could shoot fire, and she pointed at Lin Yuehui with righteous anger, warning him. After saying that, she swung a stick directly at Lin Yuehui's right wrist. There was a sharp cracking sound, like bones breaking, followed by Lin Yuehui's heart-wrenching scream. This time, the birds in the forest flew away in fear. After the beating, Lin Yuan dropped the stick with a loud clatter. At that moment, she felt she had finally avenged the original owner. Lin Yuehui, in pain, stared fiercely at Lin Yuan, still crying out and cursing. Ah, Lin Yuan, you won't have a good life, you wicked person. Hearing this, Lin Yuan thought he could still keep cursing. It meant she hadn't hit him hard enough. Then she clenched her fists tightly and continued punching Lin Yuehui's face, hitting him more than 10 times. He kept crying and shouting, "Ah, you? I'm your cousin? You wicked person," hitting so hard. After another brutal beating, Lin Yuehui learned his lesson and didn't dare to curse anymore. Lin Yuan looked at his pig-like face and felt much more satisfied. "Oh, cousin? Nonsense, cousin. Now you remember calling me your cousin. When you attacked me, you showed no mercy at all. Are you curious how I managed to escape? Well, I won't tell you." Lin Yuan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes bloodshot, looking at Lin Yuehui with contempt, as if he were something dirty. "Even if you have a bit of conscience? Knowing our family ties, you wouldn't have gone so far to hurt me, right? But do you have that? No, you don't. Now you're pretending to be both innocent and justified? On the contrary, if I harm you, you just say you're my cousin? Say I am very cruel? That's so funny." Lin Yuan slightly twitched her lips and sneered. "Anything else? Don't forget what I warned you about. You better behave yourself. After your yesterday, I am no longer the same person I was before. You better not cross me again. You understand?" Lin Yuan's cold gaze swept over Lin Yuehui as she calmly issued her threat. After saying this, Lin Yuan took 2 steps back, picked up the big wooden stick and the basket, and headed deeper into the mountains. This made Lin Yuehui, who wanted to use tricks to sell out Lin Yuan but was instead beaten, grit his teeth fiercely. His expression darkened, his eyes flashed with anger, and he stared fiercely at Lin Yuan's departing figure as if he could see through her. If looks could kill, at this moment, Lin Yuan would have been killed countless times by his stare. Meanwhile, Zhu A and De Zhu, who had been waiting on the other side of the mountain for a long time without seeing anyone, muttered a few words and decided not to wait any longer. They turned their horses around, raised their whips, and hurriedly headed to the town. Lin Yuan carried her basket, holding a wooden stick in one hand and a sickle in the other, and strode toward the deeper part of the mountain, leaving behind Lin Yuehui, who was badly injured and sitting there crying out for help. Soon, 3 people came up from the mountain, 2 of whom were the sisters Lin Danny and Lin Xiaohua, whom Lin Yuan had met before. The other was Sun Xiaodao, who had previously sat in a bullock cart with Lin Yuehui to go to the town, secretly and openly flirting with him. Sun Xiaodao was the eldest daughter of Sun Medler's family in the village. She was 16 years old, 1 year younger than Lin Yuehui, and was deeply fond of him. Sun Medler had not yet arranged a marriage for her, hoping to see if there was someone better nearby, planning to find a suitable match and then introduce her. What she didn't know was that her good daughter already had someone she liked. Did you hear any strange sounds? It seems someone over there is shouting for help. The sound is a bit faint. Xiaohua pointed in a direction, confused and curious. Huh. Early in the morning, who would be shouting for help? Don't talk nonsense. Sun Xiaodao glanced at Lin Xiaohua, then turned away and looked elsewhere, speaking with some disdain. Really, Sister Denai? Just trust me. I really heard someone calling for help over there. If you don't believe me, Listen carefully, Lin Xiaohua pointed in the direction of Lin Yuehui, confidently saying. All right then, maybe we should all go see? What if someone is really calling for help? Lin Danny thought for a moment and agreed. So, the three of them followed behind Lin Xiaohua toward Lin Yuehui's direction. Sun Xiaotao reluctantly stayed at the back. As they walked, all three clearly heard someone calling for help. Help! Is anyone there? Please help me. Help! Lin Yuehui was badly beaten, in pain and exhausted, calling out. At this point, the three exchanged glances and quickened their steps toward the hill. When they saw Lin Yuehui lying on the hill, moaning like a sick dog, they were all surprised and looked at him with disbelief. Lin Yuehui's eyes were swollen like walnuts from the beating, and his face was bruised and purple. His nose was bleeding steadily, one arm hanging limply, and his left leg was bent in a strange way. It was obvious he had been beaten badly, really badly. Then, the three hurried toward Lin Yuehui. Yuehui, is that you? What's going on? Who did this to you? And why are you on the hill so early in the morning? Lin Danny looked worried and scared, rushing forward to ask. Lin Yuehui slowly lifted his head, trying to open his swollen eyes wider. He looked at the women asking him and, seeing they were his cousins from the second uncle's family, decided not to tell anyone who had beaten him. Instead, he quickly said, Denai Xiaohua, is that you? Please go call my family. I can't hold on much longer. After saying that, Lin Yuehui's face turned pale as he gasped for breath, looking like he might pass out at any moment. Frightened, Lin Danny and Lin Xiaohua immediately turned around to run back to the village and call for help. At that moment, Lin Yuehui noticed Sun Xiaotao staring at him with disbelief. Suddenly, Lin Yuehui had an idea.
No.
Xiaohua, go call someone. I'll stay here and watch over Brother Yuehui, said Lin Danny, turning around quickly after taking a few steps back. Why don't the two of you go together to call someone? Isn't Miss Sun here too? Lin Yuehui thought slyly. Okay. Could Miss Xiaotao help watch over Brother Yuehui? Lin Danny said, then hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaohua to go down the mountain to call for help. They left Lin Yuehui and Sun Xiaotao on the hill. In less than a cup of tea time, the Lin family, along with a group of people, followed behind Lin Danny and her sister, grumbling as they headed up the mountain. If you looked carefully, you would see tears in the eyes of Lin Danny and Lin Xiaohua. Clearly, when they went to report to old Lin's family, they were scolded by them. Old Lady Lin also felt her heart beating faster today, as if something was about to happen. So, she decided to take old Lin and his two sons along to see what was going on. Soon after, old Lin's family and his two sons, along with the two young women, hurriedly rushed up the mountain. This scene was noticed by Zhang Dazue, who was pouring water and saw everything. He almost splashed water on the Lin family members, but managed to stop just in time. Otherwise, he would have been scolded by old Lady Lin again. Hey, isn't this the Lin family, known for their scholars? Zhang Dazue called out loudly, curious. Even Mrs. Yu, who was feeding chickens and boiling water nearby, and Mrs. Wang from the second Lin household, stopped what they were doing to come see what was happening. They both opened the door, looked at each other, and signaled to follow. They quietly kept a close but not too close distance behind the Lin family. Zhang Dazue also hurried to catch up, his loud voice alerting several nearby families. Many people came out of their homes to see what was going on, following behind the Lin family to find out what was happening. Soon, the group led by the Lin family arrived at the place where Lin Yuehui was. As they reached the hill where Lin Yuehui was, they saw him crying like a defeated dog, shouting at Grandma Lin. Grandma, you finally came. Grandma Lin nearly lost her footing and almost fell. When she looked closely, she recognized her grandson, Lin Yuehui. Why did he look like this after being beaten? Old Mr. Lin clenched his fists, then loosened them, his brows furrowing. His legs trembled slightly, and his tightly clenched fists showed he was very angry at what he saw. Yuehui, who did this to you? Tell Dad. I will make sure you get justice. Lin Chengbai saw his son was hurt, his eyes red, fists clenched, teeth gritted, and asked fiercely. But Lin Yuehui didn't dare to speak. What could he say? That he wanted to knock out his cousin Lin Yueyun to sell for money, but was beaten badly instead? If he told the truth, his outcome would probably be worse than now. Grandma Lin sat on the ground not far from Lin Yuehui, clutching her chest and crying out in pain. Who the heck is so cruel to beat my grandson like this? God in heaven. Just open your eyes. Just strike him down with lightning and kill him. Who could do this to my grandson? How much hatred is there? Why are you taking your anger out on my wife? My grandson is still young. He still wants to take the imperial exams. Grandma Lin sat on the ground, wiping tears and hitting her thighs as she wailed loudly. Seeing how badly Lin Yuehui was beaten, everyone gasped in shock. The villagers who came along started talking. Surely he must have offended someone. TSK, I think so too. Otherwise, how could he be beaten so badly? His bones are probably broken in several places. Such injuries will take a long time to recover. Hearing the gossip, Lin Old and Lin Grandma looked angry and gloomy. Grandma Lin immediately snapped at everyone. What are you all looking at? You bunch of chatterboxes. Have you finished minding your own business? Big brother, second brother? Hurry up and carry Huir back. Should we send someone to town to call the doctor for Huir? Grandmother Lin was furious and scolded sharply. In the end, Lin Yuehui was carried back down the mountain on a stretcher by his father and second uncle. After the Lin family brought Huir home, Grandmother Lin sent second son Lin Qingsong to borrow a cart from the village chief. She also went to the town to invite a doctor to examine Huir, treat his injuries, and bandage his bones. Even the doctor couldn't help but comment. Who did he offend? The way they attacked was really harsh. Dr. Chin from Jiha Hall continued. This young man has a broken right arm and a broken left leg. He also has bruises all over his body and face. He needs to rest and recover properly for a while. Grandmother Lin listened, lowered her head, gently wiped her tears with her sleeve, and asked the doctor, "When will my grandson recover the fastest? My grandson is a scholar. His arm can't be delayed too long. I wonder who beat him up so badly." Well, injuries to muscles and bones take about 100 days to heal. With continuous medication, he might regain full movement in about 3 months. Dr. Chen stroked his beard calmly, looked at Huir, then turned to Grandmother Lin and said, Grandmother Lin paid the doctor 2 taels of silver for the consultation, bone setting, and medication. She then instructed her second son to the doctor back to town and to bring the prescription to fetch the medicine. If Lin Yueyun had been here, she would recognize that the doctor treating Huir was the same one who previously treated her injuries. After dismissing the onlookers, Grandmother Lin grew angrier and walked directly to Huir, asking, Huir, tell Grandma, who exactly beat you up? Grandma will avenge you. Everyone in the Lin family eagerly looked at Huir, waiting for his answer. Huir dared not reveal Lin Yueyun as the culprit. He continued to deceive the family, claiming he hadn't seen the person's face clearly. At this moment, the main culprit behind the beating, Lin Yueyun, reached the foot of the mountain closest to the deep forest. She found there was no direct path into the woods. She became alert and quickly tore some grass into strips to tie around her sleeves and pant legs to prevent mosquitoes and poisonous insects from crawling in and biting her. She also kept a small bag of arsenic powder in her pocket for quick use. Lin Yueyun held a long wooden stick in one hand, beating the weeds along the road, while in her other hand she carried a sickle to clear the way. She carefully watched her surroundings for any danger so she could react quickly and avoid attacks. After walking for about 15 minutes, she saw many beautiful wild vegetables along the road. However, she didn't stop to pick them right away. Instead, she continued walking carefully. Suddenly, she heard a gust of wind blowing past her ear, accompanied by the sound of animals trampling through grass and dry branches, along with a hissing sound approaching her from ahead. Her scalp prickled with fear. Her heart pounded rapidly. She immediately stopped walking and paused her beating of the grass with her stick. She listened carefully to the approaching sound. Suddenly, she saw something moving in the grass toward her. Her eyes fixed on that spot. She threw the sickle into her backpack and prepared to defend herself with her stick at any moment. The hissing grew louder. She saw a small, thick, black and white striped snake, about the size of a baby's fist, slowly approaching her. It was a highly venomous snake. Holding her breath, Lin Yueyun took out a small packet of arsenic powder from her pocket, half opened it, ready to sprinkle it at any moment. Suddenly, the snake seemed to sense danger ahead. It lifted its body 2 feet high, hissed, and showed its red tongue, as if about to attack her. In a flash, Lin Yueyun dodged to one side. She quickly threw the arsenic powder at the snake. The snake, feeling the discomfort from the powder, turned around swiftly, flicked its tail, and tried to escape in another direction. Seizing the moment, Lin Yueyun sneered and grabbed a thick wooden stick. She struck the snake sharply about 7 inches from its head with a loud bang. The silver-ringed snake was struck and tilted its body backward. It immediately opened its mouth and spat out half a segment of its body, which looked like a frog and was not fully digested yet. Along with saliva, it also spat out blood that might have come from a frog or the snake itself. At this moment, Lin Yueyun, who was tense and alert, was still unsure if she had really killed the snake. So, carefully, she picked up a wooden stick and slowly approached the snake. When she was just a few steps away, she raised a thick stick and aimed it at the snake's head. With a loud bang, she struck. The snake's head was driven into the mud, and blood and brain matter splattered out. Even the stick in Lin Yueyun's hand had some brain and blood on it. At this moment, Lin Yueyun finally relaxed and took a deep breath. She patted her chest and abdomen, quickly squatted down, and checked the small bag of arsenic powder she had spilled on the snake. After folding it neatly, she took a deep breath and said, "Phew, that scared me. There's only a little bit of arsenic powder left. That's a relief." Then Lin Yueyun used the stick to try to lift the snake and see how long it was.
Wow.
"I can't even lift it?" She was surprised and crouched down to examine the large, cold, and slippery silver-ringed snake she had just beaten to death. Then, she directly grabbed the snake with her hand and placed it into a basket. The snake took up about a third of the space, and it weighed around 20 or 30 pounds, heavy and solid. After finishing, Lin Yueyun thought, "I heard that places with venomous snakes usually have herbs to counteract their poison. I need to look for some," she whispered softly. Fearing there might be a second snake, she carefully looked around with every step. Finally, near some damp, shady bushes, she found several herbs called 7-leaf one-stem flower, also known as chonglu, which can detoxify snake venom. The plant has 2 layers of leaves, each with 7 leaves. The upper layer has a few tendrils and a pinkish-purple bud, with seeds hidden inside the bud. Without hesitation, Lin Yueyun put them all into her bag. Among them, she wrapped the seeds of the 7-leaf one-stem flower with a few leaves and placed them into her basket as well.
Huh?
Catching this snake should bring in a good amount of money, right? After all, it's such a big snake. Even just selling the snake, meat could earn quite a bit. In the original owner's memory, I only heard about wolves, but no mention of leopards or tigers. Should I keep going further inside? Lin Yueyun pursed her lips and muttered softly. She decided she didn't want to continue and, with her basket on her back, kept walking deeper into the mountains, hitting branches and weeds along the way with a stick, while staying alert to her surroundings. The light in the forest was getting dimmer. The nearby village rarely ventured into the mountains, so the trees and weeds grew very thick, making it hard to walk. Just as Lin Yueyun stopped to drink some water before moving on, she heard the sound of flowing water nearby, along with faint deer calls.
Wow.
Could there be a herd of wild deer ahead? The sound of water meant there was a water source, which likely attracted wild animals. She decided to check it out. She slowed her steps, moved carefully and quietly, and approached the place where she heard the water. From there, she could see the general situation and let out a quiet sigh. Wow, there really is a pond. She saw a pond surrounded by unknown trees and bushes, with some tall weeds around it. There were also signs that large animals had stepped on the weeds. She saw the footprints, but didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, she took off her basket and gently placed it on the tall grass nearby. She held a thick wooden stick she had prepared before leaving home, crouched low, and slowly moved closer to the pond. Her palms were slightly sweaty from nervousness, and she held her breath, staying alert to her surroundings. She even chose a large tree nearby as a potential escape route. Then, Lin Yueyun slowly looked for a place where she could see the water pool clearly and hide easily. She carefully pushed aside the grass to look inside the water. A group of unknown birds happily chirped and played near the water, drinking and jumping around. There were also 2 wild rabbits and several wild pheasants nearby. Additionally, 2 young deer, about the size of calves, were drinking water. One of the deer gently nudged the other with its head and softly made a few sounds. It seemed like they were whispering sweet words to each other, like a little love talk. Lin Yueyun's eyes lit up with excitement. She really wished she could have these 2 deer, but she could only watch and not get them. It made her feel eager and restless.
Wow.
Are those young deer with antlers like calves? 2 of them. Such a pity. If only I had a modern pistol, it would be perfect. I think I could shoot one, maybe both. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun was so surprised that her eyes seemed to sparkle, as if money was calling her. She continued to hide in the grass, watching carefully, hoping the animals would come closer so she could catch them easily. Right now, she was still a little far from the prey. If she suddenly rushed out, she would scare all the animals away from the water. After a short while, she saw 2 wild pheasants walking slowly towards her, one behind the other, near the grass beside her. The 2 birds slipped into a nearby grass patch close to her. They stayed inside for several moments, but hadn't come out yet. She guessed there might be a nest inside the grass. These pheasants went in and haven't come out? After confirming her idea, she thought it was very likely. Then, Lin Yueyun carefully gripped her wooden stick, crouched down, and quietly moved toward the grass where the pheasants had gone in. She slowly approached the spot, listening for sounds and smelling the scent. Her heart beat faster with excitement and nervousness. She held her stick tightly in her right hand, ready to attack at any moment. With her left hand, she pushed aside the grass. Suddenly, she saw the 2 pheasants' eyes, which had been closed, open wide. Before she could react, Lin Yueyun grabbed a wooden stick and aimed it at the nearest wild chicken. With a loud bang, the sound echoed through the bushes, and the wild chicken let out a loud cluck-cluck as it flapped its wings wildly. The loud noise scared the nearby animals, causing them to scatter quickly without looking back. Lin Yueyun struck the wild chicken the head with a stick, smashing it instantly. Then, the whole chicken started flapping and jumping around wildly, as if fighting for its last moments. Lin Yueyun knew the chicken couldn't escape now. She didn't waste a second. She dropped the stick and aimed at another chicken. That second chicken saw Lin Yueyun and quickly reacted, spreading its wings to fly away. But because it flew too fast, it got caught in the bushes and shrubs near the nest, blocking its path. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yueyun caught up, dropping her long stick and jumping up, lunging toward the frightened chicken with her hands. The first attempt failed, and the chicken narrowly dodged her, but she managed to grab a few feathers. In that split second, Lin Yueyun continued to rush toward the chicken. Suddenly, she heard a sharp as something heavy broke through the bushes, followed by the sound of wings flapping forcefully. On her second try, Lin Yueyun caught one of the chicken's legs that couldn't escape. She held tightly to the leg, refusing to let go. The chicken scratched her hand with its sharp claws, leaving a cut on her hand. Lin Yueyun felt a burning pain on her hand, like a sunburn, and knew she was injured. Without hesitation, she quickly tore some long grass nearby, twisting it into a rough cord about her finger's thickness, and tied the chicken's legs securely. Then, she grabbed more grass, twisting it into several strands, and wrapped the chicken's body with it, tying it tightly. Finally, she held a live wild chicken in one hand and picked up a dead wild chicken, which had been beaten so badly that it could not survive, and carried it to the grass where she was placing her basket. After placing the 2 wild chickens into the basket, separated by layers of leaves, grass, and twigs, Lin Yueyun covered them with dry grass, leaves, and branches. She then carried the basket and returned to the spot where she had fought the wild chickens, searching for a complete nest of eggs. She saw about a dozen eggs.
Wow.
Not bad, 12 eggs in total. Today's harvest is quite good. Lin Yueyun's face lit up with happiness, and her eyes squinted happily, like two small crescent moons. She carefully carried the nest and eggs, spreading leaves and grass to separate them, and placed everything into her basket. Then she started walking slowly down the mountain. On the way, she found some stinky herbs and thistles that stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. She plucked a few, chewed them directly, and applied the mash to her injured hand. As she walked, she kept alert for any dangers around her. Unbeknownst to her, since she entered and left the deep mountains, someone had been secretly watching her from afar. However, this person dared not follow her into the mountains. After descending the mountain, Lin Yueyun took a shortcut toward the town. Soon, she arrived again at the back courtyard of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. She knocked on the door, and the person who came out was the same old lady, Zhang. After briefly explaining her purpose, a moment later, a person dressed as a waiter, not Li Fugue, came out of the back courtyard. "Miss, are you here to sell wild game? Today, our shopkeeper isn't here." "What kind of wild game are you selling this time?" The waiter, Li Fugue, asked eagerly with a smile. "Good morning, waiter. I brought 2 big wild chickens. Would you like to see them?" Lin Yueyun said with a smile, clasping her hands in front of her. The waiter nodded quickly with a smile. Lin Yueyun thought that snake gallbladder is a good medicine for clearing heat, detoxifying, stopping coughs, and reducing phlegm. Maybe selling the snake to a pharmacy would be more valuable. But first, she decided to ask about the price of the wild chickens. She then lowered her heavy basket, which she had been carrying all the way, and took out some twigs, leaves, and grass from inside. She carefully lifted out the 2 wild chickens. "Today's game is 2 wild chickens. Would you like to see them?" Lin Yueyun's eyes sparkled with excitement and nervousness. She smiled slightly as she spoke. The shopkeeper looked at her and said, "Wow, this dead wild chicken was shot right in the head. Quite a brutal way to die." Fortunately, one chicken was still alive and looked strong. The dead one seemed a bit stiff, but judging by how the blood had coagulated, it was probably killed less than an hour ago, so the meat should still be good. "Miss, a dead catch isn't worth as much as a live one." The shopkeeper glanced at the 2 chickens Lin Yueyun was holding, one dead, one alive. He took the dead chicken from her hand, flipped it around, and looked it over. He smiled slightly and said, "Miss, I won't give you a fixed price. We buy chickens that died within an hour for sure, but the price is 12 coins per gene. Live chickens are worth 18 coins per gene. Would you like to sell them?" The shopkeeper took out a small booklet from his pocket, flipped through it, and started reading aloud. "Don't worry, miss. I guarantee this chicken was killed less than an hour ago. If you don't believe it, you can have someone boil water and pluck the feathers to check." Fearing the shopkeeper would lower the price further, Lin Yueyun quickly said, "Yes, I can see that. Please wait a moment, I'll go get a scale." After saying that, the shopkeeper hurried inside. Soon after, he came out carrying a scale with another worker. One worker was weighing the chickens and recording the weight, while the other, clearly learning bookkeeping, was writing on paper and tapping an abacus. In a short time, they finished their calculations. The dead chicken weighed 3 gene, and the live one was exactly 3 gene 2 liang. Using the price per gene, the dead chicken was worth 32 coins, and the live 157 coins. The shopkeeper rounded the total to 90 coins, and paid Lin Yueyun. "Miss, you are now a regular supplier for our restaurant. May I ask your name?" "How should I address you?" Shopkeeper Li Fugue asked. Lin Yueyun directly handed the merchant a long string of copper coins. She roughly counted them, then put them into her own pocket. She patted her chest and smiled, saying, "Oh, my surname is Lin. From now on, I'll call you Miss Lin. If you have more wild game next time, remember to send it to me first. Our restaurant opens in the early morning and closes at sunset. If Miss Lin has any game to sell, you can deliver it during our business hours. No matter how busy we are, we will arrange for someone to pick up the goods as soon as possible." The merchant smiled and patted his chest, saying, "All right. If I have wild game, I'll send it over first thing." Lin Yueyun smiled and replied, "If I have wild game, I'll send it over immediately." Lin Yueyun didn't plan to sell the nest of wild eggs. She wanted to keep them for herself and her younger siblings to secretly cook and eat, also to help them boost their nutrition. Oh, by the way, merchant, does your Zue Xianglu accept bamboo fungus? You know, the umbrella-shaped mushroom that can be used in soups or stir-fried. The one with white net-like patterns. It seemed Lin Yueyan suddenly remembered something. She took a bamboo fungus from her basket and handed it directly to the merchant Li Fugue. This bamboo fungus was something she had grabbed in the morning before leaving the house. She was worried that if she took it to town, others might not recognize it, so she casually put it in her basket. Oh, are you sure this thing is edible? Our shopkeeper doesn't allow us to collect mushrooms. And these fungi? Most people know many are poisonous, and hardly anyone would buy them to eat. The merchant glanced at the bamboo fungus in Lin Yueyan's hand, then took a step back and waved his hand, saying, "Are you sure you want to sell this? It looks a bit dangerous." Lin Yueyan saw this and twitched her mouth. Could a mushroom really scare someone like that? And make them step back? It seems I can only enjoy this good bamboo fungus myself. Ancient people probably didn't dare to eat many kinds of fungi either. Forget it, since it's not much. I'll keep it for myself. She smiled, waved her hand, greeted the merchant, and then left the back courtyard of Zue Xianglu. What Lin Yueyan didn't know was that her plan to sell wild chickens in the back courtyard of Zue Xianglu had already been overheard. Someone had been secretly following her all the way to town to find out. And after she returned to the village, more trouble awaited her. In a flash, Lin Yueyan quickly arrived at the door of Jihe Tang Pharmacy. This time, there were clearly more people waiting in line than last time. Lin Yueyan stood at the end of the line for a while, thinking about how urgent she was to sell the fresh snake gallbladder. She also worried that if she waited too long, the snake gall would lose its freshness and the pharmacy might refuse to buy it. That would be a big loss for her. So, Lin Yueyan carried her basket and took the chance to rush forward toward the shopkeeper. At this moment, some of the women and men in front of her saw her move and became unhappy. "What's wrong with you, girl? You need to wait in line to see the doctor. Didn't your mother teach you that? Even for seeing a doctor, you can't cut in line. That's rude. You girl, go to the back of the line if you want to see the doctor. Hey.
Who are you?
Cutting in line as soon as you arrive. Can't you see we're all waiting? Sorry, everyone. I have urgent business to see the shopkeeper." Just a few words. Knowing she had already broken the rules by cutting in line, Lin Yueyan couldn't argue and just nodded apologetically while continuing to move forward. The others, hearing her words, stopped trying to block her but continued to curse and insult her. Lin Yueyan ignored their words and went straight to the counter. "Cough, cough, shopkeeper, do you buy fresh, venomous snake gallbladders here?" Standing at the counter, she looked at the two medicine boys and Wu the shopkeeper, who were busy preparing and weighing herbs, and they didn't look up. Lin Yueyan explained her purpose directly.
What?
"Snake gallbladder? Girl, are you selling snake gallbladder?" Wu the shopkeeper, busy weighing herbs, asked in surprise, thinking he hadn't heard clearly. "Yes, I have a fresh silver-ringed snake gallbladder. Do you want to buy it?" Lin Yueyan clearly stated she had a snake gallbladder. Hearing this, the shopkeeper looked up slightly at Lin Yueyan, recognizing her as the girl who came for treatment 2 days ago. Usually, there are so many people coming for consultations and herbs, the shopkeeper couldn't remember everyone, especially not someone who had just come 2 days ago. But this girl was different. Looking at her clothes, she seemed to be an ordinary farmer's daughter. She was even willing to spend 5 coins on herbal medicine at the pharmacy. Although 5 coins are not much, they are almost enough to buy half a pound of white flour. So, the shopkeeper remembered this special woman, Lin Yueyan. "Oh, is that you, young lady? I remember now. You're the girl who was here last time, waiting to see the doctor and boiling medicine in the pharmacy," shopkeeper Wu said uncertainly. "Yes, that's me," Lin Yueyan replied with a smile. "So, young lady, you just said you have fresh venomous snake gall to sell? Is that true?" Shopkeeper Wu paused his work, his eyes shining with curiosity and doubt. "Yes, it's true. I brought the whole snake." After saying this, Lin Yueyan felt she might have missed something and added, "It was just killed less than an hour ago. Would you like to see it?" Lin Yueyan politely asked the shopkeeper with a gentle smile. Then, carefully, She lifted out a long, about 3 meters, thick enough to hold a baby's fist, silver-ringed snake from her basket. The yellow powder on the snake's body had already been wiped clean with weeds before Lin Yueyun put it into the basket. Wow, what a big silver-ringed snake. Shopkeeper Wu looked at the snake and said in surprise. This made Dr. Chen, who was sitting nearby waiting for his turn, curious as well. Dr. Chen paused his consultation with the next patient and came over to look. Wow, what a huge snake, and its condition is so tragic, Dr. Chen gasped in shock. This snake had been shot in the head by Lin Yueyun, and its death was quite rough. Although the snake was already dead after being hit in the vital spot, Lin Yueyun was also afraid she might miss, so she added an extra to the snake's head, which caused it to be completely decapitated. Looks like it was just killed not long ago, right? Young lady, was this snake killed by you? Dr. Chen wondered inwardly and quickly asked Lin Yueyun. But of course, she couldn't say she did it herself. Lin Yueyun didn't dare to admit she had killed it herself. She was still a young girl and needed to be modest. She didn't want others to think she was too fierce or aggressive. So, Lin Yueyun cleared her throat twice, feeling a bit awkward but still polite, and touched her nose while telling a small lie. Well, I have someone in my family who hunts. Isn't that a coincidence? They just caught a big snake. I was thinking of coming to town to ask at the pharmacy about it. After saying this, Lin Yueyun felt a little embarrassed. Usually, young girls wouldn't dare to directly catch a snake with their hands. They might scream loudly if they saw one, but she remained calm and carefully took the big snake out of her basket with both hands. Dr. Chen, upon seeing the large venomous snake, looked at it with a desire to possess it. Others might not have noticed, but the fleeting look of wanting to own it in his eyes was caught by Lin Yueyun by chance. She knew her chance to negotiate had come. How much do you think Master Wu would pay for my snake's gallbladder? Finding a snake's gallbladder this big isn't easy. If the price is right, I might consider selling it to you. She spoke calmly, implying that if the price wasn't fair, she wouldn't sell. The shopkeeper, experienced in dealing with people, wasn't easily provoked by her words. How much silver do you plan to sell it for? Master Wu stroked his short beard, squinting his eyes slowly and calmly. It depends on your sincerity. Are you only selling the gallbladder or the whole snake? Lin Yueyun answered calmly as well. She had a rough idea of the prices in this era. She knew that snake gallbladder was a valuable medicine, and it was rare because it required someone to catch the snake specially. Unlike modern times, no one farmed snakes for their gallbladders. There was no concept of extracting serum or similar techniques. Catching venomous snakes was dangerous. One wrong bite could be deadly. So snake gallbladders were hard to come by. Of course, medicine made from venomous snake gallbladders was much more effective than those from ordinary snakes. If you only want the gallbladder, the price shouldn't be lower than this amount. Lin Yueyun raised, appearing calm on the outside but feeling nervous inside. Oh, 200 coins. Shopkeeper Wu squinted and asked back. No, it's 2 taels of silver. If it's just the snake's gallbladder, it can't be less than 2 taels, or I won't sell it. Lin Yueyun stared steadily at Shopkeeper Wu and spoke. Miss, do you know how much you can buy with 2 taels of silver? I can give you 2 taels, but you have to sell me this snake along with it. Deal? Shopkeeper Wu looked at the poor, rural girl and wondered if she understood the value of 2 taels of silver, testing her. No, shopkeeper, you're not honest. Lin Yueyun firmly refused. Not to mention, such a big poisonous snake is rare for most people to see, let alone catch. People know how dangerous it is to catch a venomous snake. One careless move could cost them their life. Many would be so scared seeing such a big snake that they'd run away. No one would dare to go closer to catch it. Even if they did, they'd be risking their lives. Besides, snake gallbladder is a good medicine for treating persistent coughs, phlegm, and detoxifying. Does the shopkeeper think a snake's gallbladder this big isn't worth 2 taels of silver? After saying all this, Lin Yueyun planned to put the snake back into her basket and leave. At this moment, Dr. Chen panicked. Old Wu? Quickly stop her. Dr. Chen hurried forward to block Lin Yueyun, speaking to Shopkeeper Wu. What's wrong? Is Shopkeeper Wu and Dr. Chen trying to force her to sell against her will? Lin Yueyun shouted sharply. No, miss, you misunderstood. You made a good point just now. Let's talk inside. The price is negotiable, right? Seeing this, shopkeeper Wu frowned slightly but still smiled like a blooming flower, bowing and inviting Lin Yueyun inside. After being invited in, some time passed. After a fierce bargaining among Wu, Dr. Chun, and Lin Yueyun, Dr. Chun strongly expressed his desire to buy the entire snake to make medicinal wine. After soaking various herbs in medicinal wine made from a poisonous snake, it was very effective for treating injuries and rheumatism. He could bottle the prepared wine into many small jars to sell to wealthy families, especially to the elderly at home, each small bottle selling for about 2 taels of silver. Moreover, such a large poisonous snake? The medicinal wine made from it would definitely need to be stored in a large jar. Dr. Chun would never let the most important ingredient for the medicinal wine, this snake, slip away. Finally, Lin Yueyun sold the entire 30-plus Jean silver-ringed snake to Dr. Chun for 8 taels of silver at a high price. Dr. Chun immediately borrowed 8 taels of silver from shopkeeper Wu to pay Lin Yueyun in cash. Lin Yueyun also continued to buy medicine powder from the pharmacy for treating injured wild chickens, and for the head injury, she had been drinking medicine for earlier. At the same time, she spent 5 coins to brew and drink some medicine at the pharmacy before leaving, and the remaining herbal soup was packed into a bamboo water container to take away. By then, it was almost the end of the hour of the snake, around late morning. Lin Yueyun bought a small packet of realgar powder from the shopkeeper and asked if they bought medicinal herbs and which herbs were more valuable. She also paid a deposit of 1.5 silver coins and borrowed a herbal medicine encyclopedia to take home and study. The shopkeeper looked at her curiously, surprised that a peasant girl could read and write. He found it hard to believe. Lin Yueyun explained that her family had someone studying, and she had learned to recognize many characters. Seeing her eloquent speech and literacy, shopkeeper Wu thought she was quite capable and decided to give her some face. After agreeing, he told her that if she had good herbs, she could knock on the side door, where someone would help her with buying and selling herbs, avoiding the need to enter through the main gate and be scolded by waiting patients. Lin Yueyun thanked shopkeeper Wu, took the silver and the herbal encyclopedia, and left the pharmacy with her basket on her back. She went again to the bun shop and bought 6 meat buns, 2 vegetarian buns, and 2 steamed buns, spending 16 coins. Then she visited a general store, spending 10 coins on a new firelighter and some vegetable seeds that looked like sesame grains. Now, she had a total of 7 taels and 28 coins, plus the 9 coins left from selling the wild rabbit, making a total of 7 taels and 37 coins. With the large sum earned from selling the poisonous snake and wild chicken, Lin Yueyun was naturally overjoyed. Lin Yueyun carried a large amount of silver and walked quickly back to Daking village. She held a bun in one hand, eating it happily, while humming an unknown song from her past. Fortunately, the person following her did not go into the pharmacy to ask about her. When Lin Yueyun burst into the pharmacy counter and was scolded by waiting patients, her followers saw this and dared not ask questions. They left the town alone. She returned to the village with her basket, unaware that she had been followed from afar all the way. Carrying so much silver, she was worried about losing it or being robbed while walking. Lin Yueyun thought, if only I had a magical power like in modern novels. Maybe a space to carry things would be even better. Then I wouldn't have to worry about losing my silver. Too bad I only have modern memories and strength from this body, that's all. But she also thought, at least I remember modern times. I won't do worse than the people from ancient times. Suddenly, Lin Yueyun seemed to understand something and said confidently. After speaking, she felt it wasn't quite right and realized she should be more careful. She knew she couldn't keep talking about modern and ancient things that might make others suspicious. Soon, she reached the foot of the mountain leading to Dashan. It was hot in summer, and after walking a while, she was already sweating heavily. Lin Yueyun rolled up her sleeves and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, mouth, and around her eyes. She could smell a faint bad odor coming from herself. She didn't care much and picked up a stick. She waved it through the grass to scare away any hidden insects or snakes and quickly looked for and dug up edible wild vegetables. Lin Yueyun knew how her family was living. Their home was very poor, with only a few mouse holes visible. They couldn't hide silver well, and it was easy for others to find their things. She was also worried that old Lady Lin or the other family members might come in when she and her siblings were not home to search through her belongings. As a result, she would definitely lose her silver, or if not, Lady Lin would find a way to take it. So, while foraging for wild vegetables, Lin Yueyun found a large tree and, about 3 meters south of it, a patch of weeds where she cleared a flat, open space. She crouched down, holding a sickle and digging with her hands, making a hole about 30 centimeters deep and the size of a bowl. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Then, she took the 7 taels of silver from her pocket, wrapped it simply in oiled paper with buns, and covered it with some leaves before placing it into the hole. Finally, she covered the silver with dirt and pressed down hard with her feet. But she still felt uneasy, so she found a large stone, about the size of a bowl, and placed it on top of the buried silver. She also covered the area around the hole with fallen twigs and leaves. This made her feel much safer. Next, she carried a basket filled mostly with wild vegetables, chopped some dry branches and sticks, and tied them into a bundle with vines. Seeing that it was getting late, close to the early Shin hour, she hurriedly carried her basket and the bundle of firewood back home. When she returned to the Lin family's old house, she went straight to her own courtyard, took out the wild eggs from her basket, and hid them in the stove ash. She placed the buns and the bamboo tube with medicinal soup in her room. Her sweaty clothes, which had gone bad, were changed, and she wrapped the remaining 47 coins she brought home in the rotten clothes before tossing them into a wooden basin. The borrowed herbal book she kept under her pillow. After quickly tidying up her basket, Lin Yueyun carried it and the firewood to the main courtyard's kitchen, helping her second aunt and sister Lin Yueji cook dinner and feed the pigs. Soon, it was the early hour of Yu, and the Lin family estate was mostly empty except for Lin Yuerong and the couple from the third household. Everyone gathered around the table in the main hall. Even the original lady's eldest aunt, Yang, had returned. Lin Yuehui, who was badly beaten, surprisingly came to the main courtyard and sat waiting for Grandma Lin to distribute food. Today's atmosphere seemed very dull. Everyone was silent except for breathing sounds, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even the youngest son of the main family, who liked to cause trouble, and the second aunt, who loved to nag, along with Grandma Lin, who liked to scold, all stopped talking. Lin Yueyun guessed it was because of Lin Yuehui being beaten. Maybe everyone knew that the main family and the second elders were in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to speak. Then, they heard Old Man Lin sigh sadly. It's been over a month now. No rain at all. If this keeps up, the crops might die. Exactly. We farmers are just waiting for the crops to grow so we can eat. This weather, I don't understand it. It's been so long, but no rain. Grandma Lin also put down her work of serving dinner and sighed. Dad, Mom, since it's not raining and the crops have no water, can't we go to the small creek in the village to fetch some? Besides, it's late summer now, less than a month until harvest time for the rice. Dad and second uncle are good at taking care of the crops. They surely know what to do. It's just a pity about Huir. I don't know which evil person beat him up like this. My Huir wants to continue studying and take exams to get a good job. Boo-hoo Aunt Yang, the eldest aunt, didn't care about the farm matters and tearfully complained. Dad, Mom, you have to find a way to catch that villain. I must cut him into pieces to vent my anger. Aunt Yang put down the half-eaten bun and said angrily. At this moment, Lin Yueyun thought to herself, sure enough, Lin Yuehui, that selfish guy, really doesn't dare tell the family about me beating him up. She looked at Lin Yuehui, almost laughing but holding it back. Lin Yuehui's face, swollen like a pig's head, had slightly gone down, but his head and right arm were wrapped in white cloth strips. He looked like a very ugly mummified figure. This made Lin Yueyun think, is it really so badly beaten that he won't cause trouble again? TSK, it seems I was a bit harsh with my strike, huh? But wasn't it his own fault? If I could find a way to catch him, I would have already done it. Why wait for you to tell me? Old Lady Lin rolled her eyes and glanced at Mrs. Yang. That's right. When Lin Yuehui was carried back by the Lin family, someone from the same clan went to Yang village to tell Mrs. Yang about it. At first, Mrs. Yang didn't believe it. She thought her eldest son was a scholar and would become an official someday. Who would dare hurt her son? Seeing her reaction, the villagers who came to report were worried for her. When Mrs. Yang's mother saw this, she thought Mrs. Yang didn't want to stay at her parents' house to take care of her two daughters-in-law during their confinement, so she made an excuse to leave. So, after scolding Mrs. Yang for being unfilial, she was sent back with the family. Mrs. Yang also found it strange. She didn't explain much and simply followed the Lin family members back to Daking village. At this time, Mrs. Yang didn't know that her eldest son had sold her daughter into a brothel. Back at the Lin family, seeing her son badly beaten, she kept cursing the person who hit him all day long. This annoyed the Lin family members, who found her noisy. "All right, wife of the eldest, you've been cursing all day." Huir said he didn't see that person's face clearly. "Even if you report to the authorities, it will be hard to find that bad person," Old Lady Lin said with a mixture of sadness and sincerity. "Enough, food can't shut your mouths." Old Man Lin glared at Old Lady Lin. Everyone listened and quietly finished their dinner. Soon, everyone finished eating and left the scene. Only Lin Yueyan and her sister stayed behind to tidy up, along with Lin Yuehui, who sat stubbornly with her crutch nearby. Seeing this, Lin Yueyan told Lin Yueji to go away and started tidying up the dishes herself. "That matter? Do you know about it?" Lin Yuehui whispered to Lin Yueyan, who was clearing the table so only they could hear. "Oh? Which matter are you talking about?" Lin Yueyan kept working and glanced at Lin Yuehui. "The day you were knocked out a few days ago," Lin Yuehui said boldly, as if nothing could scare her. "You already know?" "Did my sister do that?" Lin Yuehui wanted to confirm if Lin Yueyan was the one who switched her sister, so she asked directly. Lin Yueyan certainly wouldn't tell him that she switched Lin Yuerong. This was something they all could guess without needing to say. "Oh? Isn't this your doing, elder cousin?" Lin Yuehui choked and looked angry. "This is what you get for your own actions," Lin Yueyan said calmly. This was her way of admitting that she switched Lin Yuerong, causing her to be sold. Lin Yuehui was very angry, but he knew he couldn't win a fight. He stomped back to the main courtyard, walking with his cane, looking upset. Lin Yueyan just thought her supposed elder cousin was a bit strange, but she didn't think much of it. Next, she spent a tea break tidying up and washing everyone's dishes. After wiping the table and fetching water, she swept the main hall lightly. When she finished, it was almost dark, so she went straight back to her small courtyard in the third house. As soon as she entered, she saw her younger sister, Lin Yuejiu, boiling water to wash up. Seeing Lin Yueyan return, Lin Yuejiu quickly stood up and came over. She looked outside the main house, then closed her own courtyard door and softly said, "Big sister? I hid all the eggs in the stove. I promise even mother won't find them." Lin Yueyan was surprised for a second, thinking she would just take the eggs out, not hide them. Lin Yuejiu wanted to say more to her sister, but suddenly they heard Yang's loud scolding outside the yard. This made Lin Yueyan wonder. Did Lin Yuehui tell mother about me switching Lin Yuerong? Is Yang coming to confront us? With a loud bang, Yang kicked open the door to the third house, which looked a bit shaky. "Lin Yueyan? You wicked girl, come out here right now." Yang's voice came before she appeared in front of Lin Yueyan. Then, a crowd rushed into the yard, including some villagers who liked to watch the drama. It was clear they didn't want Lin Yueyan to have an easy time. Lin Yueyan turned to look back, instantly becoming angry and shouting loudly. "You shameless little brat born without a mother! How dare you steal your cousin's spiritual cultivation silver in broad daylight while he's injured and unable to defend himself? Do you think we can't catch you? That's a lot of silver. You even dared to secretly take your cousin's spiritual cultivation silver. I think you'll have the luck to get it but not to spend it." Hearing Lin Yueyan's words, Mrs. Yang sneered coldly, glanced behind her, then turned around, crossed her arms, and started scolding loudly. "Quickly hand over the silver." As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Lin Yueyan with disbelief. Most people saw her wearing a rough cloth dress that was faded and patched, and they started pointing and whispering. Some people didn't believe what Mrs. Yang said. Could it be? Did everyone find out I went to town to sell game? Is she here to cause trouble? Lin Yueyin frowned, confused, thinking to herself. Mrs. Yang saw that Lin Yueyin didn't answer her questions, so she took the chance to step forward and scold fiercely.
What?
Dare to deny it. You shameless little brat. Dare to steal your big cousin's spiritual cultivation silver. Today, I will beat you to death. Without waiting for Lin Yueyin to reply, Mrs. Yang rushed forward to slap her twice, trying to vent her anger. But Lin Yueyin quickly dodged skillfully. Big aunt? If you're accusing someone of stealing, please make sure you have proof first, which I saw me pick up silver? Or steal your family silver? You're just making baseless accusations right away, trying to frame me for stealing silver. Do you have any evidence? Want to hit me right now? Are you bullying because my parents aren't home? Lin Yueyin stared angrily at Mrs. Yang, her brows furrowed and her voice cold. Mrs. Yang knew very well that Lin Yueyin didn't steal the silver. She had learned from Lin Hui that this morning, Lin Hui went to town and sold 2 wild chickens for 90 coins. Mrs. Yang didn't believe that this girl had the ability to catch such valuable wild chickens. However, my eldest son insisted that she sold wild game for money and thought it might just be luck, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Or maybe she had secretly caught and hidden a lot of wild game before, without anyone knowing. When Mrs. Yang thought about Lin Yueyin daring to hide silver and not give it to her parents, she decided to take advantage of the third house couple being away. She planned to confirm whether Lin Yueyin had stolen her son's savings and use that as an excuse to search the third house yard. This way, she could find some silver to give her eldest son a better life. Humph. Who doesn't know your third house is poor? Your parents only care about giving birth, not raising you. They're just not good at it, Mrs. Yang said sarcastically. Just now, only you stayed in the main hall to tidy up and clean. Your cousin was the last to stay in the main hall. After returning to his own yard, he found the silver was missing. He looked everywhere but couldn't find it. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Mrs. Yang crossed her arms, pretending to be angry and disappointed, pointing at Lin Yueyin and scolding her. But that's not stealing, is it? At most, it's just picking it up. Why call it stealing? A villager named Zhang, who was watching nearby, muttered. After hearing Mrs. Yang's words, Lin Yueyin sneered. Oh? So, you're saying I was wrong to be the last to stay in the main hall to tidy up? Fine, from now on, the third house won't help with washing dishes or cleaning. You and your second house can do it all, Lin Yueyin shrugged and said angrily. As soon as she finished, Mrs. Yang hadn't responded yet, but Aunt Wang, who was watching nearby, was unhappy. Aunt Wang looked displeased, raised her eyebrows, and shouted, How can that be? You 2 girls don't help with chores? Do you want to eat free rice? All the work should be done by our second house. Besides, the main point is that your eldest sister-in-law is talking about the silver you and your cousin Yohui lost.
Don't go off topic.
Honestly, if you picked it up, just take it out and return it to the main house. Don't be ungrateful. Isn't that silver rightfully yours? If it turns out to be found, you'll definitely face some trouble. Aunt Wang glanced at Lin Yueyin with a mischievous smile. Humph. Even if the silver you found belongs to you, not returning it is considered stealing. Aren't you getting too old? Not behaving properly? Be careful you won't get married in the future. Mrs. Yang crossed her arms and pointed a finger at Lin Yueyin's nose, scolding her harshly. Whether I get married or not is none of your concern, Auntie. And you say your son lost silver? How much did he lose? Shouldn't you be looking carefully instead of questioning me right away? Do you think I am easy to bully? Or is Auntie again thinking about something from our third household, trying to accuse me so she can justify coming in to search our house? Lin Yueyin's eyes flashed with anger as she stared fiercely at Mrs. Yang and shouted. Everyone listened, and the message was clear, so the main house often uses this trick to steal good things from our third household? Everyone was stunned and unsure who to believe. Mrs. Yang, feeling guilty for being accused, only hesitated for a moment before pretending to be angry. She raised her hand and pushed past Lin Yueyin, making a move to search. She said, Fine, if you don't hand it over, I will search myself. Fortunately, Lin Yueyin, who was pushed and staggered a few steps, was caught by Zhang, who was watching nearby. At the same time, Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming, who were also nearby, shrank back and quietly started crying.
Hey.
Yang, you shouldn't falsely accuse people without evidence, Zhang said, glancing at Mrs. Yang. In my opinion, Yun is not that kind of person. Whether she is or not, words alone don't count. I need to go in and search to find out. Mrs. Yang looked at Lin Yueyun with disdain and said coldly. At this moment, Grandma Lin, who had hurried over after washing up, also spoke sternly. What exactly is going on? Everyone stepped aside, and in a few words, they explained the situation inside to Grandma Lin. Grandma Lin, always favoring her eldest grandson Lin Yuehui, also thought Lin Yueyun was up to no good. You little brat. If you took your cousin's silver, just hand it over quickly so everyone won't be embarrassed. Grandma Lin immediately scolded Lin Yueyun loudly. When these words were spoken, it seemed to dispel everyone's doubts. They all believed that Lin Yueyun had found Lin Yuehui's money and kept it for herself, which caused Mrs. Yang to cause this commotion. Mrs. Yang saw that her mother-in-law was on her side and became even more eager to search the third room. Mrs. Yang approached Lin Yueyun and gave her a harsh glare. Then, with a sharp slap sound, everyone was startled and stopped talking, choosing to watch the scene unfold. Just as Lin Yueyun wanted to defend herself, she didn't expect Mrs. Yang to act unexpectedly. Suddenly, Mrs. Yang slapped her the left cheek. Immediately, Lin Yueyun felt her head spin, her vision blurred, and her mind went blank. It was as if she couldn't breathe. Her small body swayed, slightly to the right. Then, with a loud bang, Lin Yueyun fainted and fell to the ground uncontrollably. In that moment, she only heard the noisy sounds around her ears before everything went silent. Soon after, someone said, "This girl is just pretending to be faint." Everyone looked at Lin Yueyun with disdain and started gossiping. I think she probably took her cousin's money and is hiding it, not wanting to return it. Is that so? Not necessarily. Only Lin Yuezhou and her brother saw their older sister being knocked out by their aunt. They were so frightened that Lin Yuezhou quickly ran forward and caught Lin Yueyun's head as she was about to fall. The siblings crouched down. Lin Yuezhou held Lin Yueyun and cried out, "Sniff.
Sister.
Are you okay?
Sister.
Wake up. Sniff. Sniff. Big sister. Wake up, big sister. Sniff." Little brother Lin Yueming also wiped his tears and shouted, "It wasn't my sister who took the money. My sister didn't steal anyone's money. My sister didn't hide her cousin's money. You're all slandering her. You're all bad people. You're bullying us." Sniff, sniff. Lin Yuezhou cried as she spoke what she believed in her heart. When Lin Yueyun regained consciousness, she found herself in a room that looked exactly like the one she used to live in during her modern days, both in appearance and on the walls. However, everything in the room had disappeared, leaving only a nearly empty 16 square meter space. In the middle of the room, there was the large red plastic suitcase she had been carrying when she fell into the sea, tightly strapped to her hands. At this moment, Lin Yueyun felt like she was dreaming. Soon after, her feelings of sadness from her modern life also surfaced. Lin Yueyun thought, I wonder how my parents, brother, and sister are doing now? Grandma must be very sad and worried if she can't see me back. Thinking of this, Lin Yueyun suddenly felt a bit down and started to cry. She carefully recalled when she fell into the sea, calling for help loudly for a long time, but no ships passed nearby. Lin Yueyun guessed that when she fell into the sea, she might have ended up in a different space from the driver, who also fell in. Otherwise, how could she not find any trace of the driver who fell into the water? So Lin Yueyun pinched her arm hard and immediately felt, it really hurts. This isn't a dream. Could I have gained a special space like in those stories where characters travel through time or worlds? She muttered to herself. Then, Lin Yueyun quickly walked to the big red suitcase, squatted down, and directly turned the lock code with her hand. With a pop sound, she opened the suitcase that had accompanied her on her last journey. Wow, it's all still here? The cookies, bread, mineral water, first aid kit, clothes, cosmetics, tablet, and notebook, all there? Haha, this is so great, Lin Yueyun exclaimed in disbelief. I wonder if I can go outside the room, she whispered excitedly. Her excitement and thrill poured out like a flood, overwhelming her. Next, Lin Yuan thought, since she was already inside, why not go out and see what's outside? She went to the door, grabbed the handle, and tried to open it forcefully, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open the door. It was as if someone had locked it from the outside. She tried several times to open the door but failed. She also tried opening the window, but that was impossible too. She couldn't help but wonder, huh? Why can't I open anything? Not even the window. There's no heat here, and the temperature is quite comfortable. I just don't know how to go out. If I go out, can I come back in? Then, Lin Yuan began to silently repeat with her eyes closed. Go out. It worked perfectly. Lin Yuan's soul entered the space, and then her soul came out of the space again. When Lin Yuan's soul was out of her body and in the space, she heard Grandma Lin shouting and scolding. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that, during the 15 minutes she was fainted and her soul was in the space, the family was in chaos. Just as Yang slapped Lin Yuan and she fainted, Yang started scolding her from the ground. Humph, you stubborn girl? Trying to faint to escape trouble, Yang thought Lin Yuan was pretending to be faint, so she strode into the room where Lin Yuan was lying and started searching. She wanted to find the silver that Lin Yuan was hiding and show everyone. But Lin Yuan's father, Lin Qingfeng, happened to come back just in time today. Seeing his daughter lying on the ground like that, nearby, there were also young children crying, but no one went to comfort or help her. Suddenly, Lin Qingfeng felt a sharp pain in his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. He heard sounds of someone rummaging and scolding from inside his daughter's room, sounds that felt very familiar. From the snippets of conversation, Lin Qingfeng learned that someone might have falsely accused his daughter of stealing money, which led to Yang's actions. Lin Qingfeng was so angry that his whole body trembled, fists clenched tightly, and his back teeth clenched with a clicking sound. He took off his outer robe and covered his fainted daughter, Lin Yuan, then immediately called for someone to find a doctor. Seeing their father return, Lin Yueji and her brother quickly went to complain. Father, you're finally back, father? I miss you so much, father.
Boo-hoo.
Aunt hit big sister. Boo-hoo. Lin Yueming cried out. When Lin Yueji saw her father coming back, she suddenly felt less scared and said, Father, they are all accusing big sister of stealing the money from the eldest cousin, and aunt even fainted her.
Sniff.
Lin Qingfeng ordered his children to watch over their eldest sister and then stood up and strode into Lin Yuan's room. As soon as he entered, he startled Yang, who was busy flipping through something, causing her to scream loudly, "Ah!" and jump back in fright. Third uncle? Oh no? Third brother, you're back? Why didn't you make a sound when you walked in? You scared me to death. Seeing the head of the third household return and catching her rummaging through her daughter's room, Yang's expression froze, and she looked guilty. She awkwardly patted her chest and said, You're just in time. Has your eldest daughter become so capable, she even dared to secretly hide her cousin's silver savings? She refuses to give it back, so I had to come personally. Yang seemed to realize something and boldly accused him. Unaware, Lin's third son was already furious. Because of gender differences, Lin Qingfeng couldn't directly grab Yang and drag her out of Lin Yuan's room. Big sister-in-law, you're really full of yourself, accusing my daughter of stealing silver without proof? And hitting her in front of everyone. Now you're even rummaging through my daughter's room. Such a thief's behavior. Today, I truly see what shamelessness is. Today, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I, Lin Qingfeng, will risk my life to report this to the authorities and let them seek justice for my daughter. Lin Qingfeng's eyes turned red with anger, and he stared fiercely at Yang, as if he wanted to bite a large piece of flesh from her. He shouted loudly. Yang was stunned by his scolding and threat to report to the officials. She didn't know what to do for a moment. She also knew she couldn't find the silver her daughter hid today, so she stopped searching and shamelessly said, Fine, I won't look anymore. I'll go ask Hyur how much silver was lost. If you can't find it, it's your responsibility to pay. Yang gritted her teeth and decided to go all out. After saying this, she hurried out of Lin Yuan's room as if chased by a ghost, heading toward the third household's yard. Seeing Lin Yueyun still lying on the ground, unconscious, she was again startled. Is this girl so fragile? One slap and she faints. Could it be that I really knocked her out? Mrs. Yang looked at Lin Yueyun lying on the ground, seeming to be asleep, in disbelief, thinking to herself. When everyone saw Mrs. Yang rushing out anxiously, they looked at each other with expressions that suggested they planned to leave the Lin family and continue their discussion elsewhere. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Dr. Lu from the neighboring village hurried over, panting heavily. Lin Chengfeng also carried the fainted Lin Yueyun back to her room and gently laid her on the bed. Lin Yuezhou quickly handed a stool to the doctor. The doctor sat down and checked Lin Yueyun's pulse. She's exhausted from overwork, and her pulse isn't quite right. It looks like she's injured, which caused her to faint, he said. With the help of Lin Yuezhou and her daughter, Dr. Lu examined Lin Yueyun's eyelids and head and found a serious injury on her head.
Wow, no wonder.
Such a big swelling and bruise. I'll prescribe some medicine for her. She needs to take it for a while and see how she recovers, he said. Will you send someone to get the medicine with me later? Lin Yuezhou asked. After checking Lin Yueyun's injuries, the doctor stroked his beard slowly and said, All right, I'll go with you to get the medicine. Lin Chengfeng clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said, Thank you very much, Dr. Lu. Everyone gathered outside Lin Yueyun's room started talking among themselves. I knew it. She really fainted. It doesn't look like she's pretending, one said. I don't think she would steal her cousin's money. Last year, when my chicken wandered outside to lay eggs, she saw it but didn't take the eggs. Instead, she told me about it. My dog even told me, another added. Oh, but how can eggs compare to money? Someone else said. Wow, overwork? A head injury causing fainting? It seems the Lin family really doesn't treat the girls in the third household as people. They should have some limits when they order the ox and horse around, a voice said.
Exactly.
The girls in the main and second households get up before dawn to go up the mountain to chop wood and pick wild vegetables, another commented. Meanwhile, the daughters of the first and second households look like wealthy young ladies. They don't have to do any chores, someone else said. People are so jealous they get angry, another added. Who's to blame? Their parents are at home, and their aunt comes to bully them, someone said. I think it's mostly her eldest aunt who falsely accused her. They didn't even let her explain before they slapped her unconscious, another said. Everyone's words seemed to fan the flames of anger. This made Lin Chengfeng, already furious, even more annoyed. At this moment, Grandma Lin, who was in a hurry to go outside to the bathroom, quickly squeezed in and saw her third son had returned. Grandma Lin was annoyed when she heard others gossiping about her family. Go away, all of you. All you busybodies, get out of here and stop talking nonsense. Grandma Lin's face fell, and she scolded loudly. Soon, the doctor finished writing the prescription, briefly told Lin Yueyun to rest more and to take the medicine on time. Then, the doctor carried his medical box, took the consultation and medicine fees given by Lin Chengfeng, and prepared to leave the Lin family house. What Lin Yueyun didn't know was that after this, her matters started being frequently talked about by villagers as gossip. At this moment, Grandma Lin rushed in, worried that her son might blame her. Fomer, I only heard from her aunt that about Yun's situation. I don't know the full details myself. Isn't it? Yang's just came in causing trouble, and you rushed back. Is Yun okay? Grandma Lin pretended to be kind and asked with concern. Lin Chengfeng felt helpless when facing his mother. He knew his mother's favoritism well. If she wanted to interfere, Yang's wouldn't be causing trouble, right? In the end, it was because the third daughter was not as important in Grandma Lin's eyes as the eldest or second daughter. Mother, please stop talking. I didn't blame you, Lin Chengfeng said helplessly. He then turned to comfort his shy younger siblings, telling them to take good care of their eldest sister. He followed Dr. Lu out. Grandma Lin saw this but didn't say anything. Still, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She thought her third son was born to be a burden. Before, he argued with her for his wife. Now, for his daughter, he left her aside. Then, Grandma Lin glanced at Lin Yueyun lying on the bed and said harshly, You're just like your mother. Hard to please. not someone to be relied on. Humph. After saying that, she glared at Lin Yueyun's younger brother and sister, who were shrinking nearby, and scolded. Did you hear me? Take good care of your big sister. She's really good for nothing. After saying this, Grandma Lin left angrily and went back to her own home. After she was gone for a while, Lin Yueyun slowly opened her eyes. She saw her younger brother and sister staring at her with red eyes. It was clear from their expressions that they were frightened by her fainting on the ground. Big sister, you're finally awake? That's great, Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming said with smiles through their tears. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun felt warm inside and seemed to realize she had missed something. She asked, Yes, I'm fine now. You don't need to worry. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? And what about Aunt Yang, that mean woman? Did she cause trouble for you? Lin Yueyun, despite being a patient just waking up, looked serious as she watched her siblings. No. Father came back in time, and Aunt Yang left in a hurry. Before she left, she said she would go back to ask how much silver the eldest cousin lost, and she even said father should pay. Lin Yuezhou choked up as she told the story. Oh, my cheap dad is back. Why didn't I see him? Lin Yueyun thought to herself. Thinking this, she asked aloud. By the way, isn't Dad back? Where's he? Big sister, when you fainted, Aunt Zhang and the doctor came to see you. They gave you medicine. Dad went to the neighboring village to get more medicine from Dr. Liu. Is that so? Lin Yueyun said with doubt. So, tonight's herbal medicine? Do we need to prepare new ones? She wondered. Don't worry, big sister didn't take their silver, so they won't be angry. Lin Yueyun sat up calmly and smiled gently. Big sister? When you fainted just now, we were so scared. Boo-hoo, Lin Yuezhou sobbed. Boo-hoo, big sister, next time, please don't faint again. I'm scared. Boo-hoo, Lin Yueming wiped her tears. Don't be afraid. Big sister is fine now, isn't she? Lin Yueyun looked at her siblings, smiled softly, and gently patted their heads. Big sister promises you, she won't faint so easily next time, okay? Lin Yueyun comforted them with a smile. Okay, big sister, you have to keep your promise, Lin Yueming cried. All right, big sister has never lied to you before, has she? Huh. Lin Yueyun thought that she must keep her space a secret from everyone else. She needed to find a way to distract the brother and sister. She also wanted to see if she could freely enter her space and take things out. So, Lin Yueyun pretended to cough twice, indicating she wanted water because her throat was dry. I want a glass of water. Sister? Little brother? You all, she hadn't finished speaking. Lin Yuezhou quickly handed her a cup of warm water and said, Sister? Drink water, Lin Yueyun. It seemed impossible to distract the brother and sister, so she could go into her space alone. She could only look for another chance. Then, Lin Yueyun suddenly remembered something, her steamed buns she bought at noon, and the herbal medicine book she borrowed. She quickly looked through her pillow and found the book was gone. Lin Yuezhou, standing nearby, seemed to notice what she was doing. She hurried forward and asked, Sister, are you looking for a book? Hearing this, Lin Yueyun thought, does she know I'm looking for the book? Could it be that Yang took it? But before she could ask, Lin Yuezhou slowly said, Sister, I haven't had a chance to tell you. I hid your book. Don't worry, Big Aunt didn't find it. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun finally relaxed and gave her sister a big thumbs up, saying, Good job, sister. The book is still there, right? Don't worry, I hid the book, the buns, and that batch of eggs. Even if Mom and Big Aunt come, they won't find them. Lin Yueyun felt relieved and said, That's good. After that, Lin Yuezhou went straight to the pile of clothes she and her older sister had changed out of, which smelled of sweat, and took out all those items. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun was surprised for a moment, then couldn't help but smile slightly and gave her sister a big thumbs up, saying, You're amazing, sister. Well done. Lin Yueyun was eager to find out if she really had a space or if she was just dreaming after fainting. Lin Yueyun casually told her younger brother and sister to heat up the buns and share them. However, Lin Yueyun had to send her brother and sister away, saying she still felt dizzy and wanted to lie down a little longer. As a result, Lin Yueyun lay back on the bed and, somehow, fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, under a flickering kerosene lamp, she saw two enlarged faces. One of them looked very much like her father from modern times. Lin Yueyin suddenly felt her nose sting, and tears welled up. Unconsciously, she whispered in distress, "Father boo-hoo." After saying this, she was stunned. She actually cried out of frustration and called her father so naturally. "All right, father knows now. Come on, young girl, be good and drink the medicine, okay? Drink all the medicine, and tomorrow after a good sleep, you'll feel better." Lin Chengfeng brought over the herbal medicine, voice trembling a little. Lin Yuejio also helped Lin Yueyin sit up directly. Lin Yueyin didn't care whether the medicine was bitter. She took the bowl and started drinking small sips. The bitter medicine was very hard to swallow. Each sip felt like drinking very strong bitter gourd juice, or like drinking the very bitter Cantonese herbal tea from modern times, or like drinking bitter medicinal water for teething babies. But with each sip, she felt the full love of her father and her sister's concern. Lin Yueyin persisted and finished the large bowl of medicine, which was even more bitter than the herbal medicine she had taken in town from the doctor. After finishing the medicine, Lin Yueyin signaled her sister to go to her brother's side for a while, as she had something to discuss with her father. After her sister Lin Yuejio left the room, Lin Yueyin was asked by her father about the injury on her head. Lin Yueyin thought for a moment and decided to tell her father the truth. She was not someone who would silently endure being bullied. When Yang caused all this trouble, she knew she would find a chance to take revenge someday. Then, Lin Yueyin explained how a few days ago, Lin Yuehui and Lin Yurong conspired to knock her out and try to sell her to a brothel. Finally, Lin Yueyin quickly woke up and fought back against the guard, Lin Yuerong. After they swapped clothes, she escaped from the scene quickly. After saying this, Lin Yueyin looked at her own cheap father, wondering what his reaction would be. Would he blame her for swapping and selling Lin Yuerong? Even if he did, she wasn't afraid. After all, it was the brother and sister who planned to harm her first. Her retaliation was just self-defense. Lin Chengfeng didn't react as Lin Yueyin expected. Instead of getting angry and rushing out to confront Lin Yuehui or blaming her for carelessness, he looked very upset and remained silent for a moment. Lin Yueyin couldn't tell what he was thinking. So, she tried again to stop Lin Yuehui, who wanted to follow her up the mountain and planned to knock her out again to sell her once more, but her plan failed. Lin Yuehui was instead hit by her with a stick and ended up badly injured with a broken bone. Hearing this, Lin Chengfeng's brows, which had been furrowed in anger, slightly relaxed, but he still looked displeased. He said, "The siblings in the main house are really something. They're worse than animals like dogs. How dare they sell their own cousin? Do they think I'm dead?" He clenched his fists and angrily hit his thigh, continuing, "Good job, daughter. Let them face the consequences of their own mistakes. You haven't done anything wrong. Don't feel guilty for them." Lin Yueyin couldn't help but twitch her mouth and thought, "My own father? How do you know I feel guilty?" Honestly, Lin Yueyin, didn't feel guilty at all. People kept bullying her. Shouldn't she fight back? Why feel guilty? After that, Lin Chengfeng looked at Lin Yueyin with a serious expression and asked, "Daughter, besides us, does anyone else know about this?" After hearing her story, Lin Chengfeng was so angry that his teeth almost ground together. His face was grim, and a fierce anger shone in his eyes. He was even more disappointed in the main house and increasingly wanted to split the family. He had thought about dividing the family before, but whenever he mentioned it to his parents, they would scold him harshly. And his mother also accused him of causing the family split, saying it was his wife, Yao, who instigated him. Even though he explained that it was his own decision, his parents didn't believe him. To protect his wife from being scolded by his mother for causing trouble and being unfilial, he held back and didn't continue to push for the split. Once separated, they would have their own household registration. Whether they were the main family or the second family, or even his parents themselves, it wouldn't matter. If they still thought about selling their children or causing trouble, they would have to consider whether they could handle the consequences. Besides, his wife and he weren't often at home, so they couldn't manage everything that happened there. Splitting up meant his eldest daughter could live with her younger siblings, which was better than staying under the control of biased grandparents and a mean older family. Lin Chengfeng also thought about this. Plus, if they were planning to conspire to sell his daughter, how could any father tolerate that? When Lin Yueyun heard her father's question, she answered directly, "No. Only I and my siblings and you, Dad, know about this for now." "Good. Daughter, don't tell others about this yet. Father needs to think about what to do so that the main family won't cause trouble for us in the third household." Lin Qingfeng looked serious and pretended to think deeply, saying, Lin Yueyun's eyes lit up. "Isn't this an opportunity? Now is the perfect time to act. Why wait any longer to split the family?" Then Lin Yueyun earnestly told her father, "Father, if only our third household could split off and live separately, wouldn't that be great? That way, the three of us siblings could relax a lot. We wouldn't have to get up before dawn every day to do chores for the whole family. Most importantly, we wouldn't have to constantly watch out for the main family anymore." Hearing this, Lin Qingfeng's anger and determination to split the family grew stronger. He didn't want to discuss too much about the split with his daughter. After a moment of thought, he calmly said, "Don't worry, daughter. I already have a plan. Tomorrow morning I will talk to your grandparents about splitting the family. This time, whether they agree or not, I will make a fuss." After hearing this, Lin Yueyun thought it was enough to mention and decided to stop there. She believed her cheap father would know what to do. At a critical moment, she would also step up to help. At least, she wouldn't let her father fight alone. Fortunately, her cheap father didn't know she was no longer the original owner. The Lin family, being greedy and selfish, probably wouldn't agree easily to split off the third household. Soon Lin Yueji, who was sent away, came in carrying a small basin used for holding food, with a few buns she bought today on top. Lin Yueyun was surprised for a moment and said, "Little sister? These? I told you and your younger brother to heat and share them. Why are the buns here now? They must be spoiled by now, right?" Lin Yueji happily handed the buns to her father and eldest sister, saying, "Father? Sister? I and my little brother have already eaten, and they're not spoiled. I kept them warm, and these are for you, father, sister. You should eat them while they're hot." Her father, Lin Qingfeng, asked with confusion, "Where did these buns come from?" Lin Yueyun then half-truthfully told her father that she saw an injured wild chicken running at the foot of the mountain when she went up early in the morning to pick wild vegetables. It looked like it couldn't fly, so she secretly followed it, trying to catch it. Unexpectedly, that wild chicken actually took her back to its nest. In her excitement and thrill, she carried the wild chicken along with its eggs. At this point, Lin Yueyun thought she could give her father a little more reassurance. She explained that after bringing back the wild chicken and eggs, she was worried they might not be eaten by her siblings. In the end, it was the brothers of the main household who benefited. She decided to carry her basket along the official road to town. When she arrived, she felt hungry and wanted to buy some buns to eat. But she only had wild chicken and eggs, no money, so she asked the bun shop owner where she could sell her game. The owner's younger cousin, who worked as a waiter at a restaurant, bought the wild chicken directly. Finally, she used the money to buy buns and then returned to eat. As for the money from selling wild chickens, she still had over 30 coins left, and she told her father, Lin Qingfeng, about it directly. Lin Yueyun also linked her story of selling chickens and the incident with her Aunt Yang coming to the house to cause trouble. She said that maybe someone in the village saw her selling chickens or buying buns in town. When this news reached Yang's ears, she took the opportunity to say she wanted to check her silver. To be honest, Lin Yueyun's half-truths and lies accidentally revealed Yang's real purpose for searching through the third household. Lin Yueju, upon hearing this, angrily sat next to Lin Yueyun. She told her that when her sisters weren't home, her two aunts and grandmother often came to the house to look around. Lin Yueju had seen this happen a few times and thought her aunts and grandmother were not good people. They just wanted to take her family's belongings. Later, Lin Yueju paid attention to what valuable things were in the house. She would habitually hide them in her and her sister's laundry piles. This way, her aunts and grandmother wouldn't go through their dirty clothes, and their belongings could stay safe. When Lin Yueyun and her father heard this, they looked at the 10-year-old girl in surprise. Lin Qingfeng couldn't help but think, "It seems our two daughters are not fools. Then I can rest assured to work outside." After chatting and eating buns in the room for a while, the father and daughter parted ways to rest. Until the second watch of the night, Lin Yueyun was awakened by a full bladder. She slowly got up, put on her shoes, and went out to the pigsty's toilet behind the house to relieve herself. Afterward, she returned to her family's yard and suddenly remembered she might have a space. At this moment, Lin Yuan wanted to see if she truly had the legendary space, golden finger. So she squatted by the small kitchen, closed her eyes, relaxed her whole body, and silently said, "Enter the space." Suddenly, Lin Yuan appeared in a blank room with only a large red travel chest. It was still daytime inside the space. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was very excited. She also discovered that she was hiding the herbal medicine book borrowed from the pharmacy. Then, Lin Yuan directly placed the herbal book into her space travel box. She tried to activate the space again. After repeating this several times, Lin Yuan found that not only could she store things in the space, but she could also take things out to use. She realized she could enter the space mentally by silently reciting the command, or even fully enter the space herself. As long as she closed her eyes and thought about how she wanted to enter, she could do it. Even more, Lin Yuan could use her mind to take things out from inside. However, to put things into the space, she had to physically touch the objects. But even when her soul was in the space and she ate something, she still felt hungry when she came out. If she fully entered the space, she wouldn't feel hungry after eating. Unfortunately, once inside the space, she couldn't see what was happening outside. When she exited the space, she would return to the place where she entered. Even silently thinking herself back into the room didn't work. But this was enough to make Lin Yuan very happy. After confirming that her space truly existed, she left the small kitchen and returned to her and her sister's shared room. In her room, she quietly searched through the more than 30 copper coins she had brought back, which were mixed among her sweaty, worn-out clothes, and used her mind to put them into her space. Then Lin Yuan lay down on her bed and thought, if only the door to the room in the space could open, then I could go to the living room, bathroom, or even downstairs to the yard. After all, I am a starving peasant girl in this body. If I had a space like the one in my previous life, I could grow vegetables, fruits, and various grains in the small yard. But she only thought about it. She didn't dare to be too greedy for now. Soon after, Lin Yuan was so excited that she kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She almost woke her sister, Lin Yueji, several times. Lin Yuan thought carefully and decided that her secret about having her own space must not be shared with anyone else, not even her family. This was one of her biggest secrets. If it got out, she might be mistaken for a monster and caught. She didn't want to go through that again. Meanwhile, Lin Qingfeng was lying on his bed, tossing and turning, thinking a lot, and gradually fell asleep. Over at Yang's place, she felt she had lost face today. She finally found a chance to openly go into the third room's yard to look for money. Just as she was searching eagerly, old third Lin returned and saw her bullying the eldest daughter of the third room. Yang couldn't sleep after that. She half covered herself with a thin blanket and spoke to her husband. "Husband, what do you think? Since old third came back and saw me causing trouble in the third room tonight, he didn't come to our main house to cause trouble, but was busy with his own affairs. Do you think old third might cause trouble in front of our parents tomorrow? I feel like he won't let this go easily." Worried, Yang added, "Husband, you must think of a way to help me. Anyway, I did this for our son's sake. Husband, please help me." Lin Qingbai, the head of the main house, looked at his foolish wife Yang with a cold gaze and scolded. "Humph. Who told you to go causing trouble without my permission? You should have known it wouldn't end well." Then, Lin Qingbai thought about his eldest son, who was beaten so badly, and felt a pang of pain. He believed that using money from the third daughter to help his son was the right thing to do. He calmed down and said, "Don't worry. As long as our parents stand with us, the third room won't cause any big trouble. Go to sleep now. We can talk about anything tomorrow." Yang listened to her husband and didn't say much. But I always feel that her causing trouble in the third house today might not be good for the main house. Soon, the morning sunlight broke through the thin clouds and spread across the land. You could still hear some insects and birds calling, making everything seem peaceful and beautiful. After discovering the wonder of the space when she got up at night, Lin Yueyun was so excited she couldn't sleep. She stayed awake until it was almost dawn before finally falling asleep. Today, she managed to sleep in lazily, which was rare. Because Lin Yueyun needed to rest and take medicine due to her illness, she woke up only at the early morning hours. Her younger sister, Lin Yuejio, woke up earlier. Seeing her sleeping soundly and knowing she was sick, she didn't wake her. When Lin Yueyun woke up early in the morning, she felt very refreshed. She just sat up and stretched when she saw her sister, Lin Yuejio, smiling as she brought in a bowl of porridge. There was also a fried egg on top, which she placed directly on Lin Yueyun's table. "Sister? Is this for me?" Lin Yueyun looked curiously at the bowl of plain rice porridge her sister brought and asked. "Yes, it is, sister. I got up early and cooked thick porridge for our older cousin, and I also fried an egg." Our father smelled the fried egg and called me over. When we went over in front of Mother, Father asked me to bring a big bowl of porridge for you to eat. He also took a fried egg that Mother had cooked for our older cousin. "Sister, you don't know." Mother's face turned dark with anger. "Ha." When Mother saw Father standing nearby and saying that you are also sick and need good nourishment, her expression was quite funny. It looked very satisfying. "Haha. That's our father." Mother wouldn't say much in front of him. If I went to get the porridge myself, Mother probably would have scolded me already. "Sister, hurry up and eat while it's hot. I'm going to the main hall to eat breakfast now." After saying this, Lin Yuejio was about to turn and leave. But she turned back and said, "Sister, the small kitchen has already prepared the soup medicine you need to drink. Remember to drink it after finishing the porridge, okay?" "All right, thank you, sister. You've worked hard." While listening to her sister tell funny stories, Lin Yueyun smiled softly. Lin Yuejio was curious. Before, her sister always called her Jiwa, but now she only called her sister. But no matter what she called her, she was still her sister, her real sister. She didn't mind the name, as long as their family was doing well. "Big sister, you don't have to be polite to me. We're family." Lin Yuejio waved happily at Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun smiled, knowing today wouldn't be peaceful. Her stepfather was planning to divide the family property. They couldn't let him hold them back. So, she called Lin Yuejio over and told her to find an old, patched-up, worn-out outfit to wear. Something simple, because something big might happen today, and they shouldn't dress too nicely. It would be better for their family. Lin Yuejio listened and quickly found an old, rough cloth shirt with patches, so worn out it was hard to tell its original color, and put it on. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun thought, "Wow, giving her a broken bowl with a hole and making her hair messy? Are they trying to turn her into a starving beggar girl?" She couldn't help but feel a little sad and sighed helplessly. "This really fits my expectations, doesn't it?" "How about it, big sister? Is this okay to wear?" Lin Yuejio asked happily. "Yes, that's fine. Just go out and have breakfast like that. Remember to speak up for Dad when it really matters." Lin Yueyun nodded while thinking. After saying this, Lin Yuejio ran out. Left alone, Lin Yueyun stayed in the room. She got up, changed into another old, patched rough cloth, then went out to wash her face and brush her teeth before returning to her room. She quickly finished a bowl of porridge with an egg. Then, she couldn't help but sigh. "Oh my, I've been wearing these clothes for days. Finally, I got to eat a proper breakfast like a normal person. Not those wild vegetable porridge or the hard, stale cornbread that even dogs wouldn't want to eat." She wasn't worried when she heard the noise from the main hall. First, she closed the door to the room and entered the space directly. Seeing that the herbal book and copper coins she had put in the middle of the night were still there, Lin Yueyun felt very happy inside. Then, she opened the red travel box inside the space, and was surprised to find that the bread roll she ate last night seemed to have returned to its original amount. Next, Lin Yueyun picked up a 1,500 milliliter bottle of mineral water. She unscrewed the cap and took small sips, noticing that this water tasted much sweeter than the water she drank in modern times. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. After a few sips, she put the cap back on, casually tossed the bottle onto the floor of the space, and then came out. As soon as she came out, she heard a loud scolding and crying from the main hall. Old Lady Lin was raising her voice higher and higher. Lin Yueyun felt that her father was about to cause a big fuss. Quickly, she grabbed the bowl of porridge she had just eaten and ran to the kitchen. She made a bowl of herbal soup, pinched her nose, and gulped down several big mouthfuls. After finishing, she put down the bowl and hurriedly ran toward the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall was tense, so tense that it could be described as a sword being drawn. At the dining table, Yang looked timidly at old lady Lin and also cast a disdainful glance at her father, Lin Qingfeng. Everyone else had stopped eating and dared not even breathe loudly. Lin Yueyun thought to herself, "What's going on? Am I late?" Suddenly, old Lin put down his chopsticks with a loud slap, pointed at Lin Qingfeng, and scolded loudly, "You unfilial son! If you dare mention dividing the family again, I will beat you to death today. Do you want everyone in the village to look down on our Lin family?" After scolding, old Lin stood up, trembling as he pointed at Lin Qingfeng and said angrily, "I'm not dead yet. And you want to split the family? You want to split the family? The door isn't even open. Third brother, there's a saying, when parents are alive, the family isn't divided. Are you trying to cause trouble over a small matter? Isn't that unfilial? Third brother, please don't bring up dividing the family again, so as not to upset and hurt our parents." The head of the main household, Lin Chengbai, stood up, looking at Lin Qingfeng with disappointment and speaking reasonably. "Third brother, second brother doesn't know what to say. Second brother also knows that you and your spouse are having a hard time. But everything is fine now, so why talk about dividing the family?
See?
Even Dad doesn't want to split the family. Third brother, maybe you should forget it? Let's all sit down and have a good meal together." Seeing this, second uncle Lin Chengsong tried to smooth things over, feeling caught in the middle. "No, this family must be divided today. Even if Dad wants to give up our third house, that's okay." Lin Qingfeng doesn't know how to argue with these blood-related family members. He looks serious and insists,
Hey.
"I'm saying, third brother, are you just trying to make everyone uncomfortable on purpose? Why can't I reason with you?" Lin Chengbai, worried, points at Lin Qingfeng and speaks. The head of the first house, Lin Chengbai, is also one of the few scholars around here. He didn't pass the imperial exam, but he found a part-time job as a clerk in town. He works about 10 or 8 days a month, but he earns about 300 coins a month. In a year, that adds up to a few hundred silver coins. Grandma Lin doesn't require him to turn over his earnings to the family. He's happy with that. If the family splits up, he worries that his job as a clerk in town might be taken away at any time. Then, where would he get enough money to support a family member studying? Of course, he doesn't want the family to split. Even though the elders in the family focus on the main house, isn't that just more people working for them? Wouldn't that be better? If the third house is separated, then the money he earns would have to be handed over to Grandma Lin to be managed by the family. How could he live freely then? He doesn't want that. I agree with Dad. I don't want to split the family. Lin Chengbai, full of anger, stands up to express his opinion.
Well,
I'll listen to Dad. Third brother, don't blame me. Second brother. Lin Chengsong hesitates and speaks softly, glancing at Lin San and Lin Tu. Lin Yin thinks, this family is really calculating. Why won't they agree to split? Isn't it just to cling to the third house and drain their resources? This is really frustrating. Lin Yueyun, from the original owner's memories and the scene, saw that this big family was full of bloodsuckers, just trying to cling to the third branch to get more benefits. They probably won't agree to split the family without some advantages. Second uncle? On the surface, he just seems timid and indecisive. He looks worse than my father, but I wonder if that's how he really is in real life. When Lin Yueyun reached the main hall, she was only glanced at by everyone and then looked away. She thought to herself, Father, Mother, please forgive your unfilial child. I humbly ask you to agree to let our third branch live separately. Lin Chengfeng stood straight, eyes red, staring fiercely at Old Man Lin and his wife. This made Old Man Lin so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. Third son, what are you doing? Why do you insist on splitting the family? Are we not good to you? You insisted on marrying the mysterious Yao family girl back then, and I agreed. So? Now you want to use the old tricks to force me and your father to split the family. You're so unfilial. Are you not afraid it will get out and harm Yun and her siblings' reputation? Old Lady Lin spoke earnestly. In Daqiguo, filial piety is very important. Being unfilial could get you reported to the authorities and punished. The Lin family believed that Lin Qingfeng wouldn't keep causing trouble forever. Moreover, Old Lady Lin thought that Yao was bought with secretly hidden family money. And she was so beautiful. After bringing her home, even her eldest son couldn't look away, and she was worried about family peace. She refused to sell her third son to others. Also, she didn't want her daughter-in-law from her own family to be the third wife. Over the years, Yao refused to reveal her family background. Even during festivals, she didn't seem eager to visit her family. Old Lady Lin suspected that Yao was a concubine or a woman sold by a wealthy family, possibly already tarnished. The eldest daughter of the third family didn't look like she was from the Lin family at all, almost identical to the charming Yao. Only Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming looked somewhat like her third son. Looking at Lin Yueyun, Old Lady Lin always felt guilty for raising someone else's illegitimate child with Yao. He always openly or secretly looks down on Lin Yueyun. Even though his third son privately told her that Yao's health was good and that the children were his, Old Lady Lin didn't believe it. Old Lady Lin thinks her son is bewitched by a charming woman and is deliberately defending her. Even the illegitimate child claims to be his own, which makes her very angry. If my parents don't agree to split the family, that's okay. Anyway, I make a living in town by taking what I can, then I won't go to the dock to work anymore, and I'll have Yao leave her job and come back. Our family will just stay here to farm, waiting for my parents to support us, Lin Qingfeng said stubbornly. This remark clearly hit a sore spot for Old Man Lin. His eyes filled with anger, and he pointed tremblingly at Lin Qingfeng, eyes wide with fury, and said, "Are you trying to cause a family split and make me angry to death? Then I will beat you, unfilial son." After speaking, Old Man Lin grabbed a broom from somewhere and swung it directly at Lin Qingfeng. Bang! The sound of the broom hitting repeatedly echoed. Lin Qingfeng clenched his fists but remained steady, still standing firm and shouting, "Please, parents, let our third family split off and live separately." Seeing this, everyone else quickly left the dining table to avoid being hit by the broom. Old Man Lin knew that without his third son and daughter-in-law working outside for many years, their family wouldn't be as comfortable as others in the village. He didn't want to split the third family apart. That way, they could still use the money earned by the third family to support the eldest grandson's education. If they really split up, life might become much tighter. Currently, the third family pays their monthly silver on time to the palace, so he and his wife can secretly enjoy some braised pork at night. Otherwise, they wouldn't be slightly plumper than other elderly people. If the third family was split up, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to secretly eat braised pork. They might even have to consider eating meat as a luxury. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. So, Old Man Lin grew angrier the more he thought about it, grabbing the broom and hitting Lin Qingfeng hard several times. Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming saw the situation and cried out in fear. "Aw,
Dad.
don't hit my dad." "Boo-hoo, Grandpa, you're a bad person." "Grandpa, please don't hit my dad." "Boo-hoo, Dad? If you won't let us split the family, then just beat me, your son," Lin Qingfeng said, glancing at his tearful younger siblings, choking up as he spoke. "Please, parents, let us split into our own household. Anyway, in your hearts, only the two older brothers in the main and second households are considered your real children." Lin Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, and he spoke with a firm, determined look. If you looked closely, you'd see he probably didn't sleep well all night. Lin Yueyun didn't want her brave father, who wanted to split the family, to keep getting hit by Old Man Lin. Then, Lin Yueyun quickly stepped forward to catch the broom Old Man Lin was about to hit Lin Qingfeng with. She spoke loudly and confidently, looking strong despite her injuries. "Grandpa, our third household must split from this family. If you're unhappy about something, just say it and we can discuss it slowly. Why do you have to hit people? Grandpa, if you hurt someone, you'll have to spend money on medicine and treatment, right? And it will delay my dad from working and earning money, won't it? After speaking, Lin Yuan gave her father a look. Her father understood immediately and knelt down, continuing, "Please, parents, agree to us splitting into our own household." Old man Lin glared at Lin Yuan angrily and said, "You little brat. Let go, or I'll hit you too." Old man Lin knew this was the right thing to do, but he couldn't tolerate others disobeying him or not being on his side. Moreover, the other person was his own son. Old man Lin tried to grab the broom from Lin Yuan to continue hitting the unfilial son who dared to disobey him. Unfortunately, Old man Lin was old and naturally not as strong as a young person. Plus, Lin Yuan was stronger than most men. Old man Lin couldn't possibly overpower her. So, the broom was snatched away by Lin Yuan. Old man Lin was pulled off balance and staggered 2 steps, stomping his feet in anger. He pointed at Lin Yuan and Lin Qingfeng, scolding them loudly. "How dare you, you father and daughter? Are they all united to deal with me, this useless old man?" After saying that, Old man Lin pretended to clutch his chest, acting as if he was very angry and about to faint. Everyone saw that Old man Lin seemed close to fainting, so they hurried forward to help him and scolded the third family's father and daughter for being unfilial. "Third son? Are you this unfilial? Do you want to make your father so angry that he dies?" Old lady Lin wiped her tears and cried out. "Brother Sam, are you planning a family split with your father and sister? Have you all already decided?" The first family's Lin Qingbai saw through the third family's plan. He stepped forward to support Old man Lin, who looked like he was about to faint, and glared at the third family's father and daughter angrily. Even Yang Shi deliberately pushed forward with force, trying to shove Lin Yuan, hoping to cause her to fall and ruin her face, so she wouldn't interfere with her daughter's future. Yang Shi trusted the prophecy from a master who said that a noble lady from the Lin family would be born in spring. Among the women in the Lin family, only her eldest daughter and Lin Yuan from the third family were born in spring. Yang Shi thought that as long as she could prevent the third family's daughter from marrying into a noble family, no one could stop her own daughter from becoming a noble lady. Lin Yuan had already seen her fierce glare flash toward her and was prepared. When Yang Shi tried to push her forcefully, Lin Yuan dodged quickly. Yang Shi used all her strength to attack, but she accidentally hit Old man Lin instead. Old man Lin cried out, "Ouch!" Then, with a thud, he sat on the ground, wailing. Yang Shi realized she had pushed her own father-in-law and was frightened. She quickly hid behind her husband, Lin Qingbai, and apologized.
Sorry. Ouch.
"Third son, you unfilial child. Not only are you causing a family split, but you also let your daughter push me. That's really unfilial." Old man Lin wailed loudly. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Old man Lin with disbelief. Did they all see his eyes wrong? Wasn't it Yang Shi who pushed him? Did he just see it wrongly? Why did he say it was the third family's daughter? Could he be so angry that he's lost his mind? Even the villagers passing by the Lin family's house gathered around after hearing the loud noise. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! The old Lin family is up to some gossip early in the morning again? Let's go see. Is the trouble from last night still going on? Let's go check it out." The neighboring villagers stopped their work and stepped forward to speak. Hearing this, Lin Yuan thought to herself, Old Lin really knows how to pretend. Think this will scare us into not wanting to split the family?" But Lin Yuan wouldn't let Old Lin slander her. She couldn't help but step forward and say, "Grandpa, are you perhaps seeing things clearly? Can't even tell who pushed you down? The person who pushed you is clearly Aunt Yang, not me. Are you accusing me just because I'm closer to you? Even if you dislike our third branch, that's too much, isn't it?" What Lin Yuan didn't know was that this was exactly what Old Lin wanted to see, her to argue back. Old Lin smirked secretly. "This is the effect I want. You 3 branches are arguing about splitting the family, right? Let's see how everyone blames you for causing trouble." As more villagers gathered around, Old Lin started his act. "Third son, are you trying to push your old father to his limit?" Old Lin pretended to be very distressed, patting his chest and showing a helpless expression as if he was being disliked because he was old, and started crying. "Your father doesn't agree to split the family and you and your daughter keep forcing me? Are you saying you dislike that I am a burden to you? After saying this, old Lin suddenly had an idea and added fuel to the fire. Wasn't it just last night that Yang suspected your daughter took the silver from Huir's secret stash and even slapped her? Later, Yang also told your mother that she found silver in the main yard and apologized. What more do you want? Are you really forcing me to split the family? The apology here wasn't directly to Lin Yueyun, but just a general apology to old Lin. Yang felt her plan had failed. It was inappropriate for an elder to apologize to a younger person. So, she didn't go to apologize to Lin Yueyun. The onlookers listened and felt like they had just heard a big piece of gossip. Before Lin Qingfeng or Lin Yueyun could speak, they began to criticize the father and daughter for being unfilial.
Bah.
This is just too outrageous. Who forces their own father to split the family? Third brother Lin. You're really no good. Some older women from the crowd also thought about how they might be treated if they were old, and their children looked down on them or made excuses to split the family. They looked angry and scolded Lin Qingfeng harshly. Exactly, this is so unfilial. Our great Qi kingdom values filial piety the most. Third brother Lin? If you keep causing trouble, you might get reported to the officials and get into trouble. Are you sure you still want to split the family? You're asking for trouble. If an old man is disliked by his children and forced to split the family, what's the point of having so many kids? Even a granddaughter dares to speak to her grandfather in a questioning tone? She should be beaten and taught a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun was surprised and thought, oh, is old man Lin really clever? Is he using her words to deliberately stir up trouble among the villagers? How should I solve this? Lin Yueyun frowned and thought for a while but couldn't come up with a solution. At this moment, Lin Qingfeng suddenly pulled out a stool, his eyes red, and knelt down step by step. It felt like an invisible hand was choking his throat, and he could taste a metallic, bloody smell on his tongue.
How?
Do you think I and my children deserve to be bullied in my own parents' eyes? Lin Qingfeng shouted angrily with wide eyes, choking on his words. It was as if he wanted to shout out his pain. The next moment, sure enough, Lin Qingfeng cried out loudly. When I was young, I said I wanted to study. I wasn't less talented than my older brother, and I had a better memory. What did you say? You said that the eldest son should be the one to go to school because he's the heir, not me. After saying this, Lin Qingfeng's voice became even more choked and low. And you said we didn't have enough money to send 2 children to school. I didn't complain about that, Lin Qingfeng said angrily and helplessly. Old man Lin listened to this and felt a little uncomfortable. After all, old Lin knew that his third son was more talented at studying than the eldest son. He also liked his third son for a while. But who asked the third son not to be the eldest? He would have to rely on the eldest son to take care of him in old age, so he had to focus more on the eldest son. Therefore, he could only feel sorry for the third son. Lin Qingfeng continued to complain sadly. You all wanted me to forget about studying and experience how hard earning money is. At that time, I was only 13 years old, and I went to the dock with the villagers to carry heavy bags. After saying this, Lin Qingfeng sniffed and continued. At first, I struggled to carry each big bag for a long time, and I was insulted and cheated out of my wages. I carried those bags for over 10 years, and I had long given up on the idea of continuing to study. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and looked at old Lin. Later, when the family paid taxes and the food supply was low, you said my eldest brother needed to prepare for his apprenticeship, and asked me to think of a way. I used all the savings I had saved up to give to my parents. Then, when you said my second brother was going to marry the second sister-in-law, and the bride price was not enough, you asked me to think of a way again. What could I do? I could only be shameless and borrow 2 silver coins from the dock manager to bring back to you. But you don't know? Because of this, I had to grit my teeth every day and carry even bigger loads than others. To save money and pay back the manager quickly, I only ate 1 meal a day, gnawing on hard black bread for a whole month. Eventually, I fainted from hunger while carrying the load. When the manager found out, he couldn't bear to see me, and I almost lost my job because of it. I didn't dare tell you, Mom and Dad, because I was afraid you would worry about me. After saying this, Lin Qingfeng couldn't help but shed tears, recalling those bitter days. Hearing this, The frail old Lin standing nearby had already burst into tears. It's my fault. It's my fault for not being a good mother to you, Feng. Boo-hoo. Under the pressure from old man Lin and the two main branches of the family, although Lin San's wife and husband secretly saved some money over the years, they still felt that their parents were unfair. He also felt he was crying about how unfair his parents were to him. When I was giving birth to you, I almost lost my life. I thought you came to ask for money, so I was harsh to you. It's my fault. Old Lady Lin wiped her tears and looked sad as she spoke. Lin Qingfeng didn't plan to stop and listen to his mother's complaints about the family split. He wanted to say everything he had endured over the years, to vent his feelings. So Lin Qingfeng continued. Later, you said the eldest grandson in the main house was grown up and needed to go to a private school, so I, as the uncle, had to find ways to gather money. We also tried to gather the money, and gave it. Did our third branch say anything about it? Father, mother? I am also your son. Over the years, have you ever truly cared for me? No, you haven't. All you care about is asking me for money, and I am your son. Now, I am tired. I just want to live for our third branch. I just want to split from the family and live my own life. It's not like I want to cut ties with you. Why are you unwilling? You just use my supposed disobedience to make others talk. Honestly, over the years, have I really been unfilial? After speaking, Lin Qingfeng choked up even more. As soon as he said this, some sharp-eyed onlookers noticed and compared the two daughters of the third branch with the two daughters of the second branch who were present. Not to say that the two daughters of the second branch dressed very well, but at least they had some flesh on their faces, and their clothes were not patched. In contrast, the two daughters of the third branch wore patched clothes that were hard to see the color of. They looked very poor. Sure enough, the daughters of the third branch are different from the daughters of the other two branches. Look carefully at their clothes and compare. Yes, we often see the two daughters of the third branch working, but the daughters of the other two branches are rarely seen. Lin Yuanyan saw this and thought, fortunately, I told my sister to dress a bit shabby. Now, I want to ask my parents, how much silver do the main house and the second house each give to the palace every month? And how much do my wife and I give to the palace each month? Lin Qingfeng asked Old Lin and Old Lady Lin. Old Lady Lin was speechless and did not specify how much silver the main and second houses should give each month. They are willing to give if they want, but if they don't, they won't be pressured. As long as the third house couple receives their monthly allowance on time, that's enough. Over the years, it seems they have become used to the contributions of the third son and his wife. Of course, we have given silver to the palace. The amount given is not something I need to tell you, right? Third brother, do you think you are being too controlling? Second Aunt Wang shot a quick glance at Lin Qingfeng, eager to jump in and argue. This made Yang want to cover her mouth with a cloth to stop her from being so foolish. No, I mean third brother isn't giving what you can a sign of kindness? Please don't question your parents so harshly. It's quite embarrassing. Yang pretended to smile playfully and said with emphasis on the word question. Exactly, third brother. How can a grown man question his parents in front of everyone? Wang responded. Hearing this, Yang wanted to cover her mouth and secretly laugh. She thought Wang really didn't know whether to call her foolish or to praise her as a helpful fool. Lin Qingfeng naturally wouldn't let his sisters-in-law's words go easily. So, he straightforwardly said, All right then, why don't your parents and older brothers return all the silver we've taken from the third house over the years? And also, the accommodation fees that the main house father and son have been asking for me all these years. Hearing this, Yang quickly became angry and said resentfully, What do you mean by asking for accommodation fees from your third house? That money was taken from your parents. You're giving money to respect your parents? Are you planning to take it back? Besides, if your nephew passes the imperial exam, you'll benefit too, right? Second Aunt Wang was also annoyed after hearing this and thought, This has been going on for so many years. You're still borrowing bride price? How come I didn't know about this? Lin Qingfeng had already learned from Lin Yueyan about Lin Yuehui's scheme to sell her sister Lin Yueyan. With Lin Yuehui's character, even if he passes the imperial exam, their third house won't benefit much. Maybe he will even send his two daughters to be concubines to strengthen his own future position. This is not what Lin Qingfeng wants to see. No matter what, He thinks it's best to split the family and register separately as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows if Lin Yuehui, this beast, will try to sell his daughters again. His third brother, Lin, dares not take that risk. He can't control what happens in the main family, only wants to live his own life peacefully. Our third family won't share in the glory of the imperial exams. Parents, please arrange for us to split up and live separately soon. Even if we split, we will still respect and care for you. This is good for everyone, Lin Qingfeng firmly said. Also, sister-in-law, did you misunderstand and think my daughter stole silver? And then hurt her? Since then, you haven't even apologized. Is this how a sister-in-law with good manners behaves? Sister-in-law just now tried to push my daughter down in the chaos, but instead bumped into our father. I saw everything clearly. Don't try to deny it. Yang was so angry she wanted to argue back, but Lin's third son continued loudly. And my father, I used to think you only favored my older brother. Now I realize you can even twist facts for sister-in-law's sake. Hearing this, old Lin really wanted to grab a rag and stuff his son's mouth. Why does he keep saying such things?
How can he twist the truth like that?
Lin Yueyin couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at her father, who seemed to have said this intentionally or unintentionally. She secretly thought, my father? How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid old Lin will get so angry he might faint? Just after thinking this, she heard her father say again, Father, mother? You and the main family are the closest relatives, right? What am I, Lin's third son, in this family? Sob, sob. Lin Qingfeng's eyes filled with tears, and he looked at his parents with disbelief. Father? Mother? I just want to ask, am I really your biological son? Why are you treating me like this? Wah wah wah. After saying this, old Lin looked full of disappointment and helplessness. His furrowed brows and weak eyes showed his inner pain and sadness. A grown man crying like a helpless child, clutching his head and kneeling down. It's truly heartbreaking to see, and makes others feel sad and tearful. Old Mr. Lin saw this and felt angry, but couldn't continue scolding his third son. Lin Yueyin saw her own poor father and couldn't help but feel pity, her nose tingling. Now, public opinion shifted again, with many criticizing old Mr. Lin and his wife for favoritism and neglect. Some even misunderstood Lin Qingfeng's words as suggesting that old Mr. Lin and his eldest daughter-in-law, Yang, had an affair. This rumor spread quickly around the village. Even old Lady Lin was so angry she doubted whether her husband had really been unfaithful to their eldest daughter-in-law. Old Mr. Lin always believed that since he and his wife had raised him, their son should obey him.
Why?
Am I not your father? You're my son. You must listen to me. Are you trying to rebel? After speaking, old Mr. Lin coughed a few times, pretending to be so angry at his son's disobedience that he clutched his chest and gasped loudly, Then, he secretly glanced at Lin Qingbua, signaling him to pay attention. Finally, he tilted his head and pretended to faint from anger. Everyone in the Lin family saw this and hurried to carry him back inside to call a doctor. Their quick cooperation seemed almost rehearsed. Before fainting, old Mr. Lin's fleeting pride was caught by Lin Yueyin from nearby. This old Mr. Lin is really ruthless, sacrificing his third son's family to support his eldest son's family. He even risked damaging his own youngest son's and daughter's reputation. His fainting confirmed old Mr. Lin's disobedience and forced the old father to split the family. Would people still pity him? Indeed, age and experience make a difference. Soon, Dr. Liu from the neighboring village was called over by the Lin family. Dr. Liu checked old Mr. Lin's pulse and said he was suffering from sudden emotional stress. He advised him to relax and not get angry again, or he might faint again. Being older, he could even risk having a. At this moment, Lin Qingfeng was also standing in old Lin's room, with a blank, soulless look in his eyes. This made old Lady Lin feel both sad and guilty, mixed with many emotions, which made her very upset and helpless. But her reason told her she couldn't let her third son continue to be disappointed. Otherwise, she might lose this son forever. So, old Lady Lin held back her anger and the urge to scold, and suddenly seemed a bit lonely. She spoke kindly. Third son, you should go back and rest for a while. Don't worry, I agree with the idea of dividing the family. Once your father wakes up, I will talk to him carefully. Whether it works out or not, I will give you an answer by tomorrow morning. Is that okay? After hearing this, Lin Qingfeng wasn't sure if his mother was joking or serious, but at least she agreed to divide the family. He choked up and said, "Mother, please forgive your unfilial son." After saying this, he looked at old Lin lying on the bed, then turned and left. Right after Lin Qingfeng left the room of the elders, old Lin opened his eyes. He had heard his wife and third son's conversation. Seeing his wife also leave with the third son, he still thought it was better to pretend to be unwell and stay lying down, so he didn't get up immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes again and thought, "This rebellious son dares to cause trouble about dividing the family in front of everyone, and even presses my face to the ground. He's really gotten brave. If I keep refusing, maybe he'll keep causing trouble for me someday." Sigh. Maybe I should think carefully about how to divide the family in the best way. Old Lady Lin quickly brought a bowl of hot soup and medicine to old Lin's bed. Her eyes, swollen from crying, looked heavy as she held the bowl of medicine. Old man, wake up. It's time to drink your medicine." She pushed old Lin gently, with tears in her eyes. Old Lin was pushed and gradually opened his eyes, sat up with a sigh.
Well,
Children grow up and leave home. Tomorrow, I will invite the village chief and the clan leader to witness the family division. Old Lady Lin heard this and thought, sigh. Why didn't I agree to divide the family earlier? Why do you have to get so angry at yourself? Old Mr. Lin continued. Of course, just separate the third family's household. Don't divide the other two families for now.
okay, fine.
Old man, you should drink your medicine first. As for how to divide everything, you can tell me later. Before old Mrs. Lin finished speaking, she was interrupted by the knocking sound from outside the second household door.
Come in, she said.
Wang Shi pushed open the door of the second household and carried a bowl of porridge into the room. She smiled happily. Father, mother, I've cooked some porridge for you. I brought it here. Remember to drink it while it's hot, okay? Wang Shi put down the bowl and asked with concern, Father, are you feeling better? Are you more comfortable now? I have some things to do, so I'll go out first. Please take care and rest well. All right, go ahead and do your work. Hearing Wang Shi's concern, old Mr. Lin felt very happy. He waved her away to leave. Actually, Wang Shi had overheard some of the conversation from the second household earlier and knew they planned to split up the third household. She hadn't heard the exact method of division yet, so she couldn't keep listening at the door. She had to interrupt their talk. In the end, Wang Shi really wanted to know how the elders planned to split the third household. But she didn't dare to keep eavesdropping anymore. This made her spend the whole day thinking about how the elders would divide the family. When she was chopping pig grass on the ground, she almost cut her own finger. After Wang Shi left, old Mr. Lin eagerly pointed at the door and said, Look at that. Even Wang Shi came to ask about me, her old father. And look at your third son. Doesn't he care about his own father? All he cares about is causing trouble over the family division. Such an unfilial troublemaker. After saying that, old Mr. Lin patted his thigh in anger and disappointment. This also shows that in the family, the one who always suffers is the one who chooses not to suffer. Once they decide not to suffer, they are considered unfilial and troublemakers at home. Back at the third household. Father, are you okay? Lin Yueyan was the first to ask with concern. Lin Qingfeng, with red eyes and a dejected look, stood with his head down, looking somewhat lonely. Old third Lin slowly walked toward his room, still turning back to smile and say to the three siblings, Don't worry. Dad is fine. He didn't rest well last night, so he's just lying down in his room for a while. Everyone should rest when they need to and do what they should first. Your grandma said whether it works out or not, we will get an answer tomorrow morning. Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming said together. Is there anything else? Lin Qingfeng asked back. No, you should rest well. Seeing this, Lin Yuezhou shook her head to signal Lin Yueming. In the end, the siblings had no choice but to continue sadly carrying clothes for the whole family to the creek to wash. Lin Yueyun saw her father arguing about dividing the family, looking upset because of the favoritism from the elders. She decided not to tell him about the moment she secretly succeeded before her father fainted, to avoid adding to his worries and disappointment. Lin Yueyun knew that in this old-fashioned family society, with Lin Yuehui's character, it was better to split the family early. Otherwise, it might cause trouble for her own family later. With a clatter, second Aunt Wang dropped her knife, clutching her left index finger, and hurriedly ran to the second courtyard to find medicine and cloth to bandage it.
Ow.
It's okay, just a little nail and skin cut. It's good it didn't cut the bone. Wang patted her chest, took a deep breath, and said gratefully. From then on, Wang realized that next time she should not do two things at once. Otherwise, the consequences could be serious. If she had pressed a little more inward with that force, she might have cut off her own finger. Who cares if they split the family? Our second household won't be as foolish as the third household, taking on everything. The work we do? The main house also has to send people to do it. Otherwise, I won't do it. Humph. Wang snorted coldly. She also knew that her father was somewhat biased toward the main house. If he really handed over the labor of the third household, then in the future, washing clothes, cooking, digging wild vegetables, and gathering pig grass would have to be done by the second and main households in turn. She had decided that if her father interfered to favor the main house, she would go to her mother-in-law to cause trouble. And if her aunt, who was also her mother-in-law, didn't support her, she planned to go back to her parents' house to complain, so her mother-in-law wouldn't have an easy time. Indeed, Mrs. Wang wasn't stupid. She was clever enough to think of these things. Soon it was time for dinner. Mrs. Wang and Lin Yuejia worked together to prepare the meal. We gathered in the main hall of the Lin family estate, as usual, for dinner. Old Lady Lin distributed the food as she always did. This time, Lin Yuehui, who was still recovering from his injuries, and Lin Yuerong, who had been missing for a few days, did not come to the table. The other family members were all present. The atmosphere suddenly became very quiet. Even Lin Yueguang, the youngest son who usually made noise during meals, sat quietly and ate his dinner peacefully. Mrs. Yang kept watching everyone secretly. She noticed that the third household was still eating their simple food and hadn't shown any signs of wanting to split up. She finally relaxed. That night, except for the third household, which slept peacefully, the other two households' couple stayed up late talking behind closed doors. The next morning arrived quickly. Lin Yueyun was thinking about the family division but hadn't reached a clear decision yet. She didn't rush to go up the mountain. So, Lin Yueyun prepared everything she needed for the trip and packed it into a basket. Soon, it was time for breakfast. The atmosphere in the main hall remained very serious. Old Lady Lin distributed the food as usual and said, "Everyone sit down and eat first. We can talk after this meal." At this moment, Old Man Lin arrived late and sat at the table, ignoring his third son sitting opposite him. He picked up his bowl and started eating slowly. Third son Lin looked at his parents. He saw Old Lady Lin exchange a glance with him and nod in agreement. Only then did he start eating his breakfast calmly. 15 minutes later, everyone had finished eating. Old Man Lin cleared his throat and said to Lin Qingsong from the second household, "Second son? Go and invite the village chief and the clan leader." "Yes, father." Lin Qingsong wisely didn't ask any questions. He pulled out a chair and ran outside. "Third son? While the village chief and clan leader haven't arrived yet, let's have a good talk about the family division." Old Mr. Lin looked up at his dark-haired third son and said calmly, "All right, son." Lin Qingfeng felt a bit excited and responded to his father. "This family can be divided, but you have to follow my way. If it's okay, when the village chief and clan leader come later, I'll ask them to witness the division of your 3 households. If not, then it's a different matter." Old Mr. Lin said confidently, with a plan in mind. When Lin Yueyun heard this, she thought, "Here it comes, the main event." Old Mr. Lin is quite slow. Waiting makes people anxious. Then, "Dad, please tell us," Lin Qingfeng asked eagerly. Old Mr. Lin thought to himself, among his 3 sons, the most disobedient is this third son. "You oppose me? Then I'll raise the requirements for dividing the family. Even if you agree, we won't lose. If you refuse, then the family can't be divided. I want to see what choice you will make." He stroked his nearly white beard and looked at his third son with a mix of disdain and complexity, saying, "Third son, you know that Huir is still injured. These past months, he needs to rest well. He will also need to continue studying at the private school. Our family needs a lot of money to support this. You also have to consider me, your mother, and the big and second households, right? I will make things difficult for you. As long as your 3 households each pay me and your mother 500 coins every month as a token of filial respect. You can still stay in the third household's yard, but in a month you must move out. As for the 2 pigs and a few chickens at home, don't even think about keeping them. Additionally, every season, each of you should make a new set of clothes for me and your mother. As for the 11 acres of land at home, I, your mother, and the big and second households haven't divided it yet. After the harvest in autumn, we need to sell some grain to support Huir's studies, and we'll also continue to support Guang'er's education. Naturally, I can't give you more land. You should understand that your parents are not easy to support." Lin Yueyun looked at her father with disdain, secretly admiring his favoritism and shamelessness. "Today, no matter what, the family must be divided. Then I will give your 3 families 2 acres of land, 1 acre of dry land at the foot of the mountain where you planted eggplants, and 1 acre of medium-sized field. Of course, this year's harvest will be shared among your 3 families. As for my wife and me in the future, when we grow old, we will live with the main family, so you don't need to worry about us. If you agree, we will wait until the village chief and clan leader come, then write the family division agreement and set the terms. We will also ask the clan leader to witness and officially separate the 3 families." After finishing the proposal for dividing the family, the room was almost silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Old Mr. Lin looked at Lin Qingfeng, wanting to see how this rebellious son would react. Would he still insist on dividing the family? Back then, Lin Xucheng had also studied in a private school for a few years. How much money did the third son and his wife save up each month or year? He knew this better than anyone. If the third family divides, even if they hide some savings, life might become quite tight. Will they regret splitting up later? Why is this rebellious son so disobedient? Why does he insist on dividing the family? Father? Would paying 500 coins each month be too much? Lin San hesitated a bit, but before he could finish, Lin Yuan cut him off directly. "Fine. As long as the family is divided, we 3 families agree to your terms." Hearing this, old Mr. Lin immediately slammed the table and stood up, smiling insincerely. "All right, then it's settled. Third son, do you agree?" He then looked at Lin San. Old Mr. Lin thought that his daughter-in-law was really naive and foolish. Neither of them had studied in a private school, they couldn't read or write well, and they didn't understand money. How could they compare to him? But wasn't that just what he wanted? "Yun, girl, how can you agree to this?" Lin Qingfeng was anxious when he heard this. He quickly pulled Lin Yuan aside and whispered. Lin Yuan naturally comforted her. "Lucky, father." She was someone who traveled from thousands of years in the future. She didn't believe it. She had plenty of ideas to make money. Could she not earn 500 coins a month? Moreover, the big snake she sold earlier brought her 8 taels of silver. She still had 7 taels buried in the mountain. Only after the family split did she care less about everything else. That's when she dared to slowly show her true abilities, right? This time, the family split had to be clearly written in black and white. She didn't want to wait until she had money, only for the Lin family to shamelessly come back and demand benefits. So Lin Yuan said seriously, "Sir, can't you let me finish speaking? We also need to add a few points."
"Oh,
You want to add more? Go ahead and tell me." Old Mr. Lin looked at Lin Yuan with a gloomy face, wanting to know what this stubborn girl wanted to say. First, in the family split agreement, it should state that after the split, the third, second, and first houses, along with the grandparents, cannot take anything from our third house in the name of respect or filial piety. This includes food, money, and other valuable items. That's the first point. Second, after the split, the main house, second house, and the activities in the main courtyard have nothing to do with our third house. They cannot use moral pressure to force us to do things we don't want to do. Third, starting from the day of the split, the filial piety money owed to the grandparents each month must be paid on time. No excuses or other reasons can be used to delay or demand extra money. When Lin Yueyan saw the village chief and clan leader approaching the gate of the Lin family, she loudly called out, "That's all I want to add. Do you accept, sir?" She looked at old Mr. Lin calmly and slowly. Old Mr. Lin thought as long as the money arrived on time, everything else was not a big deal. He quickly nodded in agreement. Then, old Mr. Lin, the village chief, the clan leader, and his father Lin Qingfeng discussed and negotiated on the spot. After about an incense stick's time, village chief Lin Sihai wrote out 4 copies of the family's split agreement and requirements, each one signed or stamped. The head of the clan, Lin Dahai, was the older brother of the village chief Lin Sihai. The second clan leader was Lin Tijui, and the third was Lin Dafu. Everyone signed or stamped their fingerprints on the split agreement. Each side kept 1 copy, the clan kept 1, and the remaining copy was taken by village chief Lin Sihai to the county office to get the household registration stamped and filed, marking the official split. However, the split was only valid if all the split agreements were submitted to the village chief to be stamped and filed at the county office. Once the household registration was split, the 2 families were officially separate and would need to pay additional taxes. Many farmers prefer not to split their families early. They do this to avoid higher taxes and to keep the elderly in control of the household finances, preventing unfilial children from taking advantage. When Lin Yueyan saw her father holding the family division document signed with the village chief and clan leaders, she couldn't wait to suggest he bring it over for her to see. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Yueyan sighed to herself. Finally, the family division is successful. Splitting the family isn't easy, you know? After reading the family division document, Lin Yueyan handed it back to her father and said, "Father, this is our most important document. We must keep it safe." "Yes, don't worry, girl," her father nodded. Actually, Lin Yueyan wanted to keep the document herself. But since there were too many people present, she couldn't ask her father directly. So she told him to keep it safe. After all, storing important items in her space was the safest way. Next, her father brought back a total of 680 coins, which was the combined monthly income of the couple. He used 5 coins for her medical treatment and gave her 500 coins as a monthly gift, leaving only 90 coins. The village chief still needed to take some copies of the family division document to the town for stamping and household registration. The round trip by ox cart from the village to the county cost 12 coins, and they might need to stay overnight in the county, which would cost at least 15 coins for a cheap inn. They also had to pay off officials and officials' fees. Old Lin couldn't afford to give the 500 coins needed for official expenses, nor could he borrow it. The 3-room family had to cover it themselves. Lin Yueyan understood that her father found this task difficult. She looked at him with a glance, knowing that although he was worried about money, he understood that delaying could cause problems. In the end, her father gave all the remaining 90 coins to the village chief and asked him to handle the matter properly. He also promised to invite the village chief for a drink someday. After agreeing, the village chief took the 90 coins, the family division document, and household registration papers, politely bid farewell to the 3 clan leaders, and left. Village Chief Lin Sihai is also a member of the Lin family. He is the clan leader, village head, and local official. After taking the Lin family's branch family documents, household registration papers, and money from old Lin's house, the village chief immediately arranged for his own ox cart to go to the county. He was waiting there to handle the branch family registration and household registration. At the same time, Lin Yurong, who was in the county working as the 8th wife's little concubine, was the youngest among the many concubines of Master Ma's son. She had just come of age and was still in Ma Xiangrong's hands. Although she had been in a brothel like the other 3 concubines, she was a newly purchased concubine and was naturally more favored. Recently, young Master Ma had been staying at her place. This made the other concubines very jealous, and they wanted to find ways to trouble her. Of the other concubines, only 3 had given birth to children for Ma Xiangrong, 2 daughters and 1 son. The women who had children for Ma's family were the first concubine, the third concubine, and the last one. Now, the last one was Lin Yurong. The other children were born by the seventh concubine. Only the third concubine, ranked third, had a son. The other two had only daughters. After Ma Xiangrong's wife gave birth to Ma Xiangrong, she was injured and passed away when he was 6 years old, leaving Ma Xiangrong, his father, and Ma Xiangrong's grandparents. Later, Ma Xiangrong's grandparents also passed away. He was left alone to raise his young son and his sister, who was of marriageable age. Ma Xiangrong had not remarried all these years and finally became a master. To strengthen his position and avoid setbacks, he married his good-looking younger sister, Ma Shi, to his superior, Magistrate Su, as a concubine. Later, Ma Shi gave birth to a son and a daughter for Magistrate Su. Although they were illegitimate children, Ma Xiangrong's status rose accordingly. Of course, by this time, Ma Xiangrong found it difficult to marry more concubines and have more sons. His own son was growing up, and he just hoped his son would have more grandchildren. So, he did not oppose his son going outside to find women. His main wife had not yet been married in, and he had already brought back several concubines. Ma Xiangrong also talked to him about this, but it was of no use. Moreover, Ma Xiangrong's affair of bringing several concubines home was known by many people in the county. There were also rumors about women from the brothel. Rich landowners and merchants refused to marry their daughters to such families, fearing that their daughters would share a husband with A, which they considered very shameful. Because of this, Ma Xiangrong had trouble finding a proper wife for a long time. However, Master Ma knew about this and did not oppose him buying women from the brothel as concubines. Instead, he kept an eye on him. Any concubine bought from the brothel who became pregnant within the first 3 months was secretly given strong medicine to abort the pregnancy. Only those who became pregnant after 3 months in the household were allowed to keep the baby. As a result, some concubines lost their pregnancies and showed no signs of pregnancy afterward, while others became pregnant due to conflicts among the concubines but did not give birth. Over the years, the Ma family only had 2 daughters and 1 son. During this time, Lin Yuanyong was an exception. According to information from the servant, Master Ma learned that Ma Gongzi came to the brothel looking for a young girl. The county's brothel didn't have one, so he took him to the town's brothel instead. He was also told that Rong Yinyang was sold into the brothel by her own brother not long ago. The Ihome court had not yet started training her, and she had been kept in the storeroom by the madam for several days. When Ma Gongzi passed by the storeroom on his way to the toilet, he mistreated her. Afterward, she even wanted to hit a pillar and commit suicide. Ma Gongzi, upon learning she was a young girl, cried and wanted to die afterward. He then bought her and brought her back to the household as a concubine. When Master Ma heard about this, he ordered trusted servants not to harm her during the first 3 months. If she became pregnant, she should be well cared for. This also helped Lin Yuanyong's plan for revenge to proceed. During the days she was kept in the small dark room at Ihome Court, Lin Yuanyong learned how to serve men. Relying on the fact that Ma Gongzi had been very fond of her since he bought her, she asked Ma Xiangrong for a guard named Ma San who could help her and protect her. Ma Xiangrong saw that Lin Yuanyong was pretty and satisfied with her service, so he rewarded her with 100 taels of silver, some gold and silver jewelry, cloth, and a personal maid to serve her. This made it easier for her to arrange for someone to follow and gather information about the Lin family in Daking Village. Lin Yuerong generously gave 20 taels of silver to the guard named Ma San, telling him to follow Lin Yueyun in Qingshui town's Daking Village and to find the right moment to attack her. The goal was to ruin Lin Yueyun's reputation first, and then sell her to a brothel. As for the money from selling her, it was to be kept by Ma San, but this must be kept a secret from everyone else. After hearing this, Ma San thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's best not to mess with women easily. Otherwise, you never know how you'll die." He took the silver from Andy and planned to leave the next day to complete the task. Meanwhile, at the old Lin family house in Daking Village, the couple was secretly discussing how to split the third son's inheritance. They argued about how to divide the 500 coins they received each month from their parents, just half a tael of silver, and whether to send their younger son to a private school in a few months. They hadn't yet realized that their daughter had been missing for several days. When Yang went into the yard, she noticed that her daughter's clothes weren't hanging on the drying rack. "What's going on?" She ran into her daughter's room and saw that the table was covered with a thin layer of dust. "This girl? Why is there dust on the table? She didn't wipe it? It's been days, and she hasn't seen her daughter around." Yang's eyes showed deep suspicion and worry as she muttered to herself. Then she remembered that in the past 3 days since returning to Daking Village, she hadn't seen her daughter come out of the house. She thought her daughter might be hiding inside, embroidering a handkerchief. As for not coming out to eat, old Lady Lin favored the eldest son and daughter of the main household, often bringing food to them herself. Next, Yang asked her younger son Lin Yueguang, "Guang, where is your sister? I haven't seen her since I came back. Where has she gone?" Yang looked intently at her son, worried she might miss something. "My sister? Didn't she go to our maternal grandfather's house? She's been there for several days." Lin Yueguang rubbed his head, looking confused as he told Yang. Yang listened and became even more suspicious, asking, "What time is it now? Why didn't your father tell me?" After saying that, Mrs. Yang hurriedly ran into her house. "Head of the family? You say our daughter went to her maternal grandparents' house? Why didn't you tell me?" Mrs. Yang asked anxiously. Lin Chungbai heard this and thought Mrs. Yang must be a bit confused. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask such a question. "Crazy woman, what are you talking about? Your daughter went to her mother's house? Don't you know?" Lin Chungbai rolled his eyes at Mrs. Yang and said, "Huh? When did she go to her maternal grandparents' house?" "Think carefully, head of the family." Mrs. Yang looked confused but hopeful. Today, Lin Chungbai didn't need to go to work and planned to sleep a little longer. He rolled his eyes at his wife. "What are you talking about?" "Young Rong went to her maternal grandparents' house. It was a few days ago. I don't remember the exact day." Lin Chungbai thought carefully and said, "If you're worried about her, why not go back to your mother's house and see if she's there helping out? Anyway, it's not far from Yongjia village." After Lin Chungbai finished speaking, Mrs. Yang clapped her hands. "Yes, head of the family, then I'll go back to my mother's house and see if Ronger is being kept there by my mother to help out." After saying that, Mrs. Yang hurriedly ran to the main kitchen. She carried a vegetable basket and politely asked Grandma Lin for a few eggs. After being scolded by Grandma Lin, Mrs. Yang carried her basket and left the Lin family compound. Not far from the house, she reached a small vegetable patch that Grandma Lin had fenced off herself, a patch they usually didn't eat from. In any case, Lin Yuan had been here for a few days, and she hadn't seen Grandma Lin pick any vegetables from her own garden to eat. Finally, Mrs. Yang looked at the small patch of radishes and lush green vegetables and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. She quickly looked around but didn't see anyone nearby. So, Mrs. Yang grabbed her basket and quickly stepped into the small vegetable patch, pulling out a few radishes and a bunch of greens before leaving. She ran into the village's second daughter-in-law from the Lin family. The two exchanged a few words and then parted ways. Soon, Yang arrived at Yang village. Yang strode confidently into the yard and loudly called out, "Dad, Mom, older brother and sister-in-law, younger brother and sisters-in-law.
I've come to see you."
As soon as Yang spoke loudly, her mother, Song, came out angrily and scolded. "Are you about to die? Why are you shouting so loud? You almost scalded my hands." Then Yang put down her basket of vegetables, walked over, and took her mother Song's hand, showing concern. "Oh, Mom, what are you saying? I am your daughter, after all." "Mom, are you burned?" "I'm not hurt." "Big sister, why are you back again? Isn't it because something happened at home?" Seeing this, Song pretended to be annoyed and shot Yang a quick look, saying, "Sai, don't you know who caused all this trouble? A few days ago, someone beat up Huir from our family, and it was very serious."
Boo-hoo.
Hearing her mother's words, Yang choked up and started to cry. "Oh, what exactly happened?" Song asked curiously. Next, Yang clenched her teeth and told her mother about how Lin Yuehui from the village was beaten a few days ago. "Why didn't you stay at home to take care of your son? You came back now? Won't your mother-in-law say something?" Song asked with doubt. "Didn't she say anything?" "Why not? However, I told my mother-in-law that I went back to my parents' house to pick up Ronger, and she would come home later. I also brought some things to help my sisters-in-law. Yang pouted and said, then snorted in dissatisfaction at her mother-in-law. Hearing this, Song became even more confused. What do you mean you went back to your parents' house to pick up Ronger, and then came back? When did Ronger come to my place? I didn't know. Then Song directly asked. Sigh, wait, are you saying Ronger came to my place?
When did that happen?
I didn't know. Hearing this, Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and her face froze in disbelief as she looked at her mother Song.
Huh?
No, Mom. Don't tease me, okay?
Hee hee.
My husband said Ronger has been away from home for a few days. She said she went to her maternal grandparents' house. I thought I'd just miss seeing her because she happened to leave when I was returning to my in-laws' house. Could it be that young lady Rong didn't come at all? That can't be. The head of the family wouldn't lie to me. After hearing this, Mrs. Song also frowned and said seriously, No, since that day you went back, no one has come to our house. At that time, I thought maybe you didn't want to stay and help take care of the two sisters-in-law during their confinement, so you found an excuse to go back. If young lady Rong had come these past few days, I would definitely know. After Mrs. Song finished speaking, Mrs. Yang suddenly became anxious. At this moment, Mrs. Yang's face was full of fear and disbelief. Her face was pale, her eyebrows furrowed deeply, like willow leaves blown by the wind, standing there blankly, as if turned to stone. Seeing Mrs. Yang standing stiffly in the kitchen, tears constantly falling from her eyes, Mrs. Song also felt uncomfortable. Let's go and ask around the village to see if young lady Rong really came that day. Mrs. Song didn't care that her hands were still dirty, quickly grabbing Mrs. Yang's arm and speaking as they walked. Finally, the mother and daughter of Mrs. Song went door to door in Yangjia village, asking if anyone had seen her daughter Lin Yurong in the past few days. Mrs. Yang described her daughter's height and appearance roughly. People who knew or didn't know Lin Yurong all said they hadn't seen any girl come to Yangjia village recently. On the day Mrs. Yang returned to her in-laws' house, a young man came to find her, and some people saw him and mentioned it. This hit Mrs. Yang like a thunderbolt, and she sat there blankly, staring into space. Before Mrs. Song could pull her up, she suddenly stood up desperately and ran quickly toward Daking village. At this moment, Mrs. Yang realized her daughter Lin Yurong was missing, and it had been several days since she disappeared. There is also Yang's daughter, who went missing at her maternal grandfather's Yang family home. She might have been sold by the Yang family. Additionally, Yang was deceived by her husband's family. They secretly married her off or sold her for money, telling her that her daughter had gone to her maternal grandfather's house and hadn't returned. She couldn't find her daughter and hurried back to confront her husband's family. Each story sounds convincing, and everyone is unsure which one to believe. In ancient times, people had few entertainment options and loved to gossip. They didn't care that Yang's family still had two women resting after childbirth. They went to ask around Yang's family to find out which story was true. This annoyed Yang's relatives a lot. They wished the whole family could stay indoors and rest without being disturbed. After Yang left Yang village, she seemed to be chased by ghosts and quickly ran back to Lin's big courtyard in Daking village. Yang stood in the courtyard. Before she could catch her breath, she saw Sanfang's Lin Yuezhou coming out of her courtyard. Yang shouted loudly, "Yuezhou, come here. Haven't you seen your eldest sister-in-law for several days? Be honest with me." Then she strode over, grabbed Lin Yuezhou's hand, and stared at her closely, afraid she might say something bad. Yuezhou was startled by her and almost cried.
Yes.
Yes, Auntie. I haven't seen my eldest sister-in-law for several days. What's wrong? A few days ago, I heard my mother and second aunt talking at the dining table, saying that my eldest sister-in-law probably went to her maternal grandfather's house to see her cousin. Yuezhou answered timidly. Hearing this, Yang felt as if her heart was hollowed out, her breath was tight, and her steps became heavy. Then, Grandma Lin came at the house. Seeing Yang's disheveled appearance and that she had been crying, she thought she had been robbed. Before Grandma Lin could ask what happened, Yang hurriedly grabbed her hand, crying and begging. "Mother, tell me, Where is Ronger? Where did she go? I can't find her anywhere. Didn't you say she went to her maternal grandfather's house? I went to every house in Yong village and asked around. They all say they haven't seen her in these days. Mother, you're the most caring girl. You definitely wouldn't lie to me, right? Grandma Lin was confused by Yang's question and didn't respond right away. My mother also said that young Lady Rong never went to her place. My mother even went with me to look for her, but we couldn't find young Lady Rong. Where could she be? Mother, please tell me. I only have this daughter. If I lose her, I will be heartbroken, mother. After speaking, Yang's face was covered with tears and snot. Grandma Lin, hearing her words, also turned pale instantly. Grandma Lin was no longer calm, but she was a little better than Yang. She carefully thought back. Grandma Lin was sure that the person who said Lin Yurong went to her maternal grandmother's house was Lin Yuhui, and she shook her head in disbelief. I remember it was a few days ago. It was almost dinner time, and I wondered why young Lady Rong hadn't come out to eat. I told Guanger to go call her sister. Guanger went into the main courtyard and called around, but young Lady Rong wasn't at home. Then her second aunt said, could she have gone to her maternal grandmother's house with her mother? I thought that was possible, so I asked Huir if her sister had gone to her maternal grandmother's house. Huir told me that Ronger had gone there. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Grandma Lin was stunned. She seemed to realize something too. But she didn't want to believe that her most beloved granddaughter was missing. And she didn't want to believe her proudest grandson would deceive her. Yang quickly ran into the main courtyard and stormed into Lin Yuhui's room, regardless of what she was doing.
Yueh?
Tell me honestly, where is Ronger? Where did she go? Yang's eyes were red, and she stared fiercely at Lin Yuhui, shouting like a fierce ghost from. Lin Yuhui was scared by his mother's intense gaze. Being questioned like this made him very nervous. He froze for a moment, feeling blank inside. He was thinking, oh no, does mother know everything? Did that wicked Lin Yuyan tell her about selling my sister? Sure enough, that wicked girl can't keep a secret. Don't think you can threaten me just because you have my weakness. Don't think that because we're having a family dispute, I can't do anything to you. Just wait and see. Huir? Tell me, do you know something? What are you thinking? Mrs. Yang eagerly wanted to know how he would answer, so she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Lin Yuhui also knew that he could never admit to selling his younger sister, and he definitely couldn't tell his mother, Mrs. Yang. So he pretended he didn't know and said vaguely, I don't know either. I've been thinking I haven't seen my sister for a few days. Could it be? Has my sister gone to her maternal grandmother's house? Worried that Mrs. Yang wouldn't believe him, Lin Yuhui continued to make up a lie. I remember my sister said a few days ago that she wanted to visit her two younger cousins at her maternal grandmother's house. Hearing this, Mrs. Yang understood everything clearly. At this moment, she was certain that her daughter, Lin Yurong, had gone missing. She immediately collapsed to the ground and cried loudly, oh heavens! How could you do this to me? My two children, one has gone missing, and the other was hurt. Boo-hoo! Oh heavens! Are you angry with me? Come and punish me. Mrs. Yang's loud crying drew the attention of everyone at the Lin household, who all wanted to see what was happening in the main courtyard. Even Lin Qingbai, who was sleeping next door, was awakened by the crying. He quickly got up, dressed hurriedly, and angrily and confusedly ran into his eldest son's room. Before he reached the room, he saw from afar his wife crying loudly inside his son's house. Mrs. Yang, you wicked woman! Why are you crying in our son's room? I thought something happened to Huir. When Lin Qingbai entered the room and saw his eldest son looking fine, he frowned, shot a disapproving look at Mrs. Yang, and scolded her angrily. Mrs. Yang, seeing this, desperately pulled her husband and stared into his eyes, asking, tell me, where has my daughter gone? Did your family do something to her behind my back? Otherwise, how could a healthy person suddenly go missing? Hearing this, Lin Qingbai was stunned and puzzled. He furrowed his brows and asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? What do you mean, gone missing? Are you saying Ronger is missing? Is she not at her grandmother's house? What exactly is going on? Huir, you tell me. Didn't you say your sister went to your grandmother's house? In the end, Lin Yuehui was questioned by his father and became so nervous that his hands trembled badly. He deliberately tried to hold himself together so he wouldn't look even a little bit suspicious. Of course, he didn't dare tell his parents the truth. He could only pretend he didn't know anything about this matter, hoping they wouldn't suspect him. Moreover, he was still seriously injured and in no position to speak up. At this time, the people of the Lin family gradually gathered at the main courtyard gate, wanting to see what was happening inside. Lin Yueyun also heard from her sister, Lin Yueji, about Yang's questions and accusations. Lin Yueyun didn't want to get involved in the messy affairs of the main house. She told her sister she didn't need to join the fuss and turned to carry her basket up the mountain. Now that she had her own space, she needed to go up the mountain immediately to dig out the 7 ounces of silver she buried there and put it into her space to feel safe. Otherwise, she felt that burying silver on the mountain wasn't very safe. Then, Grandma Lin led everyone to the main courtyard. From Yang's words, they learned that Lin Yuerong had never been to Yang's village and had been missing for several days. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned and couldn't believe what they heard. However, Lin's third son, who was in the third household, had already heard the real reason for Lin Yuerong's disappearance from his own daughter before. He wasn't surprised at all. He thought these siblings weren't good people and didn't want to get involved in the main house's trouble to avoid bringing trouble to himself. They had been sold to that place for several days. Who knew what they had been through? If they wanted to buy her back, it would cost a lot of silver, and he didn't have any to lend. He also thought they might want to harm his daughter. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't give it to them, and he didn't have any anyway. And if Lin Yuerong was bought back, who knew who would be blamed? Wouldn't that bring big trouble to his own daughter? So, knowing the truth, Lin's third son pretended to be surprised about Lin Yuerong's disappearance, just like everyone else. But Lin Yuehui, lying half on his bed, was no longer calm. He knew that if his family found out he had sold his own sister into a brothel, they would be very disappointed in him, look at him with disdain, criticize him, and even blame him, which could ruin his chances in the imperial exams. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Actually, since Lin Yuehui was beaten by Lin Yueyun, he had managed to win over Sun Xiaodao, who had stayed on the hill at that time. This included the fact that Sun Xiaodao liked him. While he was recovering, Sun Xiaodao secretly visited him several times. The news about Lin Yueyun selling wild chickens in town for 90 coins also came from her. On this day, Sun Xiaodao stayed at home, embroidered a small pouch with her name's characters, Tao and Hui, and planned to give it to Lin Yuehui as a token of affection. She thought that as long as Lin Yuehui accepted her pouch, she would listen to him in everything. Moreover, Lin Yuehui was a respected scholar, and she was determined to win his heart. Unknowingly, Lin Yuehui did accept the pouch, but she ended up falling into a small stream to drink water. Her curvy figure also caught people's attention. This brought her some unwanted romantic attention. Mrs. Yang told everyone in the Lin family not to spread the news about her daughter's disappearance in the village. Old Lady Lin asked her grandson Lin Yueguang to find Lin Laotu and Lin Qingsong and inform them about Lin Yuanyong's disappearance. Both were very shocked. Old Laotu Lin was furious. He was hoping his granddaughter would marry well and bring some silver money home to help the family. Now that she was about to marry, she suddenly disappeared. He clenched his teeth in anger, his nostrils flaring with rage, and said fiercely, "Which dares to attack my Lin family? If I find out who did this, I will skin him alive." The family gathered to discuss how to find out Lin Yuanyong's whereabouts. In the end, they decided to quietly ask the villagers if anyone had seen Lin Yuanyong in the past few days. Actually, old Third Lin was afraid that if he spoke out, Lin Yuehui would hold a grudge against him, which could threaten the safety of his 3 children. So, he cleverly suggested that the family look into it quietly. This matter can only be discovered by the people of old Lin's family themselves to find out the truth about Lin Yuerong's disappearance. Lin Yuehui was nervous when he heard that someone from the family was going out to look for Lin Yuerong. He was worried that if someone saw what happened that day, his secret might be exposed. "Mother? Are you rushing and making a fuss? Why are you so eager to ask about my sister?" Everyone in the village can guess that my sister has gone missing. Wouldn't that hurt her reputation? I think it's better if we secretly look for her in places she usually goes. Maybe we can find her." After saying these words, which didn't help much, Lin Yue still felt very uneasy inside. He was afraid something might go wrong. He also felt that it wouldn't be long before the truth came out. So, he decided to quickly ruin the reputation of that troublemaker Lin Yuan to get the family's attention. This way, the family would have no time to worry about other things and focus on finding her. At least, they could hide the truth for a while. Soon, in the afternoon, Lin Yuan returned from the mountain, bringing her hidden 7 taels of silver into her space. She also gave some money to her kind father to go to town and buy rice, flour, and seasonings, then hurried back. She dug up a basket full of wild vegetables and cut a big bundle of firewood and brought it to the courtyard. She started making a few wild chicken eggs and flour into vegetable and egg pancakes. The 4 members of the 3rd household each ate 2 pancakes, enjoying them very much. Meanwhile, the main household wasn't so lucky. No one dug wild vegetables, no one cut firewood. Dinner wasn't ready yet, so they could only smell the delicious aroma of the pancakes from the 3rd household and salivate. Lin Yueguang, the youngest son of the main household, sniffed the smell and eagerly asked Grandma Lin to give him some. Grandma Lin was eager to go to the village to ask about things, but since the family had just split, she couldn't go to the 3rd household to ask for food. So, she stayed to prepare dinner, planning to eat first and then continue looking for her sister's whereabouts. Second Aunt Wang picked some vegetables from Grandma Lin's small vegetable patch and came back, cursing loudly. "I curse the scoundrel who stole our vegetables. May she trip and fall, drop her pants in the latrine, or choke on our vegetables and die. How dare you steal vegetables from our old Lin family's garden?" "Humph." After scolding, Mrs. Wang angrily took a bunch of greens into the kitchen and told Grandma Lin that someone had stolen her vegetables. Grandma Lin was also very angry. Just as she was about to curse loudly, she heard a woman come to visit outside. "Is Grandma Lin at home? I need to see her." Seeing this, Mrs. Yang shouted, "Mother? Someone's here to see you." The woman didn't want to stay at the Lin family and directly pulled Grandma Lin outside. The harsh words from the second wife clearly implied suspicion that the 3rd family, who had recently moved out, was responsible. This made Mrs. Yang, who had been sitting nearby all day thinking, feel very awkward. Was she the thief? "All right, younger sister-in-law, it's just some vegetables. Do you need to make such a fuss? You're giving me a headache." Mrs. Wang was furious. She had grown these vegetables herself, and she hadn't even eaten them once yet. And now, a thief had eaten them first? How could she not be angry? Then she blurted out without thinking, "Hey, big sister-in-law, what do you mean by just some vegetables? We haven't even eaten them ourselves. Your heart is really big, huh? Your daughter is gone, and you still can sit here calmly?" After saying this, Mrs. Wang immediately regretted her quick words. Hearing this, Mrs. Yang was furious, feeling that Mrs. Wang was gloating over her misfortune. Mrs. Yang let out a loud cry and rushed forward to slap Mrs. Wang several times, who made her speak so sarcastically. But Mrs. Wang was not someone to be easily beaten. She wouldn't just take it lying down without fighting back. Soon, the 2 sisters-in-law started to fight. The eldest wife, Mrs. Yang, was already upset because she had lost her daughter. She was feeling scared and had nowhere to vent her anger. At this moment, someone bumped into her, making her even angrier, so she decided to give the other a good beating to vent her frustration. Mrs. Wang, from the second family, saw this and became even more angry. She thought that the family from the 3rd household had all their labor force taken away. Mrs. Yang might still rely on her status as the eldest wife to dominate. The family that was most protected by the father-in-law would likely force her and her daughters to do all the chores. Even cooking dinner or picking vegetables was no longer something the 3rd household's girls could be asked to do. Moreover, the aroma of dinner was already wafting from the 3rd household's courtyard. Are you still hungry and making meals for the whole family? You also feel angry about the unfairness and have some resentment in your heart. Just then, Yang came over, so should we fight? It's a good chance to take out our anger on her. So, The two of them started fighting, pulling each other's hair, and even grabbing each other in inappropriate places while doing so. Neither of them wanted to let the other go easily. Soon, both of them were dressed in disarray, with their hair pulled into messy tufts. Mrs. Wang shouted, "Your daughter lost? That's none of my business."
Ah,
"You brat, I told you to stop grabbing me? You want to hit me? I'm not someone you can bully easily." Yang was also angry. Being pulled by Mrs. Wang's hair, she shouted back. She grabbed Mrs. Wang's waist and buttocks, making Mrs. Wang dodge and scream. "You're happy to see me suffer? You mocked me? Just wait. I'll beat you to death for your disrespectful mouth." "Yang, you wicked woman. I've disliked you for a long time. How dare you hit me? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Mrs. Wang pulled Yang's hair while insulting her. Yang replied, "Ah, Mrs. Wang? You wicked woman. You're asking for it, Mrs. Wang." "Ah,
you.
grabbing me? You're the wicked one. I can grab too. I'll strangle you." The two sisters-in-law were grabbing each other's flesh and shouting loudly. At this moment, Grandma Lin, who had been called outside for a talk, came in looking pale. Seeing this scene, her anger instantly flared. Grandma Lin pointed at the fighting women and shouted angrily, "What are you two doing? Stop it right now. Do you hear me? Second daughter-in-law, have you finished preparing dinner? And you're here fighting?" Grandma Lin scolded sternly. "Oh, mother?" "Not yet." Mrs. Wang immediately looked timid. She turned to Grandma Lin and whispered, "Then hurry up and finish the dinner. How long do you plan to fight?" "Shameful thing." Grandma Lin scolded Mrs. Wang. "Yes, mother." After speaking, she shot a cold look at Yang, snorted, then wiped her hands over the places Yang had grabbed, making a hissing sound, and turned to go into the kitchen. Grandmother Lin secretly asked around the village about what happened to Lin Yuerong a few days ago. She learned that the last person to see her was a family with the surname Wang, who had moved to the village years ago after fleeing hardship, and who lived at the far end of the village. This family rarely interacted with others because many villagers were unfriendly to outsiders. That morning, at dawn, Mrs. Feng opened the door to wash her face and saw a young man and woman whispering as they went up the back hill of the village. At first, she thought they might be wild lovebirds meeting secretly. But when she looked closer, she recognized their silhouettes. They looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she realized they were a brother and sister with the surname Lin from the village. She also found it strange. However, she didn't want to guess or get involved, so she turned back to her house. From the back view of the girl, she seemed to be wearing a pink coat, about 15 or 16 years old. The boy was dressed plainly. She didn't pay much attention to details, only hearing the girl call out brother, but she didn't catch what was said afterward. Grandmother Lin learned this much and knew she couldn't find out more. She also found out about Lin Yuerong's disappearance, and she suspected it was connected to her eldest grandson. Then, her face turned pale as she walked back to her yard. Grandmother Lin still couldn't believe her grandson could do such a thing. She was his own sister. Moreover, she knew how much everyone in the village valued her sister. They hoped she would marry into a wealthy family to help support the family. After scolding Wang for going to the kitchen, Lin's grandmother pulled Yang into her house. Wang, seeing this, told her daughter to watch the fire and prepare dinner quietly, then followed secretly to listen nearby. "Oldest daughter-in-law, please sit down first," Grandmother Lin, with red eyes and a tired face, said. "Mother, what do you want with me? Is there any news about Miss Rome?" Seeing her, Yang quickly took her hand and looked at her nervously. "Yes, there is. But you must promise me, no matter what I say next, you have to stay calm, understand?" Grandmother Lin said sadly. "Mother, go ahead," Yang replied. Yang quickly nodded to show he understood and eagerly asked again. "Okay, yes. Do you know what I found out? I suspect. About 5 or 6 days ago, young Lady Rome went missing." Old Lady Lin said sadly and seriously.
What?
5 or 6 days ago. Wasn't that just 2 days after I went to my parents' house? Yang stood up excitedly and angrily. "Sit down first. Let me tell you." Old Lady Lin looked at Yang. "All right, please tell me, mother." Yang hurriedly sat down. That day, early in the morning, just as it was getting light, someone went out to fetch water and saw Yue Hui and young Lady Rong going up the back hill together. They, the brother and sister, were muttering something along the way. It was too far for others to hear clearly. In the following days, no one saw young Lady Rong again. Do you understand? Old Lady Lin said this and didn't want to say more. She even suspected that Yue Hui had been beaten into his current state, and maybe it was her granddaughter Rong who sent someone to do it. Mother? Are you saying that Rong's disappearance is related to Hui? That's impossible. Yang looked at her in disbelief, eyes wide, holding old Lady Lin's hand tightly without letting go, trembling as she spoke. At this moment, Wang, who was eavesdropping outside the door, couldn't help but gasp in shock, quickly covering her mouth and almost crying out loud. Mother? Are you mistaken? How could that be? Are you saying Hui and Rong are so close? They're even siblings? I don't believe it. Yang shook her head, looking at old Lady Lin in disbelief. But, in that instant, Yang's heart felt as if it had been hollowed out. She suddenly felt a dull pain in her breathing. Tears uncontrollably fell in big drops. Old Lady Lin's eyes turned red as she reached out and gently patted Yang's hand. Oldest daughter-in-law, why don't you go to Yue Hui's room now and ask him? Ask if Rong's disappearance has anything to do with him. Be gentle when you ask. He doesn't want us to ask around about Rong in the village. Maybe he knows something. At this moment, Old Lin also returned outside the door. Mrs. Wang? What are you doing? Old Lin saw Mrs. Wang eavesdropping and scolded loudly, unhappy. Mrs. Wang, caught listening at the wall, was startled and jumped up with a loud cry. Her own father-in-law caught her listening at her mother-in-law's wall, and she looked very embarrassed. Mrs. Wang was so awkward that she could have easily picked her toes and made a small room.
Hey, Dad?
What a coincidence. You're back. Your voice is almost as loud as mine. You scared me, Mrs. Wang said with an awkward smile, patting her chest.
Yes.
I'm back, Old Lin said, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Mrs. Wang with a look of mild annoyance. At this moment, Yang also opened the door from behind Old Lin's mother's room and came out one after the other. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang quickly regained her composure and thought of an idea. Dad? Mom? Mrs. Wang glanced at Yang, who looked lost and distracted and felt a bit sympathetic. She said, Is the eldest sister-in-law here too? I came to call you all for dinner, Mrs. Wang said calmly. All right, then let's go to the main hall first and eat dinner before talking, Old Lin replied.
Mom, Dad?
You eat first. I want to go back to the yard and ask what's going on, Yang said, tears streaming down her face, and she walked back to her big courtyard without looking back. Old Lin's mother also looked unhappy and lost her appetite. She told the kitchen to inform Mrs. Wang, who had already left in a hurry, not to bother setting the table. Just give her and the old man a plate and bring it into the house. Leave the rest in the pot. Whoever wants to eat can serve themselves. Mrs. Wang was very happy. No need to carry food into the main hall. That meant Old Lin's mother wouldn't need to share the food anymore. She could serve herself and decide how much to take. That night, the Wang family of 5 ate until they were full. Yang hurriedly ran to Lin Yuehui's room. At this moment, Lin Yuehui had just reluctantly received the small purse from Sun Xiaotao through the window of his study behind him. Sun Xiaotao insisted that he accept her purse, saying that from now on, he should listen to her in everything. Lin Yuehui knew that revenge would not be easy and that he needed someone willing to help him wholeheartedly. He accepted Sun Xiaotao's purse to win her trust and have her do things for him. Lin Yuehui hobbled back to his room. Not long after, Yang stormed in angrily, demanding, Yuehui?
Tell me.
Is your sister's disappearance really related to you? Don't tell me you don't know. How much do you actually know? Hearing this, it was like a thunderclap hitting Lin Yuehui hard inside and out, making him stop breathing for a few seconds. He immediately widened his eyes and looked at Yang, his heart pounding wildly with fear. At this moment, any words seemed useless. Lin Yuehui thought, Mother? She knows. But he still felt he couldn't admit it directly. Mother? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. What do you mean my sister's disappearance has something to do with me? Did you hear something from someone? Is it from someone in the village? Or that mean girl from the third household? At this point, Lin Yuhui realized he had made a mistake. How did he slip up and say that? Now everyone would know the truth. Yang must have found out everything. What did you say? What does that mean about that mean girl from the third household? I'm asking about my sister. Oh? Are you saying that your sister's disappearance? It's not just you. That mean girl from the third household also knows. Well, look at you all, so capable. Yang pointed tremblingly at Lin Yuhui, looking disappointed as she said, quickly explain everything clearly. Are you going to make me go to the county to complain before you'll tell me? Yang's face was full of disappointment and anger as she shouted. At this moment, Yang felt as if her heart had been emptied, and she seemed to age 10 years all at once.
Mother?
I don't want it to be like this. It's all because of that mean girl from the third household, Lin Yueyun. If it weren't for her, none of this would happen. Lin Yuhui could only admit defeat, speaking softly and sadly. Tell me exactly what happened. Yang pointed at Lin Yuhui with one hand and covered her chest with the other, which was rising and falling with anger, and asked fiercely. Lin Yuhui then shared the rumor he heard at the tea stall in town. It was said that a young girl in her teens could be sold for 15 taels of silver, just by going to that place and explaining the situation to two people. Then, after bringing the girl over to confirm and signing a contract, everything would be settled. Money and goods exchanged. He just wanted some silver to spend, but who knew that nowadays, as a student from a farming family, he was looked down upon everywhere, even at private schools. He wasn't invited to gatherings with others, and was often left out and isolated. All of this was because he had no money. What had he done wrong? So Lin Yuhui told others that he really wanted to get those 15 taels of silver. He thought about selling the third sister's maid, then returning home to tell his mother later. He wondered how long it would be before his third uncle and aunt found out their daughter had gone missing. Then he told his sister about it. After discussing, the brother and sister decided to follow Lin Yueyun. He would knock her out, while Lin Yuerong kept watch, and then he would call someone to take the unconscious Lin Yueyun away. They also agreed to split the money they would get. He explained how he signed the contract and handed Lin Yueyun over to the two contacts. He also told how he received the 15 taels of silver, signed the contract, and then left. Later, when he saw Lin Yueyun safe and sound, he was extremely scared. He guessed that his sister might have been the one sold. He went to ask around about her whereabouts and learned it would take 40 to 50 or even 100 taels of silver to buy her back. He knew there was no hope of rescuing her anymore. But what he didn't mention was that he used the money from selling his sister to buy food, stay in an inn, and that some silver was stolen. He also didn't tell Yang Shi that he had asked Lin Lao Tai for 5 taels of silver. As for his plan to sell Lin Yueyun again to gather money to buy her back, he failed. Instead, Lin Yueyun beat him badly. He didn't tell his mother, Yang Shi. He thought he was taller and stronger than his cousin Lin Yueyun. He was 4 years older than her. If he claimed that he was seriously injured after being beaten by that small girl Lin Yueyun, probably not even his own mother believes his lies. Mrs. Yang, after hearing her reckless eldest son's story, was already crying and rushed forward, giving him a hard slap. She slapped Lin Yuhui fiercely in the face, who was still badly injured. No wonder the third household is fighting to split up. So, it was you who did such a terrible thing and sold your sister. Is this human trafficking? How dare you too? Huh? Aren't you afraid that if you really succeed in selling her, with your third uncle's reputation for protecting his wife and daughter, don't you think he would come after you with a knife? Why did I give birth to such foolish and reckless children like you? Usually, your petty fights are fine, but this is human trafficking. Mrs. Yang, full of anger, pointed at her eldest son and shouted. At this moment, Lin Qingbo from the main household also ran over, wanting to see what his wife, this crazy woman, was shouting about. He, a grown man, left his comfortable day at home and went around looking for places his daughter often visited. He also asked a few villagers who played with his daughter, but they said they hadn't seen her these days. He was feeling quite upset about it. Old Lady Lin also told Old Man Lin what she had heard. Then, they all went to the main house courtyard. From a distance, they could hear Mrs. Yang crying and shouting insults coming from Lin Yuehui's room. The second household, Mr. and Mrs. Wang, also followed behind the elders, walking into the main courtyard one after another. At this moment, Mrs. Yang no longer cared who was coming in. She was overwhelmed by the news her rebellious son had just told her. She suddenly collapsed, her eyes losing all light, staring blankly at Lin Yuehui, who was standing nearby with a cane. "Tell me, where did you sell Yuerong?" As soon as she asked, the room fell into complete silence. Everyone outside the main house was stunned, especially Mrs. Wang from the second household, who was so shocked her mouth could fit an egg. Mrs. Wang stared with wide eyes, unable to speak for a long time. "Fortunately, I usually stay with my two daughters and rarely separate from them. Otherwise, I wouldn't know which one of these educated animals he would sell first." Thinking about this, Wang Shi hadn't yet heard Lin Yuhui speak about Lin Yuerong's whereabouts. She couldn't help but shout out. Suddenly, the room became silent, everyone listening carefully. Everyone stared intently at Lin Yuehui, waiting for him to speak. After a moment, Lin Yuehui looked at everyone hesitantly and stammered. He sold her to the Yihong courtyard in town. As soon as he said this, Yang Shi, who was already weak and collapsed on the ground, pointed at Lin Yuehui with her remaining strength. "You." Then she fainted from anger. Seeing this, Lin Yuehui choked up and called out, "Mother!" Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Yuehui. Now, everyone in the Lin family knew the truth about Lin Yuerong's disappearance and sale. Old Lady Lin and Lin Qingbai hurried over to help Yang Shi up, planning to take her back to her room. Old Lady Lin turned to look at Lin Yuehui, her face full of disappointment as she shook her head. Second wife Wang Shi also felt a chill down her spine. "Now, I think this beast was beaten and broken in several places. Really hit the mark? Well done. He deserves it." Wang Shi looked at Lin Yuehui, battered and bruised, and clicked her tongue, feeling quite satisfied. She even had to thank someone for beating him up like this. Who did it, she wondered. To be able to beat someone like that? They really have some skills. Otherwise, she would have thought her own two daughters might also fall into this beast's hands. If that happened, she wouldn't sleep well. If her daughters were sold by this beast, she would definitely fight him to the death. "What a heartless dog. Our family has supported you with everything, food, education. Is this how you repay us?" Wang Shi said angrily. "Even selling your own blood-related sister?" She didn't just say sister. She meant her blood-related sister, implying her second daughter's daughter, whom she couldn't sell. And selling her to such a filthy place. Even if we could buy her back, our Lin family would face shame and gossip. If others find out, it will be hard for the girls in the Lin family to find good husbands in the future. Mrs. Wang thought about her two daughters who will marry someday. If the news about Lin Yuehui selling her younger sister spreads, it will also hurt her own family's reputation. Suddenly, Mrs. Wang considered separating from the main family. Then, she still asked stubbornly, "Are you planning to keep hurting your own family?" Unknowingly, her question hit the mark. Lin Yuehui still plans to harm his own family. Isn't he still at odds with Lin Yueyan from the third branch of the family? He doesn't believe his mother's knowledge of the matter is just a coincidence. It must be Lin Yueyan trying to get revenge by spreading rumors in the village. Seeing old Lin trembling with anger, Lin Yuehui panicked. He quickly pretended to be very sorry. He limped forward crying and begged his beloved grandfather, "Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. I was confused and blinded by my feelings. Grandpa, please forgive me just this once. I truly know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I beg you." Seeing himself crying and begging, none of the Lin family members supported him. So, he threatened, "Are you all willing to ruin my future just because a girl who was sold days ago?" Lin Yuehui knew what old Lin cared about most. His words hit the point. Old Lin's mind quickly shifted. He realized he had to find a way to suppress this matter. Otherwise, if the story of his granddaughter being sold to a brothel gets out, it would be bad for the entire Lin family. Not only would it be hard to find good husbands for the women, but his grandson's education might also be affected. If the teachers at the school or officials in the court found out he sold his sister, they wouldn't let such a dishonorable student continue to pursue a career. In the end, old Lin decided to hold a family meeting to protect his grandson's future and his own reputation. Old Mr. Lin firmly believed that this matter must not be revealed, as it could affect the younger generation's future marriage prospects and success in the imperial exams. After the meeting, Mrs. Wang also realized the real reason behind the possible split in the third household. She began to reconsider that family, wondering how they knew to cause a split early on. It seemed they were not as foolish and obedient as she had thought. As for Mrs. Yang, old Mr. Lin and Lin Chengbai thought it was best to keep an eye on her and prevent her from causing any more trouble. If someone from Yangjia village asks about young Lady Rong's whereabouts, just say that Lin Yurong has already been arranged to marry in the county by old Lin's family. It's understandable that she's not at home now. As for any rumors in the village later, there's no need to worry. Keep the family calm and don't take it seriously. Absolutely do not say she was sold to a brothel. Everyone in the Lin family who knows the truth remembers this. What the Lin family doesn't know yet is that the story they made up about her whereabouts is actually correct. That night, except for the third household, everyone else couldn't sleep peacefully. In the room of old Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Old man? I think we should just split the land with the first and second households so they can live separately, said Mrs. Lin, feeling a bit lonely and worried. What are you talking about? Splitting the family? Absolutely not, replied old Mr. Lin. I think splitting off the third household is bad enough, and now you want to split the second household too?
Wife.
What are you thinking? If the second household is split off, who will farm the land left to the main household?
Me?
The eldest son can't carry heavy loads or work the fields. Do you expect him to farm? Hearing this, old Mr. Lin's beard twitched with anger, and he quickly scolded Mrs. Lin. Also, there's so much land about to be harvested. If we split the family, who will go to the fields to harvest then? Old Mr. Lin calmed down and continued. Mrs. Lin thought about it and stopped talking. Neither of them mentioned the matter of Lin Yuhui selling her sister, fearing it would disturb their sleep. But not talking about it doesn't mean they don't think about it. The elderly couple tossed and turned until dawn before finally falling asleep. The couple in the second house complained all night and only went to bed late. The first house was even worse. Lin Chengbai couldn't handle taking care of Mrs. Yang. He simply threw the shocked and fainted Mrs. Yang onto the bed. When she woke up, Lin Chengbai eagerly approached her and said, Wife? Are you awake? I want to tell you, I feel very sad about what happened to Rong girl, but since it has already happened, feeling sad won't help. You should also think about our two sons at home. They will need to go to school and get married in the future. You can't just abandon their future because of one daughter, right? Then Lin Chengbai explained to Mrs. Yang about what his father, old Lin, had said at the meeting and how serious it was. He warned Mrs. Yang not to go look for Lin Yurong anymore and not to tell anyone that their daughter was sold by the eldest son. Otherwise, she would be beaten to death. Mrs. Yang didn't want to hear any of Lin Chengbai's nonsense. She just stared blankly at one spot, seeming lost in thought, tears continuously flowing down her cheeks. Mrs. Yang was lost in memories of her daughter's childhood, and the last time they met, she felt immense pain, sadness, and guilt. She knew she fainted out of anger over her daughter being sold by the eldest son. She even woke up crying from a nightmare. In her dream, her daughter was being tortured terribly. Her daughter kept begging for help and asking her to save her. She wanted to go rescue her, but she couldn't get close. Thinking of this, Mrs. Yang's tears flowed freely, and her heart ached so much that even breathing hurt. She looked like a shell without a soul, sitting there blankly until dawn. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting faint light across the land, slowly dispersing the white fog, making the road clearer. Meanwhile, in the third house, Lin Yueyan was still carrying her basket and sickle, planning to go deeper into the mountains again to see if she could find some valuable herbs to bring back. In recent nights, Lin Yueyan often sneaked into her space to read the herbal medicine book while Lin Yueji was asleep. Since the space shows a daytime scene, it didn't affect her reading. What Lin Yueyin didn't know was that faraway Lin Yurong, who was serving as a concubine at Ma Shuria's house in the county, had already sent someone to go to Daking Village to find trouble for her. Early in the morning, Lin Yurong was eating her slow-cooked old hen soup with plain rice at Ma Shuria's house. She didn't know that her biological mother was worried about her disappearance. Her mother, Yang, was even planning to go to Yihong Courtyard in town to cause trouble. Yang, who hadn't slept all night, learned that the Lin family was giving up on her daughter. But she couldn't give up her own flesh and blood, the baby she carried for 10 months. How could she just abandon her? Finally, as dawn broke, Yang took advantage of the moment when Lin Qingbai and the elders of the Lin family hadn't yet gotten up. She carefully rummaged through chests and boxes, finding some savings and jewelry accumulated over the years. It was worth about 20 taels of silver. She packed everything into an inconspicuous cloth bag, held it close, and hurried out to the town. Meanwhile, Ma San, a servant from the Ma family in the county, was renting a carriage heading toward Qing Shui town. About 2 incense sticks later, Yang arrived in town. Feeling nervous, she randomly grabbed a passerby and asked where the Yihong Courtyard was. This startled some passersby, who quickly pulled away and ran off, thinking she was crazy. Early in the morning, seeing a disheveled woman grabbing people and asking about Yihong Courtyard, anyone would think she was a bit mentally unwell. The passerby Yang caught, seeing her dirty face, pale complexion, cracked lips, and lack of energy, felt either sympathy or discomfort. Fortunately, kind-hearted people pointed her in the right direction, and Yang hurried along that way. She still held on to a faint hope of redeeming her daughter. In her heart, no matter what her daughter had been through, she was still her daughter. She would never despise or abandon her. Soon, Mr. Yang arrived outside a 2-story building. Seeing young women dressed revealingly and covered in makeup at the entrance, he knew he was in the right place. "Is this the place? My daughter, Mother is here. Mother has come to take you home." Feeling a mix of anger and disappointment toward his eldest son, and his heart pounding with nervousness, Mr. Yang stood quietly at the gate of the Red Pavilion, whispering to himself with firm belief. At the same time, Ma San had just arrived in Qing Shui town. He planned to rent a guest house and slowly gather information about Daking Village. As Ma San was about to stop a passerby to ask for the guest house's location, he overheard 2 people walking nearby, talking about Yangjia Village and Daking Village, carrying vegetable baskets side by side. Ma San didn't bother looking for the guest house anymore. He quickly followed the 2 people, blocking their way and asking with curiosity, "Excuse me, ladies? Could you please stop for a moment?"
Hey, who are you?
"Why are you stopping us?" One of the women looked Ma San up and down, noting his plain clothes. "Yes, we don't know each other." "We haven't offended you, have we?" the other woman echoed. Ladies, you've misunderstood. I just want to ask how to get to Daking Village. I come from the county and want to find my relatives there. Just now, I overheard you mention Daking Village. Do you know anything about it? Could you tell me more details?" Ma San said confused, then took out a few copper coins, giving 2 to each woman. "Here, ladies. Consider this as a token for a bun. Please, tell me everything you know about Daking Village." The women smiled warmly and took the coins, replying, "Young man, ask away. We'll tell you everything we know." Then, the women shared 3 different versions of the recent rumors about Yang's daughter being sought after in Yangjia Village, revealing all details about Yang's family moving to Daking Village. The nearby villages, including which families with certain surnames, were all clearly identified. She also mentioned which young women from her own Yang family village had married into Daking Village. The 2 aunts focused on the story they believed about the missing girl from Daking Village. It was said that 2 daughters-in-law from Yang family village, Yang Era's family, both had grandsons, which made the villagers very jealous. The Song family from Yang village also sent their daughter Yang Dia, who married into Daking Village, back to her family to help care for her 2 sisters-in-law during their postpartum period. They also talked about a girl from the Lin family in Daking Village called Rong Yadu, who came alone to Yang Village to visit her 2 young cousins but was kidnapped along the way. She has not been found to this day. They said that Yang's family, along with her mother Song, searched the entire Yang village but couldn't find her daughter. Yang cried and ran back to Daking Village. What has happened since then is still unknown. At the same time, they wanted to find a chance to go to Daking Village to learn more news. They also mentioned two other versions of the story, one saying that Yang family secretly sold the girl to a brothel and her mother came looking for her. Another saying that the Lin family sold her themselves and then blamed Yang family. After hearing this, Ma Sen asked if he still didn't understand. Isn't the eighth aunt of his master's household called Rong Yao? He heard she was bought from a brothel in Qingshui town, and the eighth aunt asked him to find a woman named Lin Yuanyan from Daking Village. He was very concerned about the matter of her being sold into a brothel. I need to ask the eighth aunt when I go back, whether her mother is the Yang Dia from Yang Village. I'm also very curious. What's the real story? Yang's family woman, standing at the gate of Yihong courtyard, clenched her teeth and loudly shouted, I want to find the person in charge of your Yihong courtyard. You are heartless, forcing good girls into prostitution. As soon as she said this, inside Yihong courtyard ran out quickly. Nearby passers-by and vendors selling vegetables from farther away gathered to watch the scene. Among them was Ma San, who was wandering on the street, looking for an inn. Seeing everyone rushing in one direction, he became curious about what was happening and decided to follow. Soon, 4 or 5 guards dressed uniformly ran out holding thick wooden sticks. In the middle, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman with a big, lively walk pushed her way out. The guards gathered around Miss Yang. So far, no one has dared to cause trouble in my Red Blossom Inn. You are the first. And you're a woman? Give you a chance. Tell me, how did you end up selling yourself to become a courtesan? Old Madame Zhang raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled softly, speaking slowly. Seeing this, Ms. Yang looked around, suddenly spat, and thought, is it really necessary to call so many people with weapons? Well, excuse me, beautiful lady. It's like this. Just a few days ago, about 5 or 6 days ago, my daughter was sold into your Red Blossom Inn. My daughter is a 15-year-old girl about this tall. She has a red mole under her eye corner.
Her surname is Lin.
Do you remember her? Ms. Yang spoke tremblingly, gesturing as she talked, choking back tears. I'm here because I want to buy my daughter back. I don't know what to do, so I had no choice but to come directly to your inn's entrance to find someone. After speaking, Ms. Yang immediately knelt heavily in front of old Madame Zhang, tears streaming down like water, sobbing as she begged, Please, madam, have mercy. Let me buy my daughter back. I beg you, madam. I am willing to give all my savings and dowry money I have saved over the years. I only ask you to be kind and return my daughter to me. Please, I beg you. Ms. Yang kept kowtowing, knocking her head loudly, looking like it hurt. Please, madam. Understand a mother's heart. I beg you, madam. I can't lose my daughter. Boo-hoo. If you truly need someone, I can exchange my daughter for yours. Please, madam. After saying this, Ms. Yang burst into tears, crying loudly, banging her head repeatedly, and even took out a dusty cloth bundle, as if to offer it to the madam. At this moment, everyone watching the scene was deeply moved. Some people even shouted at Zhang the madam to release the person. Boss Zhang? Hurry up and pay the money to set her free. Yeah, she looks so pitiful. After seeing this, Ma San couldn't help but feel a little sad. Zhang Guifin intentionally wanted to tell Yang about her daughter's whereabouts. However, since the other person was the son of the county scholar, she couldn't openly say that her daughter had been bought by Ma the scholar's son to be a concubine. She runs a brothel and cannot easily show weakness in front of everyone. Otherwise, everyone would come to cause trouble at her Red Lotus Pavilion. Would she still be able to keep her business running? Then, Zhang Guifin turned around and walked into the Red Lotus Pavilion, signaling Yang to follow her. But Yang was afraid when she saw so many guards there. She only dared to stand at the back, grit her teeth, and slowly follow behind. However, she was not the only one following. Outside, some curious men watching the scene also couldn't resist and came closer. The Red Lotus Pavilion was not easy to clear out, and Madame Zhang did not directly tell Yang her daughter's exact location. She planned to sit in her room for a while, feeling guilty about her wife and daughter. Later, she would call Yang over to tell her the truth. But she never expected that, shortly after she lost sight of Yang, the girl from the Red Lotus Pavilion, Yang Azi, would start extorting Yang herself. She realized at this moment that she might be watched and was pushed aside by someone. A person from the side pulled her gently, and she quickly held her cloth bag tighter. At this time, Yang Azi learned that the Yang family had entered outside. Seizing the moment when old Madame Zhang was not around, she hurriedly pulled Yang's wife aside and said, "Big sister Yang? It's me, Yang Azi, the daughter of Yang Ergue from Yang village. Do you remember?" Yang's wife was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped, and she stared wide-eyed at the person in front of her. Her eyes showed disbelief and shock as she said, "Is that you?"
You.
"You're Yang Azi, Ergue's daughter. How come you're in a place like this?" "Wait, no, your sister-in-law said she married you off to someone else." Yang's wife seemed to guess something and said, "Your husband's family? Did they sell you?" Hearing this, Yang Azi understood everything. Could it be that her older brother and sister-in-law took the money from selling her and told others they married her off? How clever. But she couldn't be cowardly now. If there was even a small chance to escape, she had to hold on tightly, right? Yang Azi decided to take a gamble. "Big sister Yang, I know where my daughter is. Let's meet at the Who's Tea stall at noon today." After saying this, she still had to consider her current identity. She quickly moved out of Yang's wife's sight and ran away. Yang's wife, after hearing this, didn't have time to ask more questions. She saw Yang Azi look around and then run off. It was probably best not to talk to strangers casually. It didn't take long before Zhang Guifan sent someone to briefly speak with Yang's wife and then asked her to leave. "Are you the sister-in-law looking for your daughter?" The bodyguard looked around and saw that only Yang's wife, a middle-aged woman, was not from their home court and said, "Yes, ma'am." "Do you know where my daughter is now?" Yang's wife tightly held her cloth bag with one hand and tried to reach out to grab the other, anxiously saying, "Your daughter was bought by a wealthy young man from the county a few days ago, and he took her back to be his concubine. As for the rest, I can't tell you, as we need to protect the guest's privacy. Just know that your daughter is still safe. Shouldn't you go back quickly?" The guard moved away from her hand and finished speaking. Has Ms. Yang not yet asked the madam face to face? How can she be satisfied? So, she kept insisting on seeing Boss Zhang. This time, she didn't succeed and was dragged out. Ms. Yang wasn't discouraged. After all, Yang Azi said earlier that they would meet at the Who's Tea stall at noon. She believed that the girl from her family village wouldn't lie to her. Why would she lie? She still needed to keep her appointment. First, she would find the Who's Tea stall. Soon, Ms. Yang asked passers-by and learned that the Who's Tea stall was at a nearby corner. She looked up and muttered, "There's no sign saying it's the Who's Tea stall." Ms. Yang arrived at the Who's Tea stall, the same one Lin Yuan visited last time, and asked, "Boss? Madam? Is this the Who's Tea stall?" The tea stall owner, hearing this, wondered why someone was asking about her stall. Could it be that they liked her tea? "Oh, hello, ma'am. My surname is Hu. This is the Who's Tea stall," the owner said. "The sign was changed 6 months ago. It used to be called the Who's Tea stall." The owner smiled and explained. Ms. Yang didn't pay much attention to the owner and sat down herself, saying, "Boss? Would you mind if I wait here for someone?" Well, the owner looked at the madam and hesitated. Seeing this, Ms. Yang was unusually generous and said, "All right, I'll wait here for someone. Just give me a pot of your regular tea." "Okay, sure, guest." The owner immediately smiled happily. Ms. Yang sat and ordered a pot of tea, waiting from late morning until noon. Finally, she saw Yang Azi approaching with a man dressed like a young servant. Ms. Yang quickly stood up to greet them. Yang Azi signaled the young man to stand farther away and pulled Ms. Yang aside to whisper for a while. Yang Azi wouldn't be so kind as to directly tell Ms. Yang where her daughter had gone. But she clearly knew that Yang Shi would never help her redeem herself out of kindness. After all, it was a large sum of money. Even for her daughter, she wouldn't give that much money to buy her freedom. So, she had to plan carefully. Yang Azi didn't immediately tell Yang Shi where her daughter was. Instead, she kept glancing at the cloth bag tightly held in Yang Shi's hand. Yang Azi thought to herself, there must be a lot of silver inside. If only I could take it all out. She wished she could just the money openly, but she knew she couldn't do that in broad daylight. So, she lied as if she didn't want money, talking about how she previously helped her daughter, Lin Yurong, keep her reputation, and exaggerated how she helped Yangshi's daughter attract a wealthy young man. She didn't mention how she knocked her daughter out and locked her in a storage room, only embellishing her own achievements. She also told how she prevented the from harming Lin Yurong, and how she quickly arrived to rescue her from the. All these were her own experiences, but she pretended to be Lin Yurong to make herself look better in Yangshi's eyes. She claimed she was the one who saved Lin Yurong from danger, otherwise they would have harmed her multiple times. Finally, she mentioned that the noble young man her mother had found for her was introduced to Lin Yurong when she went to the toilet, and she told her to serve wine and tea properly while she went to do something else. This helped her daughter catch the young man's attention. She also said that if Yangshi had a conscience, she should help her, as she was also suffering in the Red Pavilion. Yang Azi played the role of a scheming woman very well. Yangshi believed her lies and, with difficulty, slowly took out 1 or 2 silver coins from her cloth bag and handed them to Yang Azi. Naturally, Yang Azi's request for money was also driven by jealousy of Lin Yurong. Why did Lin Yurong have such good luck? She was treated kindly by Madame Zhang, introduced to the noble young man, caught his eye, and was bought to enjoy a good life. Meanwhile, she was sold into a brothel. Could her mother still come to the Red Pavilion to demand her daughter's redemption? Why didn't she have such good luck? So, Lin Yurong, if you won't let me have a good life, then I won't let your mother have a good life either. What if I become a concubine for a noble? I want her mother to willingly give me all her money. That's real skill. Seeing the small amount of silver that Yang Azi received from Yangshi, her eyes showed some disdain, but she knew she had to take it slowly. Yang Azi gratefully accepted the 1 or 2 silver coins handed to her by Yangshi. Then, a sly look appeared on Yang Azi's face as she stared firmly at Yangshi. Her expression suddenly turned sad and pleading as she said, "Big Aunt Yang? Don't you know? I've protected your daughter from the old man's harassment many times. If not, her body would have been ruined countless times, and she wouldn't have caught the eye of the noble young master. You should compensate me for this. Yes, 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 it's thanks to you. I really appreciate how you've taken care of my daughter. Here, take it." "Oh, and you haven't told me about my daughter's whereabouts yet." Yangshi listened and thought Yang Azi had a point. She decided not to worry about it for now. She took out a large string of copper coins from her cloth bag, probably about 300 coins, and handed it to Yang Azi, saying, Yang Azi didn't really want to tell Yangshi her daughter's whereabouts so quickly. She knew that once she did, who would still give her silver.
Got it.
I can sell her daughter's whereabouts to you. As for the price, that's up to me to decide. Yang Azi smiled cunningly, thinking to herself. Her smile was a bit flirtatious, which made Yangshi swallow nervously. She felt uneasy, like something was off.
Isn't that right?
She's just after your silver. If she doesn't trick the cloth bag filled with silver from you, she wouldn't be willing to talk. Then, Yang Azi raised and said, "About this much? I'll tell you clearly where your daughter is. Otherwise, you can go ask others. They won't tell you." Yang Azi chuckled softly, confidently saying. Yangshi couldn't help but curse inwardly at this fair-skinned, graceful woman in front of her. Despicable woman. Are you blinded by money? Do you think my silver just fell from the sky? These 2 taels of silver could support my son through a year of private school. And you just ask for it. You're really greedy, wanting silver when you should be content with a pig's liver, dreaming of gold. Do you think you can fool me? After thinking for a moment, Yang directly asked, "What? 2 more ounces of silver? Why don't you just rob someone?" Then, she seemed to realize something was wrong. She slowed her tone and said, "Hey, Miss C? Look, I don't have that much silver left for you. Just be kind and tell me where my daughter is. I've been waiting here all morning, and I'm getting worried." After saying this, Yang realized she was too emotional, so she tried to calm down and forced a weak smile, which looked worse than crying. Hearing this, Z thought, "She's so anxious? If she's so worried, she'd pay 20 ounces of silver. If I don't give it, she'll never know where her daughter is." As for the silver I just gave you, don't expect to get it back. Seeing her reaction, Ozzy used her usual tricks from the brothel, pretending to cry with fake tears, acting weak and pitiful, and sniffing softly. Big Aunt Yang? You don't know? Life at the Red Pavilion isn't as glamorous as it looks. I even gave up chances to climb higher just for your daughter. You must help me, please. We also have a hard time inside. We have to serve men closely, and only with their gifts can we eat well. That's what your daughter would have to endure too. I've taken it on behalf of your daughter. Please don't ignore me, Big Aunt Yang. Yang was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Finally, she made a tough decision, clenched her teeth, and took out 2 ounces of silver, handing it directly to Ozzy. Yang said a bit annoyed, "Here, take this." "That's 2 ounces. No more than that." Ozzy took the silver and immediately put it into her pocket. She continued, "It's not enough. I said 20 ounces, not 2. Big Aunt Yang, after saying this, she stepped back several paces and moved toward the young servant who was following her. Yang watched this scene, feeling furious, angry at being played. When she returned to Yang's village, she was determined not to let Ozzy's family have an easy life. She planned to pick a time to visit her family and spread rumors about that shameless person, so her brother and sister-in-law would be too ashamed to face anyone in the village. Unbeknownst to her, this was exactly part of Yang Azi's plan. Since learning from Yang that her brother and sister-in-law had sold her into a brothel and then returned to tell the villagers she was married, Yang Azi was furious. She wanted to use Yang's words to make her brother and sister-in-law suffer as well. Isn't that understandable? But she could only feel sorry for this foolish older sister-in-law. Yang was angry and directly pointed at Yang Azi, shouting loudly, You shameless little brat. How dare you deceive me and steal my money? Tell me quickly, where's my daughter? If you don't tell me, I'll go to the county office and report you. Accusing you of extorting my money." Yang was upset about being tricked. This girl kept calling her older sister-in-law so intimately, making her think she was being kind and sharing information out of respect for their village connection. But it turned out she was just using her daughter's whereabouts as an excuse to blackmail her for money. Yang wasn't completely clueless. She knew calling the officials to suppress Yang Azi was a good idea. This caused the people passing by to gather around Yang and Yang Azi, and they started talking. "What's going on? Someone is extorting money in front of everyone? Wow, I didn't expect that. Such a young and pretty girl? This girl? She looks familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? Let me think. Hey, sister-in-law, are you going to report this? Do you need help?" A man asked Yang. Hearing Yang say she was going to report her daughter's whereabouts and noticing the crowd's gossip, Yang Azi panicked. She never expected this. She thought Yang would care about her daughter's reputation and speak to her politely and quietly. But with Yang's loud voice, Yang Azi was at a loss. "Come, I will tell you. Your daughter's whereabouts are clear now." Then, Yang Azui simply stopped pretending and directly revealed her purpose. "However, after I tell you, you need to give me some more benefits, right?" Mrs. Yang was furious when she heard that. So, the benefits she had just given didn't count as benefits, huh? Next, Mrs. Yang angrily shook her off and scolded, "You shameless." Before she could finish shouting, Yang Azui covered her mouth and pulled her into a quiet corner, saying, all right, I'll tell you. Just stop yelling, okay?" Yang Azui looked pale with anger, giving Mrs. Yang a cold glance and speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Mrs. Yang also seemed to realize that Yang Azui was quite afraid of reporting to the authorities. Then, Mrs. Yang nodded to show she understood, and Yang Azui immediately let go. Mrs. Yang spat disdainfully on the ground and threatened, "Speak. Tell me everything you know. Or what? I'll cause trouble at the government office. Accuse you of extortion." Yang Azui knew she couldn't let her go to the authorities. Otherwise, she might not even keep her life. Not to mention, the daughter of the woman in front of her was bought by the son of the clerk in the government office to be a concubine. If she really reported her, she might not die, but she'd definitely suffer. She had heard before that people in the government office had many ways to force confessions. She definitely didn't want to be caught by those officials. Mrs. Yang sneered coldly from her nose, with a hint of worry, and said, Just speak. What are you hesitating for? Then, Yang Azui stopped planning to ask Mrs. Yang for money and directly told her about the son of the clerk from the county office, who came to the town's e-home courtyard to find a young girl, along with his servant. However, she didn't mention that it was the madam who came directly to find her, which she had secretly manipulated. She was afraid that Mrs. Yang would find out her daughter had a backing and come to trouble her. In the end, Yang Azui exaggerated her own image, saying she and Lin Yurong took care of Master Ma together. She left for a while, and during that time, Master Ma and Lin Yurong became close. Later, Mr. Ma decided to buy her as his concubine. Mrs. Yang felt both scared and relieved when she heard this. She tightly held Ozzy's hands to show her gratitude. She also said she wouldn't take back the money she had given her, considering it as a gift for her daughter. After learning about her daughter's whereabouts, Mrs. Yang planned to return to her village first and then go to the county with her family to find her daughter. She wanted to see if her daughter was really doing well. After hearing Ozzy's story, Mrs. Yang believed her about 70 to 80%. Holding her cloth bag, she went to a nearby steamed bun shop and confidently spent 10 coins to buy 5 meat buns. While eating the buns, she headed toward Daking Village. What she didn't know was that, earlier, when she caused trouble at the Red Pavilion, a group of people had been watching her bag with the silver inside. 3 men had been watching her from a distance for a long time, sitting at a tea stall. They saw Mrs. Yang repeatedly take out silver from her bag and give it to a courtesan. Seeing this, they felt angry. They believed the silver in her bag belonged to them. They thought, how could this woman use their silver to give to a courtesan? Once they managed to the silver from her bag, they planned to find her at the Red Pavilion. They wanted her to beg for mercy. When Mrs. Yang reached the edge of the town, she was disappointed to find that it was already late morning. There were no more carts or even a hint of cow dung on the road. The pedestrians had also gradually disappeared. Mrs. Yang couldn't care less. She strode out of the town and, after walking for about another watch, sensed something was wrong. It seemed like someone was following her. She quickly clutched her bag tighter, as if letting go would cause it to fall into someone else's hands. She sped up and started running. She hoped to meet someone heading back to the village in a cart, even if it was from another village, and was willing to pay to ride back. Before she could run far, she saw 2 men ahead, one tall and one short, who looked like trouble. The tall man looked dark and thin, while the shorter man was a bit chubby. Seeing them, Mrs. Yang immediately stopped and turned around, planning to run back. As expected, when she turned around, she saw a tall, strong man behind her. He was holding a long, thick wooden stick. At that moment, fear quickly spread through Yang's body, making her limbs tremble. A feeling of terror filled her entire body. It's over? Is this a robbery? I should have just paid for a car to go back, she thought, trembling and clutching her cloth bag tighter. Why you? What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Who are you? Yang was so scared she stammered and tried to threaten them. My son-in-law works at the county office. If you dare to do anything, you'll regret it. She was extremely frightened, her body shaking so much she could hardly stand. The 3 men looked at each other in surprise. Then, the 2 behind couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. The tall, strong man in front also started laughing loudly. One of them said boldly, "Your son-in-law? Ha, that's hilarious. Isn't your daughter sold into a brothel? Just wait. When we get your money, we'll go find your daughter at the Red Pavilion. Us 3, all of us will become your son-in-law for a day." Ha! After saying that, all 3 burst into laughter again. Yang felt helpless and angry. She knew she couldn't fight them. She couldn't run away either, so she shouted loudly, "Help! Is there anyone nearby? Someone's being robbed." Just as she was about to shout a second time, before she finished, one of the men raised his hand and waved it forward with a humph, signaling the others to attack. It seemed they had agreed on something, as they stopped laughing and quickly rushed toward Yang, planning to her belongings by force. Seeing this, Yang's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. She kept shouting for help, thinking, "It's over. All my savings over the years will be gone. Boo-hoo. Just then, the tall, strong man grabbed one corner of her cloth bag and pulled hard, shouting, "Give it to us." The other two people also came up, one on the left and one on the right, raising their wooden sticks and hitting Yang's body a few times, trying to make her hurt and let go. Suddenly, the burly man who was the first to grab the cloth bag let out a loud cry of pain. Then, he released his grip on the bag, clutching his bleeding right cheek and ear, wailing loudly. Seeing this, the two others quickly stepped back a few paces, shouting, "Boss? Are you okay?" "Boss." After realizing what was happening, they decided to deal with this troublemaker who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Even after being beaten by her husband, Yang felt somewhat comforted. At least, she could finally put aside her worries. Suddenly, Yang seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot to ask that young gentleman's name earlier. He said he was here to find his relatives. He hasn't answered me yet. Whose family is he looking for? Otherwise, I could help find out." Lin Chengbai saw her rambling and, before he could ask anything, listened as Yang recounted her day's experiences in town. Hearing this, Lin Chengbai was shocked, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. Yang and her husband whispered in the room for a while. Finally, they decided to keep it a secret from their family. The couple planned to take a bull cart to the county tomorrow to find their daughter. After all, their daughter was considered to have a noble fate, as the master had said. Even if her own brother sold her, she could still connect with the county official's master's household. This was something Yang and her husband never expected. It made them feel proud, thinking their daughter was truly destined for greatness. But in this tense situation, Yang and her husband only cared about benefiting from their daughter's good fortune and didn't want others to share in it. This included the two elders of the Lin family. They believed their daughter's good luck was due to her own blessings and had little to do with the elders or the entire Lin family. Meanwhile, Lin Sihai, the village head helping the third branch of the Lin family with their household registration in the county office, was riding a bull cart back to the village. The village chief, Lin Sihai, went directly to Lin's house to find old Lin. Finding that old Lin was not at home, he then looked for old Lin Tai and third house Lin Qingfeng. He handed each of them their household registration documents, exchanged a few words, and then hurried back home in a cart pulled by oxen. At this moment, Lin Qingfeng, holding his share of the household registration, smiled slightly, clearly very happy. Old Lin Tai saw this and felt a slight pang in her heart. She didn't say much and took her own household registration document back to her house. Meanwhile, Lin Yueyun, who was gathering herbs in the mountains, was overjoyed. She entered the deep mountains again and found a wild ginseng plant that was at least 50 years old in a place overgrown with weeds. Lin Yueyun was busy digging around this wild ginseng plant. This age of ginseng has strong roots and is about the size of 2 adult fingers. Its branching roots are already more than 10, and the longest root is about 2 meters long. Lin Yueyun carefully dug for nearly 2 hours before finally extracting the ginseng. In the past few days, Lin Yueyun had been looking at a herbal medicine encyclopedia in her space, learning about rare and valuable herbs, what they look like, and their uses. She reviewed it all. For anything she didn't understand, she took pictures with her tablet to ask a doctor next time. Yes, the laptop and tablet in Lin Yueyun's space can be powered on and used normally, except for internet access. Lin Yueyun knew that the roots of ginseng must not be broken, or they wouldn't fetch a high price. She finally dug out this well-developed wild ginseng but accidentally broke 2 of its roots. She felt very sorry and sighed. Oh,
Just a little more.
if I had dug a bit deeper, it wouldn't have broken. Such a pity, the price will be much lower now. Lin Yueyun pretended to wrap the dug ginseng with a few larger leaves and threw it into her backpack. In fact, she secretly put it into her space using the backpack as cover. Then, Lin Yueyun took her bamboo water bottle, opened the stopper, and gulped down several sips. She then wiped the water from her mouth, forehead, and around her eyes with her sleeve. During this morning, Lin Yuan not only found a wild ginseng but also discovered some edible toadflax, a medicinal and edible wild vegetable called fragmentum, and some edible chicken oil mushrooms. She didn't miss any of these. Lin Yuan was very happy with her harvest today. She also wrapped the red seeds of the mountain ginseng in leaves and put them into her space. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yuan tidied up briefly. As it was nearing noon, she followed the same path back out of the deep mountain, casually gathered some firewood, tied it up, and carried it down the mountain. On her way down, she brushed past a man within about 2 zhang, roughly 2 meters. The man couldn't help but turn around and look at her carefully before continuing on his way. At this moment, Lin Yuan didn't realize she was being watched. She just instinctively felt that the man looked unfamiliar and had glanced at her. But when she looked back, the man had already gone up the mountain. Only a fleeting shadow remained. Lin Yuan didn't think much of it. She quickly returned to her home yard, placed the firewood down, and took out the several jean of chicken oil mushrooms from her basket, laying them out on a drying rack she had prepared earlier. Since the bamboo fungus she had dried earlier looked sufficiently dry after 3 days, she packed it all into a bag. Then, she took out the wild vegetables from her basket, poured some water from a bucket into a broken clay jar, and prepared to boil water over a fire. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan took a pair of scissors to wash the toadflax, blanched it in the clay jar, then cooled it in cold water. Next, she squeezed out the excess water, seasoned it with salt, soy sauce, and crushed garlic, then poured hot oil over the vegetables, stirred a few times, and finished a simple cold salad of wild vegetables. Unfortunately, the seasonings available at this time weren't as complete as modern ones. No spicy chili, MSG, or oyster sauce. It would have tasted even better with those. At this moment, Lin Yuan's father and siblings cooked some mixed grain noodles for lunch, leaving one bowl for her. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to enjoy her own cold wild vegetable salad. Except for her mother, Yao Shi, who was not at home, the family of 4 sat around eating the cold wild vegetable dish made by Lin Yuan, taking bites one after another. Everyone praised this dish very much. Next, Lin Qingfeng saw that Lin Yuan had almost finished eating and said, "Young girl, father will go to work at the town dock again soon. Here, this is the household registration document sent by the village chief just now, along with the keys to your parents' room. Father has entrusted you to keep them. There is a large wooden cabinet in your parents' room, holding some grains that father bought. Make sure to keep the keys and documents safe, okay?" Lin Qingfeng handed the keys and household registration document to Lin Yuan and looked at her seriously. "Father might not come back for a few days next time. As the eldest sister, you need to take care of your younger brothers and sisters," Lin Qingfeng said with some helplessness. "When father comes back next time, he will buy more rice, flour, grains, and oil." After speaking, Lin Qingfeng stood up, ready to leave. Lin Yuan put down her bowl and chopsticks, took the household registration document, and looked at it. After confirming it bore the official seal, she let out a small breath of relief and directly put it into her pocket. She looked seriously at her cheap father, patted her chest, and said, "Don't worry, father. I will take good care of my brothers and sisters. You and mother can go ahead and work without worry. If there's anything you can't handle, just ask the village chief to decide." After saying this, Lin Qingfeng took his bag and left the courtyard of the 3rd house heading to the town. At this moment, Lin Yuan's younger siblings, Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming, with red eyes and tearful expressions, looked at Lin Yuan with feelings of sadness and concern. After comforting her younger brothers and sisters, Lin Yuan decided to take a short nap and then go to the town to ask about the price of the wild ginseng. She also planned to stock up more grains and seasonings. After tidying up her dishes, Lin Yuan went back to her room, changed out of her dirty, sweaty clothes, and threw the household registration document into her space before lying down for a nap. She had been here for several days, but this was the first time she took a nap. Since the family separation papers are done, there's no need to worry about the old house causing trouble anymore. She needs to think carefully before her nap about how to make more money. After all, these days, for a farmer like her father, The best way to earn money is by working hard at the dock, carrying heavy loads. It would be best if she could have her own special skill. Then Lin Yuan thought about making improved straw sandals. But most people already know how to make straw sandals, and even if she tried to innovate, skilled weavers could copy her designs quickly. It's not the best way to get rich. As she thought, Lin Yuan fell asleep. Meanwhile, the man who had just passed her on the mountain saw her enter the Lin family's courtyard. He was sure she was the person he was looking for and started planning how to deal with her. If he could successfully sell her, he could also earn an extra 15 taels of silver. That amount was much more than what he earned just working for the government. Soon it was late morning. Lin Yuan got up, went to the kitchen, filled a bamboo water jar, sealed it, and put it into an empty basket. She also told her younger brothers and sisters to stay at home and take good care of their food. At this time, the village's ox cart to the town hadn't left yet, so she decided to walk there herself. Looking at the sky in late summer, with the bright sun sometimes shining out and sometimes hiding behind clouds, she felt a bit emotional. Back in modern times, she wouldn't go out in such strong sunlight, but now, things were different. Lin Yuan quietly muttered, "After crossing over, I still have to start from scratch." As she walked, she hummed a Cantonese song she remembered from her modern life. "The night wind is cold. I look back alone at old memories. The past me was full of anger, false accusations, and blame, holding in my frustration." She forgot the rest of the lyrics, but continued humming the tune, singing a short part until then clearly sang, "Whether you're rich or poor, it's all predestined. Wrong is never right, and right is always true. No matter what you say, I will stay true to myself." Before she finished singing, she suddenly sensed something was wrong behind her. At this moment, Lin Yuan was gradually leaving the village, which was some distance away. Suddenly, Lin Yuan spun around quickly, but she saw nothing unusual. She looked around again. She casually picked up a handful of stones from the ground and threw them forcefully into the bushes. After standing still and observing for a while without noticing anything strange, Lin Yuan thought she might have been too cautious while gathering herbs on the mountain. Even on the official road, she was suspicious of everything. She decided not to worry and hurried towards the town. Unbeknownst to her, she was already being followed. Meanwhile, Ma San, hiding in the grass, slowly reached up to cover his injured forehead and peeked out. From afar, he saw Lin Yuan had already run so far that she looked like just a small shadow. Ma San looked at her fleeing figure with anger and a determined look in his eyes. "That girl is quite alert, huh? Looks like she might have noticed someone was following her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be running so fast." Ma San touched his forehead and said, "Ugh. That girl throws stones with such strength. She even hit my forehead." A stone from Lin Yuan's earlier throwing hit his forehead, making it swell red instantly. Ma San was somewhat skilled in martial arts. He thought that a young girl who hadn't even reached adulthood was no threat. He didn't take her seriously and believed he would have a chance to deal with her someday. As long as he avoided others' eyes and secretly took care of Lin Yuan, it would be easy money. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived in the town. She was sweating and a bit thirsty from walking. She took off her backpack, took out a bamboo water jar, unscrewed the lid, and drank a few sips. After sealing the jar, she casually threw it back into her backpack and headed toward Jiha Hall Pharmacy. When she reached the pharmacy, she saw from afar that no one was queuing outside for treatment. Perhaps because the sun was very hot at this time, Dr. Chin was standing at the counter chatting with the shopkeeper. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan jogged forward and greeted them. "Shopkeeper? Dr. Chin?" "Hello." Wu shopkeeper and Dr. Chin turned to look. "Huh? Isn't this the girl who sold the venomous snake last time?" So, Dr. Chin smiled and replied, "Oh? Girl, is that you? It's been a few days. I wonder what brings you here this time," Dr. Chin asked playfully. "Well, this time I have something good with me," Lin Yuan said happily as she walked in. Shopkeeper Wu heard this and wondered what good things she had this time. Could it still be a snake? If it is, we only take the snake's gallbladder. Thinking this, Shopkeeper Wu looked seriously at Lin Yuan and said, "Girl, if it's another snake, We only take the gallbladder, okay? No, it's not that kind of big snake, she replied. Those big snakes are hard to find, Wu said. I'm bringing a surprise this time. I promise you'll be more surprised and excited than last time, Lin Yuan said with a teasing smile. Hearing this, the shopkeeper and Dr. Chen couldn't help but stare at Lin Yuan, curious, and asked together, Oh? What good thing is it this time? They looked at each other and the shopkeeper asked, Girl, what good thing did you bring this time? Something that will surprise us more than last time. Lin Yuan pretended to rummage through her basket and then took out a herbal medicine book from her space, handing it directly to Wu's shopkeeper, saying, Here. This is the herbal medicine book I borrowed last time. I'm returning it to you. Take a look. Wu's shopkeeper's curiosity was instantly gone, and he reached out to take the book. Without even looking, he knew it was the borrowed herbal medicine book. He made a small sound and showed no expression, opening the book to look at it, thinking, still a kid, so naive. After confirming the book was fine, Wu took a silver coin or two from the counter and returned the deposit Lin Yuan had paid when borrowing the book. Here, take it back. The deposit for borrowing the book, Wu said expressionlessly. Lin Yuan took back the silver and smiled at Wu's shopkeeper. Wu, feeling stared at, wanted to roll his eyes and said sternly, Why are you looking at me? Do you want medicine or a consultation? If you want medicine, bring the prescription. If you want a consultation, see Dr. Chen. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this. Shopkeeper Wu was annoyed, feeling like the girl was just teasing him for fun. He glared at Lin Yuan and said coldly, You said there would be a surprise? Something that would really excite me. Is that all? That's childish. Enough, shopkeeper Wu. Why are you arguing so much with a girl? Dr. Chen, standing nearby, tried to smooth things over. Lin Yuan stopped teasing them and simply reached into her basket. Actually, she used the basket to hide, and from the space inside, she took out a wild ginseng root wrapped carefully with several leaves. Suddenly, both shopkeeper Wu and Dr. Chen stared with wide eyes, looking at the wild ginseng on the counter with disbelief, then exchanged glances. Then they looked at Lin Yuan again. Wild ginseng, they both exclaimed excitedly.
Wow.
What are you doing? That's such a treasure. This is real ginseng. Dr. Chen was no longer calm. He sighed as if someone had trampled on something he treasured. He frowned and looked at Lin Yuan with disbelief. How can you just wrap it with a few leaves and treat it like this? Seeing her clothes and her sun-darkened face, Dr. Chen didn't finish his sentence. All right, maybe I was too strict. Sorry, miss. I didn't mean to blame you, Dr. Chen said, feeling guilty. It's okay. Lin Yuan smiled at the shopkeeper examining the ginseng, then waved at Dr. Chen. Shopkeeper Wu carefully looked at the ginseng and muttered without looking up, It's quite fresh, the soil is still moist. But it's really a shame to waste such a treasure. Good thing it's not broken. Too bad 2 of the roots are snapped. Otherwise, this ginseng would be top quality. After saying that, shopkeeper Wu looked up at Lin Yuan, and suddenly his old face broke into a wide, somewhat mischievous smile. It was as if the earlier unpleasantness had never happened. Miss, how much silver do you want to sell this ginseng for? He asked happily, directly turning to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the wild ginseng in the shopkeeper's hand with a half-smile and said slyly, That depends on the price you offer, shopkeeper. If the price is right, I might consider selling it. Lin Yuan looked at Wu the shopkeeper with a blank expression. Seeing her casually hold the ginseng like that, the shopkeeper couldn't help but feel annoyed. That was valuable ginseng after all. He didn't want it to be damaged. He thought for a moment and then said directly, I can offer at most 250 taels. If you don't believe me, you can check with other herbal shops and come back. Although your ginseng is good, 2 of its roots are broken. Just that makes it less valuable. Hearing this, Lin Yuan thought, As expected, this Wu shopkeeper is a bit greedy and trying to take advantage of my lack of knowledge. Even offering 250 taels? I think you're the one being foolish. From her memories of the original owner, Lin Yuan knew that when her mother gave birth to her younger brother years ago, her father specifically went to town to buy 10-year-old ginseng roots. There were only 2 thin slices, but they cost nearly a tael of silver. A 10-year-old ginseng plant could sell for about 10 to 15 taels of silver. Moreover, her wild ginseng was at least 50 years old, so it should be worth 3 or 500 taels, right? So Lin Yuan raised her hand and confidently held up 5 fingers. 500 taels, shopkeeper. Take it or leave it. The shopkeeper was definitely unhappy. 500 taels was almost half a year's income for his herbal shop. How could he agree? He started arguing with Lin Yuan, spitting and bargaining fiercely. Several times, Lin Yuan wanted to take the ginseng and leave directly. But Wu the shopkeeper personally came out to stop her and continued bargaining. He even took her to the back of the shop to pick at the ginseng, trying to lower the price, while another said its age and medicinal value made it a rare treasure. Buy if you want, don't if you don't. Neither side was willing to give in. They argued for nearly 15 minutes, their spit flying everywhere. The herbal boy in the shop brought tea to them. Finally, Lin Yuan compromised. Wu the shopkeeper realized that this young lady was not someone who would easily be taken advantage of. Master Wu even mentioned his kind offer to lend books to Lin Yuan to help her learn about herbs, but she still argued with him. In the end, Master Wu gave in. Finally, the wild ginseng root that Lin Yuan dug up, which was 50 years old, sold for 350 taels of silver. This was a full 100 taels more than what the shopkeeper initially offered. That 100 taels was a huge amount. For an ordinary farmer, many would work for over 10 or even 20 years and still not earn that much silver. Nowadays, it only costs 2 or 3 taels of silver to marry a wife. Even marrying a girl from the town only requires 5 taels as a bride price. Lin Yuan asked to be paid in cash, but the shopkeeper saw that there wasn't enough cash in the pharmacy. He explained to Dr. Chen, took the keys and some silver notes, and went to the bank to exchange for cash. Lin Yuan always felt that this era might change suddenly. Using paper notes didn't seem very safe. What if the bank also closed? Where would she get money then? It was more reliable to have cash in hand. Besides, she still had the space tool, which was like a cheat device. Lin Yuan stayed in the pharmacy, asking Dr. Chen about herbal medicine knowledge. She also bought a small packet of realgar powder. She saw Dr. Chen treating a few patients and preparing their medicines. Only after that, Master Wu, accompanied by 2 guards from the bank, finally returned. It was almost the end of a late hour, and the sky was getting dark. Master Wu took Lin Yuan to the backyard of the pharmacy, where the medicine boy was preparing herbs. He poured out the silver and paid in full for the 50-year-old wild ginseng, 350 taels of silver. Lin Yuan received a large cloth bag of silver. Inside were 30 silver ingots of 10 taels each, totaling 300 taels, 6 ingots of 5 taels each, totaling 30 taels, 5 ingots of 2 taels each, totaling 10 taels, and 10 ingots of 1 tael each, totaling 10 taels. Altogether, it was 350 taels of silver. Holding the bag, she felt its weight. She carefully checked the large silver ingots, making sure there were no problems. She also picked up a few smaller ones, biting them to test. Satisfied, she smiled and bowed to Master Wu. Master Wu, thank you. After handing the cash to Lin Yuan, Master Wu stood to the side, clasping his hands and smiling happily as he watched her check the silver. Wu's shopkeeper didn't say a word. After Lin Yuan finished checking the silver, she directly threw the entire bag of silver into her backpack. Her movements were smooth and quick, like flowing water. Even the shopkeeper couldn't help but be impressed and secretly thought, that's 350 taels of silver. She just throws it into her backpack like that? Isn't she worried? Does this girl have no idea about the value of silver? She doesn't seem worried about losing it at all, and she doesn't look like someone from a wealthy family. This girl really is quite unusual. Lin Yuan didn't know that Wu's shopkeeper was secretly thinking she was strange. Even if she did, it wouldn't matter. After a simple farewell to the shopkeeper and Dr. Chen, Lin Yuan left Jiha Hall Pharmacy. She pretended to take water from her backpack, but actually, she discreetly put all the silver from the cloth bag into her space pocket, using the backpack as cover. On the surface, only 2 taels of broken silver remained in the cloth bag. After leaving the pharmacy, happily, Lin Yuan saw that it was getting late. She quickened her pace toward a nearby shop called Daxing Grain Shop. At this time, The grain shop was starting to close up for the day. Lin Yuan jogged inside and saw a middle-aged man in his 30s moving grain at the door into the shop. An older man with slightly white hair and beard, probably the shopkeeper, was fiddling with an abacus. Seeing Lin Yuan come in, he asked, "Miss, do you want to buy grain? If you want to buy, you'd better hurry. In 15 minutes, we'll close." Hearing this, Lin Yuan thought she still had time. She looked around and asked directly, "Shopkeeper, what are the prices for white rice and white flour here?" The shopkeeper, Li, looked at Lin Yuan. He thought, why is this girl dressed like that? Asking about rice and flour? Is she serious? But he decided not to bother. After all, she was a customer entering the shop, so why chase her away? He immediately put on a professional smile and said, "Miss, the prices for white rice and white flour are currently stable. White rice costs 15 won per jean, and white flour costs 12 won per jean. How much do you want, miss?" After speaking, the shopkeeper worried that Lin Yuan might think the price was too high, so he added, "In about a month, it will be the big autumn harvest and prices might go down then." Lin Yuan listened and thought the price was acceptable. If she waited until the rice harvest to buy grain, she might go hungry many times. Then, Lin Yuan raised her hand to her chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Please, shopkeeper, can you prepare 50 jean of rice and 50 jean of white flour for me?" When the shopkeeper heard this, he looked at Lin Yuan with some disbelief, thinking she probably wasn't joking. "Miss, are you sure you want 50 jean of rice and 50 jean of white flour?" he asked uncertainly. "Yes, please hurry up." "I am in a rush," Lin Yuan replied. Seeing how the shopkeeper examined her clothes, she thought, no matter if it's ancient or modern, people always judge a person's wealth by their appearance. Lin Yuan slightly curled her lips and took out 2 taels of silver from her basket, placing it directly on the counter. The shopkeeper saw this and immediately smiled happily. Even his professional fake smile looked more genuine. He quickly counted with his abacus. Click, click, click. Next, he instructed the man carrying goods to pack 50 jean of white rice and 50 jean of white flour into 2 large sacks. Lin Yuan also went over to look. She found the white flour fine, but the rice still had some husks and broken grains mixed in, and some of the rice looked a bit yellowish because it hadn't been polished thoroughly. She picked up a handful, smelled it, and thought it was okay. Rich rice aroma, husks still attached. The only flaw was that the husks hadn't been completely cleaned off. However, she figured washing it in water could help remove some of the husks, so she didn't say anything. She thought, maybe it's because the rice dehusking technology in this era isn't quite there yet. Lin Yuan bought a total of 50 jean of rice and 50 jean of white flour, spending 1 tael and 35 won in total. The shopkeeper gave her 650 won in change. Then, she saw that the grain shop also sold vegetable oil, soy sauce, and salt, so she bought 5 jean of oil and 1 jean of salt, which was limited to 1 jean per person. At this time, salt was controlled by the government, and each person was limited to buying only 1 jean within a certain period. To buy more, they needed official approval documents. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and paid shopkeeper Li 264 coins. Finally, Lin Yuan packed all the purchased oil and salt into her basket and asked Uncle Li, who was helping carry things, to move the 100 jean of rice and flour to a nearby alley where no one was around. After everyone left, Lin Yuan looked around, saw no one, and then stored all the rice and flour in her space. She also stored the oil and salt from the basket. Now, Lin Yuan's 2 taels of silver had decreased to only 386 coins. She was about to go home when she passed a pork stall. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Now that she had money, she definitely wanted to buy some meat to try. She saw that the pork stall had a few cleanly shaved large bones and a piece of dry, lean meat. Lin Yuan went over to ask about the prices. The large bones, which sold for 8 coins per jean in the morning, now cost only 6 coins per jean. The lean meat, which was 12 coins per jean in the morning, was the last piece and only 10 coins per jean. Lin Yuan didn't bargain and bought 2 large bones, spending 21 coins, but the shopkeeper only charged her 20 coins. The lean meat, weighing just over a jean, cost her 10 coins. In total, she spent 30 coins. Lin Yuan thought it was a good deal. Then, she went to the place where ox carts usually gathered, looked around, but didn't see the ox cart from Lu's village, probably already gone. At this moment, Lin Yuan saw a woman from Lu's village carrying some wilted long cabbage, also called fire-tongue vegetables, and some pieces. She was about to get on Lu's village ox cart. Lin Yuan followed her and paid 1 coin to ride on the ox cart to Lu's village. Lu's village was not far from Daking village, only about a quarter of an hour's walk. If she hurried, she could arrive in the time of a tea break. On the way back in the ox cart, Lin Yuan also bought 2 long cabbages and some pieces from the woman. The woman thought she wouldn't be able to sell them anymore, but she was happy to meet such a big customer like Lin Yuan. She offered a discount, selling the long cabbages to Lin Yuan at 2 coins per jean. 2 cabbages weighed just over 4 jean, costing 8 coins. There was 5 coins per jean, and 3 jean cost 15 coins. In total, Lin Yuan spent 23 coins. The vegetable seller was very happy and kept smiling as she asked Lin Yuan which family she belonged to. Lin Yuan just chuckled and replied a few words, then pretended to close her eyes and rest. Seeing this, the aunt lost interest and didn't bother her anymore, until the ox cart reached the entrance of Lu's village and stopped. At this moment, the sunset cast a warm orange glow across the sky, like the last bright light of nature. Lin Yuan quickly jumped down from the ox cart, carrying a large bone, some lean meat, 2 big cabbages, and hurried toward Daking village. Not long after, she arrived at the foot of a small hill between the 2 villages, which led quickly to the end of Daking village. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan noticed something seemed off behind her. It was as if someone was following her. She thought, could it be because she bought vegetables with money on the cart earlier? Maybe the people on the cart saw her? Are they planning to steal her money? Or maybe, when she was selling wild ginseng in town, was she being watched? So Lin Yuan quickened her pace, eager to get back to the village. Suddenly, she felt a familiar sensation behind her, a large wooden stick coming swiftly toward the back of her head. Lin Yuan had already sensed someone was following her. She sidestepped, slightly bent her knees, and leaned back a little to avoid the attack. Then she saw that the attacker was a man in his 20s, with a black cloth covering his face and a red swelling on his forehead. He didn't look like someone from Lu's village she had just traveled with. However, Lin Yuan didn't think much and instinctively kicked back hard. With a loud bang, she kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fly nearly a yard away. He didn't seem to expect her to fight back successfully. Before she could ask who he was, he clutched his stomach and ran away quickly. Lin Yuan didn't chase after him, worried he might have accomplices. She was eager to get home, so she quickened her steps and ran back. When Lin Yuan got home, she quickly changed out of her sweaty, stinky clothes. Next, Lin Yuan carried out 2 large bone sticks and placed them on the stove. She then went alone to Old Lady Lin's house to borrow a chopping knife. With a few quick strikes, she roughly cut the 2 large bones into several pieces. After washing all the cut bones, she took 1 large bone and started a fire in the stove. She poured 2 large ladles of water into a clay pot, added the bone, and threw in 2 slices of. Once the water boiled, she blanched the bones briefly and then removed them. She changed the water and brought it to a boil again. Then, she pulled out a slightly larger piece of firewood and turned the heat to medium-low to simmer. For the other bone, Lin Yuan chose to marinate it with salt, soy sauce, and a little rapeseed oil, placing each in separate bowls to soak. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yuan looked at her recently changed clothes and sighed. Wow, I changed too early. Now I'm covered in bone fragments and oil. She didn't plan to change her clothes again. Instead, she rested her hands on her hips and stroked her chin, thinking, maybe I should buy a new iron pot? At least I could cook some food, right? And I need to buy some bowls and plates. Most of the bowls in this house are chipped. I'm worried I might cut my mouth while eating. If I get a clay pot, I should buy one too. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan decided to go to town tomorrow for some shopping. After all, she now had over 300 taels of silver in her space. Besides the 7 taels of silver she got from selling a snake last time, the one tael of deposit from returning books yesterday, and over 300 taels from selling wild ginseng. She had a total of 356 taels, 326 won. As for the silver she planned to give her parents as filial piety at the old house, she could have given them enough for a year or even several years at once. But Lin Yueyin didn't plan to do that. Once she gave the money, the people at the old house would probably think the third house still had a lot of silver hidden away, and she might cause trouble for her family. She understood the saying, "Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant." During the process of boiling the bones, Lin Yueyin borrowed another pot from old lady Lin. She used the key to unlock the door of her parents' room and saw a large wooden cabinet placed on the ground, with a few flat stones underneath it. Lin Yueyin opened the wooden cabinet and saw that inside there was indeed a small bag of black flour and a small bag of brown rice. When no one was around, Lin Yueyin also took out 50 jin of rice and 50 jin of white flour from the space and packed them into the big wooden cabinet, filling it completely. This wooden box doesn't look very big, but it can hold so much. Not bad. She then directly threw the small bag of black flour and brown rice into the corner of the space. Anyway, the amount of food in the house was known only to her. No one else knew. She kept the key herself. She didn't want to eat that heavy-tasting black flour or the strongly flavored brown rice again. She opened the rice sack, scooped a handful of rice with both hands, and put it into the pot. Then she closed the cabinet lid to prevent mice from stealing the food. After locking the door, she went to the kitchen to continue washing rice and cooking a simple firewood meal. An incense stick later, the aroma of rice and stewed bones drifted into the air. Her brother, who was outside playing wildly, also came back smelling the scent. Her sister, Lin Yuejio, who had just finished washing up in the makeshift outdoor bathhouse, also caught the smell of the stew. She kept salivating and her stomach growled loudly. It constantly reminded her that it was time to eat. "Sis, what delicious food are you making? I can smell the aroma even from the bathhouse. Hee hee, you'll see soon. Sister, come over. Help me watch the fire." Lin Yueyin smiled and waved to her. "Okay, sis," Lin Yuejio replied happily and walked over. At this moment, their brother, Lin Yueming, ran back covered in dirt, smiling and looking at the two busy at the stove. His eyes widened in surprise and he said with a smile, "Big sister, second sister? What delicious food are you making? I smelled the aroma from far away. I thought it was something good from the main house."
Wow.
And there's Dubai. Before he finished speaking, second sister Lin Yuejio quickly covered his mouth and said, "Should be quiet so the main house doesn't hear. If someone comes to the food, you'll cry." Lin Yuejio didn't expect that her words would turn out to be a prophecy. The fragrant smell of cooking rice and stewing bones from the third courtyard naturally drifted over to the main house. The second aunt from the main house smelled the delicious aroma, but couldn't taste it, feeling a bit jealous. She muttered, "It seems the third branch planned this split long ago. See? As soon as they split, they're already eating rice and meat. Unlike us in the second branch, we hardly get to eat meat or good rice all year." Although Wang, the second aunt, felt a bit jealous, she only complained a little. Unlike the main house, who came directly to the third branch to ask for food. Once the soup was almost ready, Lin Yueyin washed and cut the long cabbage into small, even pieces. She then added some of the cabbage into the big bone soup, stirred it well with chopsticks, and let it cook a bit longer. She added a little salt and 2 drops of vegetable oil. She then took a spoonful of the soup, blew on it, and tasted it gently. Not bad. It's sweet and tasty. Next, Lin Yueyin divided the cooked rice into 3 bowls. She blanched some lean meat chunks in a pot, then added water and more cabbage to stew on medium-low heat. When it was almost done, she added a bit of salt and soy sauce, dripped a few more drops of vegetable oil, stirred well with chopsticks, and called out, "Little sister, younger brother, dinner is ready." While her older sister was busy stewing a hearty vegetable and meat dish, Lin Yueji quickly went to lock the courtyard gate. Then, the 3 siblings each picked up a bowl of plain rice and sat around the stove, digging into the pork and cabbage stew happily. Lin Yueming said first, "Wow. Big sister, second sister? This is the best rice I've ever had. It's even tastier than the rice we ate during New Year at the main house. I wish we could eat such good dishes and fragrant white rice every day. After saying that, Lin Yueming eagerly shoveled rice into his mouth, smiling foolishly. Lin Yueji also agreed with her younger brother, nodding as she ate. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun felt a bit sad. It was true. Her family's money was spent on giving the main house's ungrateful sibling an education. That ungrateful sibling even wanted to sell the original owner? Luckily, she had traveled here. Otherwise, the original owner probably couldn't have fought against those wicked siblings. But now that they've split the family, her third branch can eat whatever they want, and she doesn't have to worry about it. Lin Yueyun finished speaking, glanced at her younger brother and sister who were eating eagerly, and shook her head with a smile. Are you two eating slowly? No one is fighting you for food. Big sister promises you that as long as I'm here, I'll make sure you get plain white rice every day. Is that okay? The siblings ate quickly, scooping food into their bowls as if they hadn't eaten in days. They kept nodding and looking at Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun also picked up a piece of lean meat and some vegetables, chewed a few times, and said, "Yes, it's really good. Finally, I've had a nice meal." Then she took 2 more bites of rice, soft and flavorful, and enjoyed the taste. It was much better than eating those wild vegetable mushes. Having Big Sister here is really great, Lin Yueming said with a smile while eating. Suddenly, the sound of loud knocking at the courtyard gate interrupted her. The gate, which had been shaken by Aunt Yang a few days ago and was repaired yesterday by her father, was now being knocked loudly again. The person outside was just knocking without speaking. The 3 siblings stopped eating and looked toward the gate. "Who is it?" Lin Yuezhou called out impatiently. No one answered outside. Lin Yueming, closest to the gate, didn't wait for her sisters to speak. She quickly got up and ran to open the door. She saw Aunt Yang with a stern face, leading the youngest son of the main house, Lin Yueguang, walking in confidently. As soon as they entered, they looked toward the kitchen of the 3rd room. Then, the chubby Lin Yueguang hurriedly ran to the bowl of rice Lin Yueming had just finished eating. He quickly picked up the half-eaten rice and started stuffing it into his mouth eagerly. Of course, he also grabbed some pork and cabbage stew from the pot, ignoring whether it was hot or not, and shoved it into his mouth with big bites, making slurping sounds as he ate. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun couldn't help but twitch her lips and exclaimed, "Is he a starving ghost reborn? What are you talking about, you little brat? The siblings are hiding inside eating well, and you don't think to share some with your grandparents. Such unfilial behavior." After hearing this, Yang was unhappy and seemed to target Lin Yueyun. She crossed her arms and pointed at Lin Yueyun, saying, Lin Yueyun silently sneered. Before she could respond further, Lin Yueguang, the chubby younger brother from the main household, angrily ran over and snatched the bowl from Lin Yueming, who was eating. He shouted loudly, "Why are you stealing my food, you fat kid? We've separated our households. Go eat at your own home." When Yang heard this, she was furious. The little brat dared to be so rude in front of her? She used to be the proud eldest aunt, and no one dared to talk back to her like this. Now, she couldn't stand someone calling her son a fat kid. Angrily, Yang scolded and waved her hand toward Lin Yueming, trying to slap his face. "Little brat, how dare you insult my son in front of me? Today, I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful little—" "Stop!" Lin Yueyun quickly stepped forward and firmly grabbed Yang's hand as she swung it. At this moment, Lin Yueming was so frightened by Yang's actions that he almost dropped his bowl. Lin Yueguang snatched the bowl and continued eating. Then, Lin Yueming burst into loud tears. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun was angry. She shouted, "Big Aunt, don't forget. Our 3rd household has already separated and started living on our own. What we eat has nothing to do with your big household. Did I eat your rice and meat? Don't forget, this month's filial silver was given to the grandparents by my father in front of the village chief and the clan leader. Now you come here to help your son our food and even try to hit us. What kind of logic is that? Are you trying to drag this to the village chief? To have the whole village judge? Tell me, what reason do you have to bring your son here to fight us for food?" Then Lin Yueguang, the chubby little brother, was unhappy. He pushed Yang and said, "Mom? I don't care. I just want to eat that pork with cabbage. It's so delicious, and the white rice and that soup must be very tasty. Mom? I want to eat, I just want to eat." Lin Yueguang pushed and pulled Yang's while pointing at the pork stew with cabbage in the pot and the other pot of soup, crying out loudly. However, Yang tried to break free, but no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't escape, and Lin Yueyun held her tighter with force. Yang felt a sharp pain in her wrist, as if it might break. She took a deep breath and thought, "That girl is really strong. She looks small and thin, but she can't even free herself. It's better not to make her angry anymore." "All right, Guanger," Yang said, glancing at her young son who was crying and begging for rice, vegetables, and meat. "Want to eat? Fine. Then give me money to buy it. Otherwise, forget it." Lin Yueyun looked coldly at the mother and son and said, You, this stubborn girl, let go of me first. Let go, do you hear me?" Yang shouted loudly. After shouting, Yang saw that Lin Yueyun still held her tightly. So, Yang thought for a moment and changed her usual tough and proud attitude. Her voice softened a little as she said, "Please, let me go first. I can pay for it, isn't that okay?" Finally, Yang took out 10 coins and handed them to Lin Yueyun. "Here?
Take it."
10 coins are enough to buy nearly half a kilogram of pork, you know. That should be enough for Guanger to have a meal with the food and soup you made. Lin Yueyun thought that as long as she was willing to pay, it didn't matter how many coins she gave. As long as she didn't expect free food, it was fine. Lin Yueyun didn't mind the rudeness of the mother and son earlier. She took the 10 copper coins from Yang's hand. Then, she gave the little chubby boy Lin Yueguang a bowl of bone soup with a piece of bone and some cabbage, along with half a bowl of leftover rice. She added a piece of pork stew with cabbage on top and handed it to the boy.
"Here.
From now on, if you want to eat, you have to pay." The little boy eagerly took the food and soup from Lin Yueyun and started eating furiously. This scene made Lin Yueyun think of a modern picture of a pig desperately fighting for food. She wrinkled her nose and quickly shook the image out of her mind. Yang, watching her, shook her head and didn't say anything. After Lin Yueguang finished eating and put down his bowl and chopsticks, he patted his stomach and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Your cooking is really delicious, you two." When he said that, the place fell into complete silence. Even Mrs. Yang felt a little embarrassed. Lin Yuezhou found it hard to stay calm after hearing this. She glared fiercely at the chubby Lin Yueguang and raised her fist to signal him, as if asking, "Do you want to get hit?" In the village before, Lin Yueguang had fought with other children and was caught by Lin Yuezhou. She was called over to help him, but she didn't want to help anymore. So, taking the chance to pretend to support him, Lin Yuezhou raised her fist and hit him a few times. Later, she said she accidentally tried to hit someone but was blocked by him, and her fist ended up hitting him. The chubby Lin Yueguang believed her and didn't argue. Lin Yuezhou secretly felt happy about this. When Lin Yueyun heard the chubby Lin Yueguang insulting her and her sister as useless, she frowned and thought, "Useless? Your whole family is useless. The main family is completely rotten from top to bottom, not a single good one." A slight mocking smile appeared on Lin Yueyun's face as she looked at Mrs. Yang and said, "Auntie, your big family really has good manners, huh? Eat your meal, then curse behind people's backs." Mrs. Yang wanted to argue after hearing this, but she choked on her words and didn't know what to say. She accidentally made eye contact with Lin Yueyun, who looked at her with a fierce, predator-like gaze. Suddenly, Mrs. Yang felt a chill on her scalp, as if a demon was staring at her. She was so scared she quickly swallowed twice, grabbed her younger son's hand, and hurriedly left the yard of the third house as if chased by a ghost. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun thought for a moment and told her younger brother and sister, "When you can't see clearly who is outside, don't open the door easily, especially to strangers or people from the main or second family." The brother and sister nodded quickly and said, to show they understood. Then, the three of them finished eating the remaining dishes. Lin Yueyun took a slightly larger bowl and filled it with a hearty bone and cabbage soup. She placed it on the stove, planning to wait until it cooled a bit before bringing it to Old Lady Lin and Old Man Lin. She also planned to wash the chopping knife and the pot thoroughly before returning them to Old Lady Lin. The three siblings each drank 2 large bowls of bone soup, and all of them ate until their stomachs were full. When Lin Yueyun went to borrow a knife, she saw second Aunt Wang giving her some disapproving looks. Those eye rolls could almost reach the sky. She didn't want to cause trouble, knowing it was just a small matter that could be settled with a bowl of soup. After finishing their meal, it was already early evening, around 7 p.m., the time of sunset, and it was getting dark outside. Everyone here was mostly preparing to sleep. Lin Yueyun carried the warm soup to Old Lady Lin's room. She saw the oil lamp inside was flickering dimly. She cleared her throat and said, "Grandma? I brought you a bowl of soup."
Grandma?
"I'm coming in, okay?" Then she heard Old Lady Lin reply, "Come in." Lin Yueyun went straight inside, holding the soup. By now, Old Man Lin was already lying on the bed, pretending to sleep. Lin Yueyun didn't say much. She simply set down the bowl and said, "Grandma, your granddaughter brought you and Grandpa some nourishing soup. Please have some. I've also washed the borrowed soup pot and the firewood knife and left them at the main courtyard's kitchen door." After saying that, she was about to leave. But Old Lady Lin called out, "Yin, dear, you can take that big soup pot back for your use, okay? Consider it as part of the family division for your 3 households." Lin Yueyun thought to herself, "Is that big pot a gift for our 3 households? No way I'd pass that up. No need to buy another pot now." "All right, thank you, Grandma." After replying, Lin Yueyun turned and left Old Lady Lin's room. Old Lady Lin was still happy to see Lin Yueyun carrying the soup, and she smiled as she said to the bed where Old Man Lin was pretending to sleep, "Old man, see? Even if we've divided the family, she's still our granddaughter, right? Good things still come to us, and she's thinking of us." Hearing this, Lin Yueyun, who was just outside, listened clearly but didn't mind. Old Man Lin snorted coldly and whispered disdainfully, "Oomph, it's just a bowl of soup. You think she bought us over? Look at her attitude. Humph, and maybe that soup was leftovers, just heated up and served." Old Lady Lin was a bit annoyed and said, "Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll eat it myself." "Eat? Why shouldn't I eat if it's free? Not eating is the same as wasting." Old Lin quickly stood up and said. Fortunately, the disdainful words behind Old Lin were not heard by Lin Yueyun because she had already walked away. Otherwise, next time, only Old Lady Lin might be invited to eat delicious food, and Old Lin wouldn't be asked. After all, during the family dispute, it seemed only Old Lady Lin still had some motherly feelings for her cheap father, Lin Qingfeng. As for Old Lin, he's still the stubborn old man who always favors the main household unconditionally. Lin Yueyun doesn't quite like Old Lin because of this. Finally, Old Lady Lin went to the main kitchen and brought back a set of bowls and chopsticks to share a big bowl of pork bone and cabbage soup with Old Lin. After delivering the soup, Lin Yueyun locked the door of the 3rd courtyard and took advantage of the night to water her small vegetable patch with the leftover vegetable washing water. It only took a few days, and the unknown vegetable seeds had sprouted tiny shoots about the length of a human finger. Seeing the seeds in the ground showing signs of growth, Lin Yueyun was very happy. After washing up, she quickly lay down to rest. She had a dreamless night and woke up early the next morning. Thinking about what to buy, she took out the large cured pork bone from last night. She skillfully cooked a bowl of rice, washed it, then put the cured pork bone into a clay pot with some water and chunks. After simmering for half an hour, she made a rich bone broth. Then she added the washed rice, stirred well, and continued cooking for another 15 minutes. Finally, she sprinkled some chopped green onions, and a flavorful salty bone porridge was ready. Next, Lin Yueyun took a large bowl, filled it with a hot salty bone porridge and let it cool on the stove, waiting until it was a bit cooler to eat. She left the remaining porridge in the pot, uncovered, to cool naturally. Once her younger brother and sister woke up, they could eat it directly. Lin Yueyun also carried 2 wooden buckets out to the village well and fetched 2 buckets of water. At this time, it was early morning. Lin Yueyun quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, and tidied herself up. She took A and went to the main courtyard, bringing back a load of pig manure. Next, she poured used vegetable washing water into an old wooden bucket. Then, she added the pig manure into the bucket, along with some ash from the stove, which she used a tool to scoop out, and soaked everything to ferment into farmyard fertilizer. After that, she pulled out some straw from somewhere, cut it into small even pieces with a machete, and added it to the bucket to soak and ferment. Finally, she lifted the bucket and placed it in a corner near the vegetable garden. She quickly finished eating her cooled, salty bone porridge. Then, she went inside to wake her sister and the younger brother living next door to wash up and eat porridge. Lin Yueyun told her brother not to run around and play, and suggested that both siblings stay at home and watch over the porridge in the pot, so the people from the big house wouldn't come to ask for it again. The brother and sister promised to stay at home and guard the porridge carefully, not going anywhere. Lin Yueyun finished her cooled, salty bone porridge quickly, then told her sister, Lin Yuejiu, to tidy up the stove and wash the dishes later. After Lin Yuejiu agreed, she wondered why her clothes hadn't been washed yet. Suddenly, she saw her older sister, Lin Yueyun, carrying a large wooden basin filled with their sweaty, dirty clothes, and she went out the door. Lin Yueyun carried the basin to the small creek nearby. The water looked clear, and even stepping into it up to her knees, it was quite deep. Despite the hot weather and no water in the fields, the creek still had plenty of water. As long as they worked hard to fetch water and sprinkle it on the fields, the rice paddies wouldn't dry out. Lin Yueyun also saw several wooden basins and buckets filled with clothes placed along the creek nearby. She didn't want to get too close to them, so she found a spot a little farther away, placed her basin by the creek, and walked toward a nearby tree in the village, a wood lemon tree. From afar, she saw some women from the village picking up fallen wood lemon seeds from the ground with small cloth bags, laughing and joking as they did so. When they saw Lin Yueyun approaching, they stopped their playful chatter and quickly picked up the seeds more diligently. Fearing that Lin Yueyun would join and they would have fewer chances to gather, these women felt uneasy. Among them were Sun Xiaodao, the daughter of the matchmaker's son, and Sun Zhaodi, as well as Song Qianqian, the eldest daughter of the Song family. There were also two girls from the Lin family, Lin Yuejiao, the daughter of the second wife in the old Lin household, and Lin Xiaoer, the eldest daughter of the second Lin family. All of these women held some degree of hostility toward Lin Yueyun. Even Lin Yuejiao, the second wife's daughter, thought Lin Yueyun was at fault. She was slapped by Madame Yang and wanted her father to cause a split in the family. She also blamed her grandfather, which made him fall ill. Most importantly, what used to be the responsibility of just the three sisters and their family, washing clothes for the whole household, had changed after the family split. Although her mother refused to wash clothes for the main household in front of the grandmother, she and her sister had to take turns washing their own clothes. Could she not hate this? She hated the third family's members very much. She believed it was all because the third family's father and daughter caused the family division. That's why she was laughed at and had to come out to wash clothes. The other three women didn't understand the full situation. They only heard that Lin Yueyun was slapped by her aunt Madame Yang and suspected she had hidden her cousin Silver, which made them speak poorly of Lin Yueyun. Among these women, 3 of them liked Lin Yuehui, the untrustworthy son of the Lin family, and all wanted to marry him. Under Sun Xiaotao's deliberate encouragement to slander Lin Yueyun, they all believed her character was bad. They thought she had hidden her cousin Silver and not only refused to return it, but also caused her father to cause a family split. They even accused her of stealing money meant for scholars in the family. If this had happened in their own family, they believed she would have been beaten to death. After receiving instructions from Lin Yuehui, Sun Xiaotao kept looking for a chance to set Lin Yueyun up. However, she hadn't had many opportunities to get close to her. This time it was a rare good opportunity. She wouldn't waste it to tarnish Lin Yueyun's reputation among her sisters. Look, everyone was ignoring her, and she felt awkward. Girls, let's hurry and gather the nuts. Don't let the new girl pick up the wood, nuts we saw first. Sun Xiaotao glanced at Lin Yueyun, who was about to approach, and loudly said. Hearing this, everyone quickened their steps and their hands moved faster. gathering the fallen wood nuts from the ground. Soon, the wooden baskets on the ground were completely empty, with not even a half-rotted one left behind. Lin Yuan saw this and couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking to herself that she wasn't some terrible monster. Were these women really that afraid of her? At this moment, Lin Yuan didn't realize that in their eyes, she was seen as a person of bad character, and everyone just wanted to avoid her. After those women walked away, Lin Yuan looked around and saw no one paying attention to her side. She quickly climbed up a tree, broke off a branch, and hung about 20 or 30 wooden baskets on it, enough for washing clothes once. Relaxing as she returned to where she had placed her wooden basin, she saw from afar that her basin, filled with clothes, had been knocked over. The clothes were scattered everywhere with obvious footprints and shoe marks on them. The basin was also overturned by the stream, almost thrown into the water. It seemed the other person really wanted to throw her basin and clothes into the stream, but didn't have enough time, so they just left it by the water. Seeing this, Lin Yuan knew it was one of the women from earlier who did it. She was angry. She then looked at the group of women washing clothes nearby, some of whom were intentionally or unintentionally sneering at her. Lin Yuan knew they wanted to see her get angry, but she refused to show she was upset. She loudly shouted, "Who this shameless person is doing this? Better come out and apologize honestly, or else. Don't blame me for being rude later." Everyone saw she was still holding a branch with many wooden baskets hanging on it. They looked at her with disdain, but since she was angry, no one paid attention to her words. Some even pretended not to hear her insults and continued laughing and joking. "Lin Yuejia? My good cousin? Tell me, who is that did this? How dare you trample my clothes and basin like this?" Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yuejiao in the distance and said. After she finished, Lin Yuejiao didn't answer. Seeing this, Lin Yuan decided not to show she was very angry anymore. She thought, "Don't you want to see me get mad? Then I'll give you a good show." Then, Lin Yuan cleared her throat and said, "Now I curse the shameless person who just trampled on my wooden basin and clothes. They will never get married in their life. Even if they do, they will marry an old bachelor who beats his wife to death, gets beaten every day, and can't eat enough or stay warm. They will never find happiness, and their children will be born with no future. Finally, they will be beaten to death by the old bachelor and left to rot in the wilderness." After she finished speaking, several women looked at her with mean and hostile eyes, glaring fiercely. Among them, Sun Xiaotao clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her skin, thinking, "Such a cruel and mean person. All because someone kicked your clothes and wooden basin? Do you really need to curse so viciously?" Sun Xiaotao stood up with the wooden basin and said sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Lin family's third branch, Lin what's his name? It's really funny. You didn't even see who threw your clothes and basin all over the ground, and you're just cursing others randomly? In your mind, do you dare say you haven't cursed everyone here?" Sun Xiaotao's face showed a sneaky expression as she snorted coldly. "I'm just cursing those shameless people who deliberately trampled on my clothes and basin. Who am I cursing? Do you know in your heart?
Who are you?
Don't jump to conclusions about yourself. Oh, could it be that you're the culprit? Then don't blame me." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, she slowly picked up the clothes and basin that had been spilled on the ground. Seeing that even the washboard used for beating clothes had been thrown into the creek, Lin Yuan didn't show much anger. She simply lifted the basin and moved about 6 or 7 steps away from these women, walking to a slightly upstream spot. She was thinking about going to town later to buy some things, so she didn't pay much attention to which of the women was deliberately insulting her. Lin Yuan found a slightly flat big stone, placed the basin beside it, and squatted down, rolling up her wide sleeves. She spread out the clothes to wash on the big stone, then evenly sprinkled soap nuts on top. She also picked up a nearby stone from the creek and used it to crush all the soap nuts evenly. Then, she used her hands to scrub the dirt and stains on the clothes vigorously. Finally, she rinsed away the foam and dirt with creek water. Repeatedly doing this, Lin Yuan quickly washed all her clothes, wringing them out until they were half dry, then placing them in a wooden basin. When Lin Yueyun finished washing, she stood up, stretched her arms, and shook her tired hands. Downstream, several women also finished washing their clothes, carrying wooden basins or buckets filled with laundry, talking and laughing as they approached Lin Yueyun. Some of their boys also came over, taking the basins or buckets from their hands and preparing to leave with them. Lin Yueyun only glanced at them briefly, then looked away and continued squatting to wring out her clothes, not paying further attention. However, she kept a small part of her focus on them, always watching their movements. When they finally approached her, Lin Yueyun stood up and turned sideways to watch them pass by one. Each of them looked at Lin Yueyun with disdain, as if their eyes were on top of their heads, sneering, and then continuing forward. As for Sun Xiaodao, a few days ago, she promised her brother Yuehui to find a chance to target Lin Yueyun, to ruin her reputation. She wanted to vent her anger for her brother. But what she didn't know was why Lin Yueyun was so badly injured. She thought Lin Yueyun might have refused to help in a dangerous situation, or that her brother Yuehui didn't like Lin Yueyun, his cousin. Sun Xiaotao naturally supported her beloved brother unconditionally. She was walking behind a few women. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun turned her back to her, slightly bent over by the creek, continuing to wring out her clothes. This was the perfect moment for Sun Xiaotao to strike. When was the right time if not now? Then, Sun Xiaotao deliberately approached Lin Yueyun with a large wooden basin filled with clothes. Suddenly, she tilted her head as if she had accidentally twisted her ankle and looked helpless. In an instant, Sun Xiaotao's fierce eyes shot a look as she forcefully threw the wooden basin toward Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun, facing the creek and with her back to Sun Xiaotao, sensed something was wrong behind her. She quickly turned sideways, hurriedly set down the clothes she was wringing out into the basin, grabbed her own basin, and quickly stepped back, skillfully avoiding the large basin Sun Xiaotao threw at her. Sun Xiaotao's strange targeting and deliberate approach just now made it obvious to Lin Yueyun that she wanted to harm her. When Lin Yueyun quickly dodged the wooden basin thrown by Sun Xiaotao saw this and forcefully pushed her palms toward Lin Yueyun's direction, trying to push her into the water. Lin Yueyun quickly turned aside again to avoid her. This smooth and swift series of moves by Lin Yueyun looked like she had practiced them before. Because of this, Sun Xiaotao, who originally wanted to push Lin Yueyun into the water, lost control. With a loud splash, a heavy object hit the water surface, splashing water everywhere, followed by a loud scream. Ah! Sun Xiaotao's attempt to push someone into the water failed. Instead, she fell in herself. Lin Yueyun was the closest person to Sun Xiaotao. Everyone else walking ahead was startled and turned around at the loud splash. Seeing this, everyone gasped. The people who had been walking behind just moments ago had now fallen into the water. Sun Xiaotao was thrashing and splashing in the water, getting closer and closer to the middle of the creek. Everyone put down their wooden basins or buckets and started looking for longer sticks or branches to help pull her out. 2 teenage boys even wanted to jump into the water to rescue her. But Sun Xiaotao's sister, Sun Zhaodi, stopped them and shouted loudly, "You can't go into the water. It will ruin your sister's reputation. Please help find some longer sticks or branches to pull my sister out. Please." After saying this, Sun Zhaodi glared fiercely at Lin Yueyun, who was closest to the creek, and looked anxious, almost crying. The 2 young men saw this and quickly ran off to find sticks and branches. At this moment, Sun Xiaotao in the water kept sinking and surfacing repeatedly. She loudly shouted for help. "Help me. I can't swim.
Please save me.
I don't want to drown." Sun Xiaotao kept flailing her arms on the water's surface. Sometimes her head appeared above water. Sometimes she sank down, and she kept calling for help. Lin Yueyun stood quietly watching Sun Xiaotao fall into the water, thinking, trying to push me into the water. Serves you right. If you didn't have harmful intentions, why would you fall in? You deserve it." Lin Yueyun stayed silent, and everyone thought Sun Xiaotao had fallen in and was scared, so they just stood there without moving. No one paid her any attention. Soon, a man and his sister, Lin Xiaoer, found a long stick and a wooden pole. Together, they worked quickly and pulled Sun Xiaotao out of the water. Sun Xiaotao's wet clothes clung tightly to her body, revealing her figure and the shape of her red top. The men nearby couldn't help but blush and looked away, not wanting to stare at her. Only Lin Fu, a young boy, couldn't resist sneaking a few glances at Sun Xiaodao, and his face turned bright red like he was blushing. He was 14 years old this year, and next year he would be old enough to look at girls. He had some hopes about girls. Seeing Sun Xiaotao's sudden display of her figure, he couldn't help but start daydreaming. He felt ashamed and blushed, but he thought no one noticed him. What he didn't know was that Lin Yueyun, standing nearby, saw everything clearly. She wasn't the type to meddle, so she simply picked up her basket of clothes and went home. But she didn't realize that as soon as she left, Sun Xiaotao blamed everything on Lin Yueyun for her fall into the water. She told a convincing story, making it hard for everyone to believe otherwise. Sun Xiaotao's sister, Sun Zhaodi, quickly took off her own coat and helped Sun Xiaotao put it on. After everyone left the creek, Lin Fu followed his sister, Lin Xiaoer, back to their home. But in Lin Fu's mind, he kept thinking about how Sun Xiaodao looked when she came out of the water. Although he deliberately tried not to think about Sun Xiaodao, thoughts of her graceful, curvy figure would sometimes come to mind naturally. He felt that if he were to marry, he would choose someone like Sun Xiaodao. He realized he had developed feelings for her. Not long after, the Sun family came to visit, asking the siblings to testify for the Sun family. Without hesitation, Lin Fu took his twin sister Lin Xiaoer and went with the Sun family. When Lin Yueyun returned to the third courtyard from the creek, it was already early noon. At this time, Lin Yuezhou and his sister had just finished breakfast, washed the dishes, and cleaned the stove until it shone. Seeing Lin Yueyun finish washing her clothes, the siblings eagerly ran over to help her hang the clothes to dry. After hanging the clothes, Lin Yueyun looked at the 2 long bamboo poles in the yard, which weren't enough to dry all 3 siblings' clothes. Since the clothes had to be hung horizontally, if her parents returned and there were more clothes, they would have to dry them in 2 rounds. Moreover, their yard was small. She thought about the wooden clothes rack from modern times. She wanted to remember how it looked and try to make a similar one from bamboo or wood. But she also needed to find a blacksmith to make small iron hooks for hanging clothes. That way, they wouldn't worry about not having enough space to dry clothes. However, iron products in this era were probably very expensive, and she wasn't sure if it was worth it. If it wasn't, they could only rely on natural bamboo or wood, but the quality wouldn't be as good. So, Lin Yueyun added 2 items to her shopping list: a saw for cutting wood and iron hooks for the clothes rack. Just as she finished these chores and sat down to drink some water, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived outside. Among them were Sun Xiaotao and her mother, along with Song Qianqian, Lin Xiaoer, and the brother and sister Lin Fu. They came aggressively, as if seeking an explanation or to confront someone. Even before entering the third courtyard, they could hear the angry scolding from the matchmaker's son outside. Lin family's third house little troublemaker? Come out here. How dare you bully my daughter? Come out here and explain yourself properly. How did you end up bullying my girl? Apologize to her right now. Otherwise, there will be consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, the second wife of the main courtyard, Mrs. Wang, and old lady Lin naturally heard everything. At this time, old man Lin and Lin Qingsong, the head of the second household, had just finished breakfast and went to water the rice fields. Old lady Lin and Mrs. Wang hurried over, following the sound.
Ah, who is that?
Auntie Sun? What exactly is going on here? How could you trouble yourself to come all this way just to see us? Mrs. Wang said with a smile, acting friendly. Seeing this, Auntie Sun felt a bit calmer, as she was being treated with respect. Her tone softened a little as she said, Now, I need to ask about your third household's good niece. What kind of trouble has she caused? I just came to ask. Old lady Lin's heart sank, and she frowned, thinking, Oh, Auntie Sun is a well-known matchmaker in several nearby villages. If this isn't handled well, her grandchildren might find it hard to get good marriage proposals in the future. Old lady Lin quickly went over to Auntie Sun, flattering her with a humble face. Ah, Auntie Sun, please don't be angry. Look, what did these children do wrong? Can't we sit down and talk about it calmly? Young ladies care a lot about their reputation. Don't cause a fuss that might upset everyone. Annie's son could tell that old lady Lin was pretending to flatter her, but really she was questioning why she was making such a scene. At this critical moment, the gate of Lin Yueyun's house was forcefully pushed open. The person pushing the gate was Lin Fu. Leading the group was a slightly plump middle-aged woman, and they all rushed inside. Even old lady Lin and Mrs. Wang were pushed aside. Later, with her quick-talking skills, she became a well-known matchmaker in several nearby villages. She naturally earned some small money, gained weight, and became a bit proud. Even though her family, the Sun family, was not originally from the area, she looked down on the people from Daking Village. Unlike the Wang family, who were also assigned to Daking Village, whose members were pushed to live far at the foot of the mountain by the villagers. That's her. It was her who pushed my sister into the water. Sun Meipo's youngest daughter, Sun Zhaodi, loudly pointed at Lin Yueyun and said. Hearing this, the people with Sun Meipo looked at Lin Yueyun with disdain, including Sun Xiaodao, who had been sneezing repeatedly after falling into the water. You're such a wicked person? You pushed me into the water. Sun Xiaodao glanced at Lin Yueyun, feeling secretly proud, then angrily pointed at her and said. After saying this, she looked pitiful and shrank behind Sun Meipo, staring at Lin Yueyun with disbelief. Lin Yueyun thought to herself, is this woman crazy? I didn't offend her, did I? She can blame me for falling into the water? Is she out of her mind? Oh? Are you saying I pushed you into the water? Lin Yueyun looked at Sun Xiaodao with a half-smile and a cold tone. Yes, it was you. You pushed me into the water. Lin Yueyun, you wicked person. Don't pretend you didn't do it. Sun Xiaodao was caught off guard for a second, then she believed her own lie and loudly declared. She's just trying to turn the blame around. Lin Yueyun clapped her hands twice, looking at Sun Xiaodao with disdain. Was everyone here at the time? Who saw me push her into the water? Lin Yueyun twitched her mouth, glanced at everyone, and sneered as she asked loudly. Was it you? Don't deny it. Only you and my sister were standing closest. Who else could it be? You must be holding a grudge because my sister said some things you didn't like, so you attacked her. Sun Zhaodi angrily pointed at Lin Yueyun and accused her. After speaking, she rolled her eyes at Lin Yueyun. Enough, stop shouting, Sun Meipo interrupted directly. She didn't want to waste words anymore. Now, she just wanted the girl in front of her to apologize to her daughter, offer a small gift, and preferably pay some money for her daughter's medical and nutritional expenses. Grandma Sun crossed her arms and looked down at Lin Yueyun, feeling inexplicably that the person before her was just a poor, rustic girl from the countryside, dressed in tattered clothes with patches all over. How much could she possibly pay? Grandma Sun scolded. No matter how much you argue, it doesn't matter. If you did it, you did it. If you didn't, you didn't. Just apologize to my daughter and pay 100 coins for her medical treatment, medicine, and nutrition. Why aren't you quickly apologizing to my sister? I've never seen a girl as mean as you. Sun Zhaodi quickly stepped forward and said. Oh? According to you, I stand closest to her, so I pushed her into the water, right? Does that mean none of you saw who pushed her? You're just guessing or listening to her nonsense. Or did her little cousin Sun Xiaodao give you some benefit? She went crazy and fell into the water, then dragged you all along to falsely accuse me? Just so I can pay for her foolishness. Lin Yueyun looked coldly at everyone, her face darkening as she spoke loudly. When Sun Xiaodao's mother and daughter heard her say Sun Xiaodao was crazy, they became unsettled. You wicked woman. Not only do you refuse to accept a warning, but you also push people into the water with such cruelty. Now you even dare to falsely accuse my daughter of being crazy. Just wait, I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Grandma Sun, furious, rushed forward to grab Lin Yueyun's hair and tear her clothes, wanting everyone to see her and ruin her reputation, then slap her a few times to vent her anger. Suddenly, before she could get close, Sun Grandma was kicked solidly by Lin Yueyun, flying a full yard away. Instantly, Sun Grandma clutched her stomach, curled up in pain, and looked up at Lin Yueyun with a fierce yet shocked expression. At this moment, seeing the scene, Grandma Lin and Mrs. Wang, who had been pushed to the back, broke out in cold sweat. They hurried forward to help Sun Grandma up, kept apologizing, and kept scolding Lin Yueyun for being unreasonable, telling her not to take it to heart. There is an old saying that the kind of mother you have truly shapes you, and it is indeed true. Lin Yuan saw the situation and calmly said loudly, "You want to force everyone to lie and falsely accuse me of pushing her into the water. How shameless you are." Lin Yuan continued slowly and steadily. After speaking, she clapped her hands and said, "The young lady from the Sun family is really clever. She can both falsely accuse me and save her own reputation of falling into the water. What a smart plan, killing two birds with one stone. But I remember I haven't had much contact with you, right? I don't even clearly remember your name. I haven't done anything to offend you before, have I? Trying to push me into the water and failing? You can't blame me for that. What's the reason behind it? I'm someone who always takes responsibility for my actions. If I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. If you want to falsely accuse me, there's no way." After saying this, Lin Yuan took a few steps forward and coldly looked at the woman who had just been helped up, Mrs. Sun, and said, "Mrs. Sun, want to come up and hit me? How does this punch feel? Consider this your reward for trying to hit me." Mrs. Sun had already been kicked so hard that her stomach hurt badly. She pointed at Lin Yuan and cursed, "You shameless little brat. You kicked me in front of everyone today. If you don't pay for my medical expenses, I won't let this go." Then, Lin Yuan continued to point at Sun Xiaodao, who was sneezing from time to time nearby, and said disdainfully, "The shameless person you're talking about is Sun Xiaodao. She wants to falsely accuse me of pushing her into the water? Sorry, I didn't do that. Mrs. Sun, what kind of person is your daughter? You should know best, right?" At this moment, Sun Zhaodi, who had just helped her mother up, shouted angrily, "Why are you so fierce? How dare you kick my mother? You're a bad person. Pushing my sister into the water is something everyone knows. Even your second wife, Lin Yuejiao, knows about it. Go ask her if you don't believe us." This caused Lin Xiaoer and Song Qianqian, standing nearby, to speak in unison. "Exactly. Yes, who would falsely accuse you without reason?" Soon after, Lin Yuejiao from the second household was called over. Lin Yuejiao timidly looked at her mother, Mrs. Wang, and her grandmother. Seeing her mother nod with concern, Lin Yuejiao lowered her head and thought for a moment. Lin Yuejiao thought carefully and decided to tell the truth about what she had seen. Everyone listened, but only the older members of the Lin family looked at Sun Xiaodao with disdain. This made Sun Xiaodao feel a little angry. Lin Yuejiao explained how Sun Xiaodao had bullied Lin Yuan by not letting her pick up the wild nuts to wash clothes. She also told how Sun Xiaodao kicked over Lin Yuan's wash basin with her foot and called her sisters to step on the clothes that had spilled out. Finally, Lin Yuejiao said that Sun Xiaodao threw Lin Yuan's laundry stick into the creek. As for Sun Xiaodao falling into the water, Lin Yuejiao said she didn't see it because Sun Xiaodao was walking behind her. Lin Fu thought Sun Xiaodao was very beautiful and didn't seem like the kind of person Lin Yuejiao described. He quickly stepped forward and pointed at Lin Yuejiao, saying, "Yuejiao, don't just defend your cousin because she's your relative. Are you blind? Look at how she dared to kick Mrs. Sun in front of everyone. What else can she do? Why are you still defending such a wicked person?" Hearing this, Lin Yuejiao became anxious and said, "I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. I saw it with my own eyes." "All right, keep defending your wicked cousin if you want." Lin Fu looked at Lin Yuejiao with disdain. Lin Yuejiao was upset and angry but didn't know how to respond. Sun Xiaodao, seeing this, couldn't help but think to herself, "Lin Fu is really something." Lin Yuan shrugged casually and, with a mischievous smile, directly exposed Lin Fu's true nature, saying, "Haha, Lin Fu, right? The eldest son of Uncle Izzy? He's 14 this year. Not long now. He'll be able to get engaged. As a member of the Lin family, how can you be so blind and try to please the Sun family women?
Could it be?
You've fallen for the girl who fell into the water? Remember, I clearly saw you looking at her body back then." When she said this, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock, thinking, what did they just hear? Such explosive gossip? This is even more shocking than Sun Xiaodao falling into the water. No wonder only women are testifying here, and Lin Fu is the only man? The other men from the Song family who were present didn't come to testify. I see now. Mother-son was furious and shouted loudly, "You little scoundrel who talks nonsense. Stop spreading lies. Do you want to ruin my daughter's reputation?" "Exactly. Don't try to tarnish my sister's name," Sun Jiaodi added, giving Lin Yueyun a sharp look. Lin Yueyun glared at the three women from the Sun family and said loudly, "Talking nonsense, you three? Are you referring to yourselves? Well, aren't you three quite bold?" Sun Xiaodao, who had fallen into the water, was so angry at Lin Yueyun's words that she started crying and chokingly pointed at her, saying, You're the real scoundrel. Don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Lin Fu, who was the focus of the accusations, blushed with shame, glared angrily at Lin Yueyun, and turned away, refusing to look at her. "Huh? What's wrong? Are you afraid to admit it? You're such a coward," Lin Yueyun said with a teasing smile. Mother-son was no longer calm. How could she let others ruin her daughter's reputation? Calling her and her daughter scoundrels? She couldn't stand that. She still hoped her daughter would marry well and bring money home to support her. "You, little scoundrel, don't talk nonsense or try to ruin my daughter's reputation. Otherwise, your Lin family will suffer the consequences." Mother-son's words were full of threats. Even Grandma Lin and Mrs. Wang could sense the strong warning in her tone. Grandma Lin and Mrs. Wang stepped forward, trying to stop Lin Yueyun from saying more. "Yun, don't talk nonsense and ruin the girl's reputation. Just shut up, okay? Do you hear me?" But Lin Yueyun wouldn't let anyone bother her. They all tried to speak over her, hoping to drown out what she was about to say. Lin Yueyun became more excited. She waved to her sister Lin Yueji to come closer and whispered a few words. Lin Yueji then stepped away. Soon, Lin Yueyun took a wooden stool from her brother Lin Yueming, stood on it, cleared her throat, and loudly shouted. She, the young lady from the Sun family, accidentally fell into the water and now wants to falsely accuse me of pushing her in? Lin Fu watched as Sun Xiaodao was pulled out of the water, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. After hearing this clearly, Lin Fu was furious and glared at Lin Yueyun, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." "I didn't see anything clearly," Lin Yueyun sneered. "Really? Everyone saw it. When Sun Xiaodao fell into the water, you and your good sister pulled her out together. Are you saying you didn't see clearly? Then how did you pull her out? Were your eyes squinting? Or do you think everyone is stupid? That's just ridiculous. Seeing is seeing. Don't deny it. You should take responsibility for her and help her." Hearing this, Lin Fu thought to himself, "I want to, but I haven't had the chance yet. Stop lying and slandering my reputation and that of Miss Sunday." Lin Fu pretended to be angry and said. Lin Yueyun didn't have time to argue with this group of fools. So, she saw her sister bring over a bucket of water. She calmly stepped down from the stool and went straight to Sun Xiaodao. She reached into her pocket, but actually took out a string of copper coins from her space, exactly 100 coins. Everyone saw this and looked at Lin Yueyun with disbelief, their faces like they had just eaten something sour. Lin Yueyun approached Sun Xiaodao, sneered, and said, "Didn't your mother say I should pay 100 coins for medical treatment and nutrition? Here, take it. This is 100 coins for your injury treatment and nutrition after you fell into the water. As for you, I didn't push you in. Whether you admit it or not is up to you. Now, you all come here accusing me of pushing you into the water. There's no reason for me to push you in. Why not just make it clear that I got you wet?" After she finished, everyone felt a bit awkward. After all, being wet and losing one's dignity sound similar, and people might think of something else. Lin Yueyun quickly took the bucket of water from her sister Lin Yuejio and poured it over Sun Xiaodao with a loud splash, drenching her from head to toe. Suddenly, Sun Xiaodao's screams echoed loudly.
Ah!
"Lin Yueyun, you shameless person. How dare you splash water on me in front of everyone? I'm going to tear you apart, you shameless person." With that, she angrily rushed toward Lin Yueyun, trying to fight her. Lin Yueyun quickly turned aside and skillfully dodged the wet body rushing at her, saying, "I don't have any more money to pay you. Please don't go crazy again or try to push me to get more money." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Even Mrs. Wang couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking, Yun is so fierce now. But it looks pretty satisfying to watch. Old Lady Lin saw this and thought to herself, "Oh my, can someone tell me? Has my granddaughter become so fierce? Before, I even doubted whether she was really from our Lin family. But now, TSK, her temper really does resemble her older brother. When he was young, if someone falsely accused him, he would do the same. It just made things worse. And suddenly splashing water on Miss Sun in front of everyone. How did I not notice she was so fierce before? This is bad. Her older brother's daughter might be in trouble now. She's too aggressive. Who would dare to marry her in the future? If old Lady Lin had heard this, she would have responded with a sarcastic, "Thank you so much." After pouring a bucket of water on Sun Xiaotao, Lin Yueyun coldly said to the matchmaker, "So, matchmaker Sun, are you satisfied now? Now I admit I splashed water on your daughter. As for pushing someone into the water, such a cruel act, I didn't do that. So, I can't admit to it." The matchmaker was so angry from her sarcastic questioning that her face turned red. Everyone else had no doubts anymore. It was clear that Sun Xiaodao was the one who provoked Lin Yueyun first, trying to frame her and ruin her reputation. If Lin Yueyun didn't fight back, it would be strange. One more thing, I want to warn everyone. Next time you try to scheme against our Lin family's third branch, please think about the consequences first. Can you really handle them? I am not a man. I don't tolerate disrespect. If you anger me, I will hit you. I don't care who you are. If people don't bother me, I won't bother them. But if they do, I will pay them back twice as much. After Lin Yueyun calmly said this, everyone looked at her with a mix of fear and awe, as if she were a fierce goddess. Even those who disliked her didn't dare to show it now. The scene fell silent for a moment. Lin Yueyun then raised her hand, touched her chin, and looked at everyone, shouting, "What's wrong? Are you still not leaving? Do you want me to keep you here for dinner? Or do you want me to sweep you all out with a broom?" A few people looked at each other in silence. Grandma Sun, pale and trembling, was helped by her daughter, glared fiercely at Lin Yueyun, and then left. As for Sun Xiaodao, after Lin Yueyun splashed water on her, her sister Sun Jiaodi quickly took off a coat and draped it over her. No one saw her curvy figure at that moment. Soon, more villagers arrived, curious about the commotion. Seeing there was no more excitement, they left one after another, asking what had happened. When Grandma Sun left, she turned back and harshly said, "You wicked girl. Just wait and see. You and your family better watch out." This made Wang Shi, her mother-in-law, panic. She wondered who the girl from the Lin family had offended. Why did she have to offend Grandma Sun's family? Would her two daughters still be considered good girls after this? Wang Shi's brows furrowed tightly, showing her worry and fear. She quickly stepped forward, trying to grab Lin Yueyun's clothes. But remembering Lin Yueyun's fierce look and her words earlier, she hesitated and didn't dare to pull her. Instead, she grabbed the sleeve of the old lady Lin and hurriedly said, "Mother, look at this. This girl Yun, she really doesn't know her place. Who did she offend? Why must she offend Grandma Sun's family? This is really... After this, it will be hard for our Lin girls to find good marriage prospects, especially if they want her to be a matchmaker, and especially if they want a good marriage. Yun girl, you really have no regard for others at all. This is just too unreasonable." After Wang said these words, the matchmaker's son, who was at the door, also overheard and snorted coldly before leaving. Sun felt embarrassed for losing face in front of Lin Yueyun and thought to herself, let you all fight among yourselves. As for Lin's girl, don't even think about coming to me for marriage proposals in the future. Mother, please try to persuade Yun girl. Tell her to apologize to the matchmaker and her daughter. Let her be forgiven properly. Mother. After Sun and her group left, Wang immediately grabbed old lady Lin's sleeve and begged urgently. Hearing Wang's words, Lin Yueyun was a bit confused about her second aunt's way of thinking. She sneered and said, "You don't need to persuade me. I haven't done anything wrong. I won't go to apologize to those kinds of people. Second aunt, you also don't need to ask her, the matchmaker, to talk about marriage for Yue Jiao and Yueme. With the character of Sun Xiaotao and her daughter? What good marriage could they possibly arrange? Is it just about taking the groom's money and pushing girls to marry quickly?" Wang and old lady Lin were both silenced by Lin Yueyun's words. They had no reply. This kind of thing had happened before. Everyone in the Lin family knew that a girl from a nearby household had been persuaded by the matchmaker's son to marry into the Yang family village, where a widow with 2 children was living. If it weren't for Yang's family being from Yang village and her mentioning it at the dinner table, the Lin family wouldn't have known. It was said that the girl's family was also from the same place as Sun's family years ago, fleeing hardship and ending up in Daking village. Later, one day, the girl went to town to sell embroidered handkerchiefs and was noticed by a widower from Yang village who had recently lost his wife in childbirth. He then learned about the girl, Sun Lulan, who is 17 and unmarried, through Sun's family. After paying the groom's family, the matchmaker's son encouraged her to marry him, despite her family's objections and worries. Sun Lulan's family couldn't oppose her anymore, seeing she was not young anymore, so they agreed to the marriage. Sun Lanlan's husband is named Yang Erden. He has 2 brothers, and he is the second oldest. Yang Erden's older brother went into the mountains to hunt many years ago and never returned. Everyone suspects that he met with an accident. Later, it was said that someone found his used bow and arrow along with some common belongings on the mountain, all covered in blood. It was confirmed that he had died, but his bones were never found. Not long after, Yang Erden married his first wife, and within a few years, they had a son and a daughter. Unfortunately, his first wife passed away early. 2 years after her death, Sun Lanlan married him without knowing that he had previously been married and had a pair of children left behind with his parents at the old family house. They claimed these children were the orphan children of his late older brother and even lied that their mother died in childbirth. A year later, Sun Lanlan gave birth to a son named Yang Daming. As she started to move around the village more, she learned the truth about the children. Later, Sun Lanlan forced Yang Erden to adopt the 2 children from his previous marriage, claiming it was to honor his late brother. At first, Yang Erden did not agree. It was only after Sun Lanlan had her second son, Yang Erming, that he agreed to adopt the 2 children under his late brother's name. His parents also supported this decision. This made it sound better on the surface. But in reality, Yang Erden and the matchmaker had tricked Sun Lanlan into marrying a widower and becoming a stepmother. If the matchmaker hadn't hidden the truth, or if she had deliberately concealed it, she would have encouraged the girl to marry a widower, which was unfair. Although Sun Lanlan's family didn't complain to her matchmaker and not many people in the village knew about this, Yang's family knew everything once they found out. The Lin family also privately discussed that the matchmaker was somewhat unkind and dishonest, but who really knew? All the members of the Sun family acted so harshly, and what about others outside the Sun family? Mrs. Wang and her daughter-in-law were speechless after Lin Yueyun scolded them. Mrs. Wang sighed, then took her daughter Lin Yuejiao by the hand and turned to leave. Grandma Lin also glanced at Lin Yueyun, shook her head, and said that Lin Yueyun shouldn't have gone so far to save the Sun family's face. She said, "Yun, you shouldn't have done something so extreme. I'm afraid the mother and daughter of the matchmaker's son will hold a grudge against you. Be careful when you go out in the future, and try to watch out for the Sun family." Also, that Lin Fu, I don't know what kind of spell the Sun family cast on him, but he keeps siding with them. In my opinion, Lin Fu might really have a crush on the Sun girl. If you embarrass her like this, she might not care about family ties and will remember your actions. Do you understand? As your grandmother, I have to tell you this. Grandma Lin patiently advised her for nearly a cup of tea, feeling that Lin Yueyun had gone too far and should go to apologize to the Sun matchmaker's family. Lin Yueyun didn't agree with Grandma Lin at all. She just listened to her nagging endlessly. To her, it felt like her grandmother from her past life was scolding her again, which made her miss her own grandmother even more.
She almost wanted to cry.
What should she do? It might have been better if Grandma Lin had scolded her like she did the original owner, and then left quickly. After all, her identity in this body was clear. As a granddaughter, what could she do? She couldn't just chase Grandma Lin out like she was the matchmaker. That would be very unfilial. So Lin Yueyun had no choice but to endure the nagging, listening to Grandma Lin talk on and on. After Grandma Lin finished her advice, she thought for a moment, decided there was nothing more to say, and left the room. Lin Yueyun reached into her ear and finally felt the silence. She couldn't help but think in her heart, I may be in a 13-year-old body, but I have an adult soul. I know how to behave properly, so I'm not afraid of their revenge. Suddenly, Lin Yueyun remembered her modern grandmother. Before she went out, her grandmother also carefully advised her to be careful and watch out for safety, just like Grandma Lin. Thinking of this, Lin Yueyun's nose felt a little sore, and tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly wiped away her tears, trying to compose herself. This is not modern times now. This grandmother is not just her grandmother. Old Lady Lin is quite biased. She favors boys over girls, so she is definitely not her real grandmother. Suddenly, Lin Yueyun lost her enthusiasm for going to the town. She felt a bit down and carried the only 2 large wooden buckets left at home toward the village water well. After fetching water with the 2 buckets, she returned as usual, carried her basket, filled a jar with water, and casually took her sickle. She comforted her younger brothers and sisters not to be afraid of the troublemakers who came earlier in the morning. She told them to stay home and guard the house. Then she strode toward the back mountain of the village. After a short break, Lin Yueyun reached near the foot of the mountain, where she planned to dig some edible wild vegetables to make a cold salad for dinner. The last time she dug some herbs, they had wilted, so she dried them to use as medicine. Fresh wild vegetables are better for a cold salad. Just as Lin Yueyun found a small patch of purslane and squatted down to cut some with her sickle, suddenly, an arrow shot out from behind her. It whistled through the air, directly toward her. Lin Yueyun sensed a strong gust of wind rushing toward her from the air around her. At this moment, she didn't have time to think. She quickly stood up and dodged the arrow with a quick move. Then, there were 3 more whistling sounds of bows shooting arrows. Even with some martial arts skills, Lin Yueyun couldn't avoid all of them. Suddenly, an arrow struck her right arm, causing a cut. Blood flowed down her clothes. Her right sleeve was stained red, and a few drops of blood dripped from her fingertips onto the ground. In an instant, Lin Yueyun was furious. She covered her injured arm with one hand and cursed loudly. Are you blind? Who's shooting arrows at me randomly? Can't you see I'm an innocent person standing here? After cursing, the arrows stopped coming. Lin Yueyun couldn't help but wonder. Who could it be? Why are they shooting multiple arrows at me? Do they want to kill me? Wait, why would anyone shoot arrows at me? Could it be the Sun family and Lin Fu from earlier this morning who did this? I haven't heard of either of their families being into hunting or archery. Still, it's best to stay careful. So Lin Yueyun began to hold her wand with one hand, keeping her eyes and ears alert for any movement around her. She also tightly gripped her sickle, never letting her guard down. She moved quickly to the bunch of wild vegetables she had just cut and set aside. Following the principle that if she had already dug them up, she shouldn't waste them by leaving them behind, she hurriedly picked up the vegetables and threw them into her basket. Next, Lin Yueyun looked around for common herbs to stop bleeding while also watching for danger. She quickly headed toward the herbs. Soon, she saw a large patch of purple thistle flowers, a common herb used to stop bleeding. Lin Yueyun quickly broke off a few stems of the thistle and threw them into her basket behind her. Then she started walking downhill fast. This made Ma San, who was hiding nearby and secretly watching Lin Yueyun's movements, very annoyed. He was surprised that this poor girl managed to avoid his sneaky attack. He had planned to hurt Lin Yueyun and then find a chance to catch her. When he tried to sneak up on her with a mask, he felt that this girl was skilled in fighting. Otherwise, how could she have kicked him so hard that he felt pain for 2 days? Now, Ma San had shot several arrows at her, but she dodged them all. Only one arrow grazed her arm, which surprised him. It seemed that catching this girl wouldn't be easy. Ma San didn't think that because Lin Yueyun dodged his arrows, she could fight him. Last time, he tried to attack her with a stick, but she dodged quickly. That was only because he wasn't prepared, and she kicked him. Ma San was still secretly watching her, noticing she was becoming more alert. He wasn't in a rush to attack yet. He wanted to see when she would relax so he could strike her down. If Ma San stepped out now, Lin Yueyun might recognize him. After all, they had crossed paths once before by chance. After a while, Lin Yueyun broke a few plants by the roadside and threw them into her basket. Then she decided to leave the mountain and go down. Ma San became anxious and thought, "This girl is quite alert. I've been hiding here for 3 days. I can't keep waiting like this. I need to finish the task Auntie Bai asked me to do as soon as possible." Finally, Ma San decided to take a risk and try his luck, thinking it was also a way to get revenge for the last time he was hurt. He put down his bow and arrow, messed up his hair, made his clothes and face dirty, and then carried a dead rabbit he had shot earlier. He disguised himself as a lost villager on the mountain and walked out. Ma San quickly moved to another side, sneaked out from behind a big tree, and carried the dead rabbit as he strode toward Lin Yueyun. At this moment, Lin Yueyun also sensed someone approaching her. Ma San smiled innocently, holding a big rabbit, and jogged toward her, saying, "Miss, please stop. Miss, please stop. I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Lin Yueyun thought, "This person looks unfamiliar, but doesn't seem to be from her village." Still, she felt a bit familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She wondered, could he be another hunter from a nearby village? Maybe the person who shot at me earlier is him? "Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Who are you? Why are you here on the back mountain of our village?" Lin Yueyun kept her guard up and asked more cautiously. Ma San looked at her and thought she was quite alert. But he still pretended to be simple-minded, scratched his head awkwardly, and smiled at Lin Yueyun. Miss, I am also a villager near this mountain. I've been walking in the mountains for a few days before coming out. May I ask, miss? What village's foot is this mountain near? I don't think I've been here before. I want to ask you where I can go down the mountain and leave. Could you tell me, miss?" Ma San looked at Lin Yueyun with anticipation, and his steps slowly moved closer to her. Lin Yueyun quickly relaxed her guard, but she still frowned and asked, "Just now? Was the person who shot arrows at me you?" Ma San heard this and realized she was talking about him. Luckily, he was prepared. He awkwardly smiled and slowly approached Lin Yueyun, saying, Hee. Sorry about that, miss. I thought there was some prey hiding in the bushes and shot an arrow. I didn't see it was you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shot at you. How about I give you this wild rabbit? As an apology to you, miss." After saying that, Ma San carried the rabbit and walked quickly toward Lin Yueyun. When they were about a yard apart, Lin Yueyun spoke. "Stop. Just leave it there. Men and women shouldn't get too close. Don't come near me." Lin Yueyun didn't fully trust the man and spoke loudly. The man immediately stopped in place, showing a surprised look. When he bent down to put down the rabbit, a flash of cold light appeared in his eyes. Using his sleeve to hide, he skillfully slid a small dagger from his sleeve into his hand. Suddenly, the man stood up quickly and aimed the dagger at Lin Yueyun, rushing toward her. With a loud snap, Lin Yueyun quickly turned her back and used her backpack to block the deadly attack. Then, the man quickly pulled the dagger out of the backpack and tried to stab her again. Lin Yueyun hurried back a few steps, blocking the incoming dagger with her sickle. At this critical moment, her sickle suddenly broke, the blade falling to the ground. She only managed to hold onto the wooden handle. Lin Yueyun thought, "Oh no, my sickle broke at a crucial moment. That's so unlucky." She planned to step back a few more steps to create some distance and then attack again. Just as she was retreating quickly, Ma San's sharp dagger also came toward her. Lin Yueyun threw away the wooden handle, quickly used her backpack to block the dagger, and kept asking, "Why did I offend you? Are you trying to kill me?
Or,
Who sent you here?" Ma San stabbed 4 times but was blocked each time by Lin Yueyun using her basket. Frustrated, Ma San angrily said, "You're offending someone you can't afford to offend. Just accept your fate." Ma San pretended to stab a dagger at Lin Yueyun's chest. When he got close, he suddenly swept his right leg forcefully, kicking the basket out of Lin Yueyun's hands, causing it to fly and hit a nearby big tree. With a loud bang, the basket hit the ground with a clatter. Then, Ma San tried to stab her again. Lin Yueyun panicked, thinking, "This is the end. I might have to go through it again." With a calm mind, she decided to fight back using modern self-defense moves, fighting him barehanded. She looked for a weapon while dodging. In the end, She couldn't find a suitable stick. Her skills were rusty, and she couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, she heard a snap as the dagger struck her right arm. Her clothes were torn open, and blood immediately gushed out, staining her right sleeve red. The blood from her fingertips dripped faster. Ma San drew his dagger and struck her chest with his palm, but Lin Yuyan quickly stepped back and avoided the. She hurriedly pressed her injured arm with her left hand, her face turning pale and feeling dizzy. At this moment, Ma San, feeling victorious, laughed loudly. Useless. I've coated the dagger with a muscle-relaxing powder. Not long now, and you'll be too weak to stand. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan thought angrily. He's really a sneaky, shameless villain. She still wanted to trick him. You're so mean. I admit I'm no match for you. But tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Just so I can die knowing the truth. Ma San put away his dagger, casually wiped the remaining blood off a wild grass nearby, and slowly approached Lin Yuan, sneering with a triumphant smile. You don't need to know that. You're just a little sprout. After I'm done, I'll sell you to a brothel. After Ma San finished speaking, he saw that Lin Yuan was starting to feel weak and limp. He thought the medicine was taking effect. He quickly stepped forward, trying to grab Lin Yuan's other uninjured arm and pull her away. But unexpectedly, Lin Yuan, despite the sharp pain in her arm, clenched her hand into a fist and grabbed a handful of gravel from the ground. She threw it directly at the man who was about to approach her, aiming to make him stop. The man instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes, but it was too late. He blinked a few times, let out a surprised sound, clenched his fists, and his veins bulged. He looked angry and ready to fight again once he caught his breath. Taking advantage of the brief moment when he was squinting, Lin Yuan quickly dragged herself into the deep mountains. She saw the man let out a cry and, after a short while, staggered toward her. Lin Yuan clenched her teeth and used all her strength to run toward the dense water pool she had seen earlier. In just a moment, she felt her strength drain away. She suddenly collapsed to the ground. When she looked back quickly, she saw the man was still about 10 meters behind and was catching up. Then, Lin Yuan thought to herself, forget it, saving my life is the most important. She closed her eyes and silently entered her space. In an instant, when she opened her eyes again, she was inside her own space. Lying on the floor of her space, Lin Yuan let out a big sigh of relief. She took off her outer shirt and crawled toward her red travel box. She took out her first aid kit and used some blood-stopping powder on her wound. She poured half a small bottle of the powder onto her injury and wrapped her injured arm with the remaining cloth from her body to stop the bleeding. Then, Lin Yuan lay on her back on the floor of her space and fell asleep peacefully.